Chapter 36-49. Since he knew, how could he let Yang Kai get what he wanted? With his arms locked, he couldn't move. While he was shocked by Yang Kai's brute strength, Feng Jun didn't panic and just shouted, "Wind!" As soon as he finished speaking, he really turned into a breeze, ethereal and untraceable. Yang Kai's hands were empty as Feng Jun had already escaped. The falling mountains and rivers bell stopped in midair. Now that Feng Jun was free from his shackles, there was no need for the mountains and rivers bell to fall. That breeze was visible to the naked eye and extremely mysterious. It floated to the side and turned back into Feng Jun's figure. He smiled calmly and said, "Do you know how long this king has been waiting for you here?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he gave his own answer, 100 years, a whole 100 years. Feng Jun's face showed a happy expression. This place is really mysterious and unparalleled. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is indeed worthy of the name of the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Now that this king has recovered from his injuries, I'm afraid you are no longer my opponent. Although he entered the Four Seasons realm at the same time as Yang Kai, he had the remains of the great emperors in his hands, so he directly entered the Flowing Time Temple to heal and meditate here for 100 years, replenishing his previous losses and waiting for Yang Kai to come. Although he didn't understand what he said, how could Yang Kai not understand the meaning of his words? The Flowing Time Temple distorted time and space. Since Feng Jun could now recover to his original state, it naturally took 100 years. It was just that Yang Kai didn't understand the passage of time. On the other hand, Feng Jun probably didn't know what Yang Kai had experienced, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Feng Jun's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "I have long heard that you are related to the dragon race on Dragon Island and possess the origin of the dragon race. Now it seems that it is true. However, external forces are external forces after all. How can they be more mysterious than your own power? Where is your helper? Aren't you going to summon it?" Previously, Yang Kai had summoned 3 half-saint of demon race at once. Baizhua and Baiya had been sealed by him using the divine technique from the remains of the great emperors, leaving only a Dharmakaya behind. The Wind Monarch cared a lot about his Dharmakaya. If Yang Kai brought his Dharmakaya here, there would be a big battle today. "I'll summon it when I need it." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Don't worry about it." The Wind Emperor nodded. "Junior, although you are young, your strength is indeed extraordinary. To be honest, I really don't have the heart to kill you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Then why don't you just stick your neck out and stab me? It will save us all the trouble." The Wind Emperor naturally ignored his words and said earnestly, "I think that I don't have the heart to kill you, but you want to be my enemy. It's really a headache. Why don't you also become the demon race's heavenly Tao? If we can become a family, we won't have these concerns. In this way, you can keep your life and I won't have any regrets. Isn't it great? Moreover, the Taoist master will be happy to accept a young talent like you." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. "You want me to become the demon race's heavenly Tao?" "Sincerely." The Wind Emperor looked solemn. "With your ability, if you can join, you will be valued by the Taoist master. Although you won't be as high as the 4 monarchs, you will definitely be the one with the highest position under the 4 of us. When the demon race unifies the astral world, you will be free and unfettered." Hee hee. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The Wind Emperor had a serious expression. "Why are you laughing?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm laughing because you are willing to be someone else's dog and still have a face full of glory. I'm laughing because you have cultivated for so many years but still can't be at ease. You want to use your position under the 4 monarchs to win me over, but do you know who I am? Who are you?" The Wind Emperor looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai stood straight and smiled proudly. I am the astral world's 55th army, the army commander of the GZ army. Why would I care about the position of the demon race's lackey? When he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and took out a large order. The Wind Emperor's expression changed greatly and he raised his hand to take out a small hourglass. At the same time, a light flashed on the large order and a burly figure shot out from it. The army commander's order was not only a symbol of the army commander's identity, but it was also a weapon to protect one's life and kill the enemy. It contained a divine technique of the great emperors. The order in Yang Kai's hand was refined by Zhan Wuhen. Naturally, his divine technique was sealed inside. Yang Kai was facing a fake emperor alone. Since his sneak attack failed, he directly took out the army commander's order and activated the divine technique of the great emperors. There were only 2 words he wanted to say: end the battle quickly. Fake emperors were not easy to kill, and the Wind Emperor had been here for 100 years. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he was also full of confidence. Yang Kai might not be able to gain any advantage if he fought with him with his own strength. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take out the power of the order. Zhan Wuhen's figure became solid, as if the one who walked out of the order was himself. The aura of the great emperors rushed toward the Wind Emperor, making it hard for him to breathe. Guided by Yang Kai's aura, Zhan Wuhen came to the Wind Emperor in a few steps and raised his hand to punch the Wind Emperor. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple punch, just like a fight between ordinary people. However, the Wind Monarch's expression was one of shock. He flipped the hourglass in his hand, and the fine sand flowed down. A layer of light spread out from the center of the hourglass. Zhan Wuhen's figure was enveloped by the light. It was as if he had been struck by a spell, and he was frozen in place. Yang Kai's eyes widened. This situation was exactly the same as what happened to Bai Zhua and Bai Ye. The Wind Emperor couldn't help but laugh. You're just so. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of cracking sounds. Zhan Wuhen's fist, which had been fixed in place, moved forward inch by inch, shattering the great restraints. Before the fist had even reached him, the void was already trembling. Cracks appeared one after another. The Wind Emperor let out a strange cry and was no longer as calm as before. He quickly retreated, but Zhan Wuhen's attack followed him like a maggot. Seeing that he was about to hit the Wind Emperor activated his Emperor's Qi again and turned the hourglass in his hand. It was exactly the same as before. A halo visible to the naked eye passed by and Zhan Wuhen's figure was fixed on the spot. This time, the Wind Emperor was no longer in the mood to mock him. He continued to retreat, his face extremely solemn. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhan Wuhen moved again and broke the restraint of the void. He was clearly hundreds of feet away from the Wind Emperor, but when he moved, the Wind Emperor was horrified to find that the fist was right in front of his face again. Third turn of the hourglass. Zhan Wuhen fixed his body again. After 3 moves and 3 fixes, Zhan Wuhen's figure suddenly became faint. In just 3 breaths, his whole person disappeared in the void. Obviously, the power of the divine technique had disappeared. This divine technique of the great emperors didn't hurt the Wind Emperor at all. Although it didn't hurt him, the Wind Emperor was greatly exhausted. Yang Kai clearly saw that every time the hourglass was turned, the Wind Emperor's face became uglier and his aura dropped significantly. In order to activate this treasure, he had to pay a heavy price. But, what the hell was that hourglass? Yang Kai couldn't understand how such a terrifying treasure could exist in this world. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the words of the third self. Be careful of that hourglass. Its power was unpredictable. Its power was indeed unpredictable. Although the order of the army commander only sealed one divine technique of the great emperors, which was not as powerful as the great emperors themselves, it was definitely not something that an ordinary fake emperor could resist. Even so, it couldn't hurt the Wind Emperor, which showed the extraordinary power of this treasure. In the main hall, there were cracks everywhere. They were not only the void cracks, but also the spacetime seemed to be in chaos. Such a situation was very similar to what Yang Kai encountered when he first entered the Flowing Time Temple. Ha 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 ha. The Wind Emperor laughed wildly with indescribable joy. He had escaped with his life from the great emperors. Even though he was in a difficult situation, it was enough to be proud of. Therefore, he was happy. He laughed loudly and held the hourglass in his hand while gasping for breath. "Junior, do you know what this is?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Where did you get it from?" It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to block Zhan Wuhen's divine technique with his own strength, but in fact, the Wind Emperor blocked it. Although he only relied on the power of the treasure, it showed that he was extraordinary. The appearance of this treasure was inexplicable. Obviously, the Wind Emperor didn't have it before. Otherwise, he would have used it to deal with the Dharmakaya and the others. Why would he use his blood to activate the power in the remains of the great emperors? Since he didn't have it before, the only explanation was that he got it from the Flowing Time Temple. This was the treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The treasure of the great emperors was used to deal with the great emperor's divine technique, which saved his life. He didn't break Zhan Wuhen's divine technique, but he exhausted his power. That's right. The Wind Emperor laughed happily. I got this treasure from the high platform. You probably don't know that this treasure is the treasure of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, this treasure was left in the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the fated person to get it. And I am that fated person. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Qiongqi, the old guy. Since this guy was the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had guarded the Flowing Time Temple for countless years, he must know about this treasure. Since he knew about it, why didn't he take it away? Moreover, he had brought Yang Shao and the others in before. Since there was a treasure here, why did he leave it to others? Now that the hourglass had fallen into the hands of the Wind Emperor, the life-saving divine technique that was sealed in the order of the army commander had been destroyed. This situation was really awkward. Yang Kai was so angry that he felt that he was about to be cheated to death by that old guy Qiongqi. The Wind Emperor had obtained a new treasure and used it to exchange a blow with the great emperors. He was feeling complacent and had no one to share his happiness with when Yang Kai's question suddenly scratched his itch. Naturally, he had to tell the truth. Rubbing the hourglass in his hand, the Wind Emperor laughed and said, "This is the endless hourglass, which contains 10,008 grains of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand. Each grain of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand was personally refined by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. 1 grain of sand can accelerate 1 month of time. 10,008 grains, that's the power of more than 800 years of time. The divine technique of the great emperors is indeed extraordinary, but how could it resist the power of this treasure?" Previously, when Zhan Wuhen appeared, the Wind Emperor was scared to death. Now that the crisis was over, he seemed to be able to predict the future. Chapter 3650. The endless hourglass contained 10,008 grains of Flowing Time Great Emperor divine sand. Each grain of Flowing Time Great Emperor divine sand was personally refined by the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor and contained the principle of time. 1 grain of divine sand could accelerate the flow of time for 1 month, so 10,008 grains were indeed equivalent to more than 800 years of time. The power of this principle of time was incomparably mysterious. Although the army commander's order contained the divine technique of the great emperors, it was still unable to withstand the erosion of the principle of time and thus dissipated. This was also why the Wind Emperor was able to withstand the divine technique of the great emperors. In a flash, Yang Kai understood everything. "Do you want to try?" Feng Junshao looked at Yang Kai. Although this was a question, he did not give him a choice. Circulating his emperor chi, the hourglass in his hand turned over again. Tiny grains of sand slowly flowed inside the hourglass, and a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, not giving him the slightest chance to react. When he was enveloped by this halo, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had formed a close connection with something. Tracing the source of this connection, his eyes immediately focused on the endless hourglass in Feng Juanxiao's hand. At this moment, the endless hourglass exuded an aura that firmly locked onto him. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, making him feel as if he could not escape. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai dove into the nearest crack. The power of this endless hourglass could even resist the divine technique of the great emperors, so he did not want to test it. At this moment, escaping was more important. What's more, although this hourglass was powerful, it was impossible for the Wind Emperor to use it indefinitely. There would always be a limit, and that would be the time for him to counterattack. Rushing out of the crack, the experience was exactly the same as at the beginning. Once again, they came to a great hall and returned to the starting point. The space-time here was already in chaos. The source of the chaos was the collision between the endless hourglass and the divine technique of the great emperors. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that the layer of qi that had locked onto his body was not cut off because of his escape. It was still closely connected. Moreover, the next moment, from the crack that he had escaped from, the Wind King followed him. The Wind King was holding an endless hourglass in his hand. With a smile on his face, the Wind King accurately caught up with him and said, "It's useless. In front of this treasure, it's useless even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Obediently surrender and you will be spared from torture. Catch me first." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. He hurriedly dodged a few steps and found a crack to rush into. The Wind King slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking expression, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, like a maggot following a bone. His voice pierced through the space-time and rang in Yang Kai's ears, "Why bother? Although you are not bad, how can you escape from the qi of this treasure? Don't you feel anything? You'd better give up struggling." It would have been better if the Wind King had not said this. As soon as the Wind King said this, Yang Kai indeed felt something, or confirmed something. He had a little feeling before, but he was not too sure. When the endless hourglass was turned over by the Wind King, when the hourglass locked onto him, when the divine sand of the flowing time great emperor slowly flowed in the hourglass, Yang Kai had a feeling that the flowing time great emperor had run over him. This feeling was very similar to what he had experienced when he was rushing to the flowing time temple from the Two Seasons mountain. As if he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, the Wind King laughed. "Who do you think the flowing time great emperor's divine sand is supporting? Stupid junior, what is flowing in the endless hourglass is not the flowing time great emperor's divine sand, but your lifespan." Yang Kai's face sank. It was not because the Wind King was exaggerating, but because he could confirm that what the Wind King said was true. When the endless hourglass locked onto him, and the flowing time great emperor's divine sand began to flow, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. A grain of the flowing time great emperor's divine sand represented the power of 1 month. After fleeing for a while, Yang Kai's hundreds of years of lifespan had been taken away by the endless hourglass out of thin air. This kind of treasure that could take away one's lifespan made Yang Kai feel a chill all over his body. He could not help but think that if this continued, he would suddenly die of old age here. Death was nothing to be afraid of. Although the flowing time great emperor's cultivation was short, he had seen and experienced too many wonderful things in his life. Even if he died in battle at this moment, he would have no regrets. However, dying without fighting and having his lifespan sucked away by the Wind King was a little unacceptable. Therefore, Yang Kai turned around, stopped, and clasped his hands together. He stared at the crack he had escaped from and smashed down heavily with the momentum of a mountain. This strike gathered all the power of his 300 Zhonglong dragon body. Even if the great emperors were here, he would still smash them until they bled. In the next moment, the Wind King chased him out of the crack. He was not surprised at all. He just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently. When the two fists smashed down, Yang Kai's heart sank slightly. He did not feel anything under his hands. This thunderous strike had hit nothing. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Wind King's speed had suddenly increased, and he had dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. Before Yang Kai could react, a strong force came from behind him. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. He rushed straight to the crack in front of him. He entered the crack and returned to the hall. There was someone in the hall. An intact him was standing there stupidly, looking at him in a daze. Yang Kai could clearly feel the surprise and vigilance in his eyes, just like when he entered the hall. Did I meet my past me? Yang Kai's face twitched. He did not know what expression to make. Unexpectedly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to say, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." After saying that, he realized that this sentence was exactly what he had heard when he entered the hall. He did not know why he had said it. However, there was no time to explain in detail. The Wind King was about to catch up. Yang Kai hurriedly escaped to a crack not far away. When he escaped into the crack, he could feel that the past him was chasing after him. However, he disappeared in an instant. The Wind King was waiting in front of him. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. He looked very enthusiastic when meeting an old friend. "Where can you escape to? Don't struggle in vain." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped toward Yang Kai. His movement was not fast. At least, Yang Kai could see it clearly. He raised his hands. When the law of space surged, a dozen pitch-black moon blades slashed through the air, leaving marks in the void. At this moment, his mind was slightly distracted. When he came back to his senses, the moon blades had no effect. Instead, he was hit again. His chest was hit so hard that his blood and qi were tumbling, and his bones were cracking. Standing up again, he looked at the Wind King gloomily. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "So it's not you who became faster." The two fights were enough for Yang Kai to see through some things. He originally thought that it was the Wind King who suddenly became faster, so he was caught off guard. However, it seemed that was not the case. The Wind King did not change. The one who changed was himself. The Wind King smiled. The endless hourglass is not only able to extract life. After all, it is a treasure left by the great emperors. How can it be so simple? Yang Kai nodded. So, it is the endless hourglass that has affected my concept of time. As the saying goes, a day feels like a year. This is not without basis. If you are strong enough, you can indeed do this. The Wind King shook his head. However, this treasure is very mysterious. I can't fully refine it, so I can't reach this level for the time being. Although I can't reach this level, I have gained something. So it is the endless hourglass that has lengthened my perception of time. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Something that could be dealt with in one breath, Yang Kai needed 10 or 100 breaths to react. Naturally, he could not deal with it. This was the reason why he had been hit twice. So, are you still not going to admit defeat? The Wind King looked at Yang Kai indifferently. I really don't want to kill you. Yang Kai grinned hideously. If you have the ability, make time freeze on me. Then, you can do whatever you want. The Wind King sighed softly. The whining of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. He held the endless hourglass in his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Then, he pointed at Yang Kai. In an instant, the hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. The whistling wind wrapped around Yang Kai. The whirling wind turned into sharp blades, constantly cutting Yang Kai's body. The wind blades were very powerful. If the Emperor realm fell into them, they would be crushed into pieces immediately. Yang Kai did not die. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. However, in the whistling wind, there was a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The giant figure quickly revealed himself. The 300-meter-long dragon stood proudly in the wind, and sparks flew from its dragon scales. Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked. It was as if he was sucking a bowl of noodles. The wind around his body was sucked into his mouth and disappeared in 3 breaths. The Wind King was moved. Below the fake emperor, Yang Kai was the strongest person he had ever met. He could kill an ordinary person from the emperor realm at will. However, the one in front of him seemed to be extraordinary. He was actually able to struggle until now. Crunch. Yang Kai's mouth moved as if he was chewing something. His huge golden dragon eyes stared at the Wind King. He opened his mouth and shouted, "I'll give it back to you." When the last word came out, it turned into a mighty dragon's roar. It seemed to shake the 9 heavens and move the universe. With a soft puff, a burst of energy shot toward Feng Jun. It was useless. In Yang Kai's vision, this attack clearly hit the Wind King. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side, safe and sound. The one who was hit was only the Wind King in Yang Kai's vision. Under the situation where one's perception of time was affected, it was very difficult to determine the enemy's true location. However, Yang Kai did not stop. The ancient and obscure dragon language sounded again. He opened his mouth again. This time, what came out of his mouth was not a strong force. Instead, it was a thick, black, rolling flame. Fire Dragon's Breath. The origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon was called the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon because this origin power could evolve all the powers of the dragon race. Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, Wind Dragon, Ice Dragon. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could evolve them. In the past, Yang Kai did not know how to do it. However, after going to the Dragon Palace and studying the dragon race's secret techniques, he knew how to do it. Chapter 3651. The hall instantly turned into a sea of fire. The space was filled with flames, leaving no blind spots. Only the Wind Monarch was surrounded by a gentle breeze. There was no fire within 30 feet of him. He was like a rock in the middle of a storm, unmoving. The Wind Monarch snorted, "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Then, he stepped forward and slowly walked toward Yang Kai. The sea of fire parted to 2 sides, revealing a path for him to pass through. Wherever the Wind Monarch walked, the flames were extinguished. In a flash, he came to 100 feet away from Yang Kai. In terms of size, he was dozens of times weaker than Yang Kai. However, in terms of aura, he was superior. It was as if he was the one standing high above. He raised his hand and twirled his fingers. A small fan appeared in his empty right hand. The fan was only a foot long, but it was flowing with light. The Wind Monarch raised the fan and waved it at Yang Kai. In the midst of a gust of wind, a wind blade shot out from the fan. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet long and slashed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his perception of time was distorted. How could he dodge? When he reacted, the wind blade was already in front of him. He hurriedly raised his arms and crossed them in front of his face. With a bang, Yang Kai's body shook. His hill-like body slid backward. A huge wound appeared on his arms, and blood flowed out. Borrowing the force, he turned around and swept his tail toward the Wind Monarch. The dragon tail covered in dragon scales was like a long whip. As it swept across the void trembled and shattered. The Wind Monarch sneered. He lifted his feet slightly and dodged it with a few steps. It was very easy. Yang Kai's attack missed and he pounced forward, chanting in dragon language again. The Wind Monarch raised the small fan in his hand and waved it towards Yang Kai again. This time, it wasn't a single wind blade that appeared, but more than a dozen, blocking all of Yang Kai's escape routes. Unable to block, unable to avoid, Kai Yang continued to charge forward, his face filled with a ruthless ferocity, as if he was determined to face 10,000 enemies head-on. You overestimate yourself. The Wind Monarch sneered. The endless hourglass in his left hand shook slightly. He was about to use the same trick again. He used the power of the flowing time Great Emperor to affect Yang Kai's perception. But right at that moment, a loud bang rang out and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from the spot he was standing. Feng Jun's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he felt a huge figure blocking the light in front of him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking down at him, as if he was looking at an ant. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a burst of dragon breath. The dragon breath tore through the void, seemingly invincible, as it slashed toward the Wind Monarch's head. Feng Jun let out a cry of surprise. He moved his feet and dodged to the side. However, there was a fierce force coming from the side, as if waiting for him. He turned his head and saw Yang Kai's right fist sweeping toward him. The power of the fist was terrifying. The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he was hit by such a fist. He made a prompt decision. His entire body transformed into a breeze that was completely powerless as he dissipated from this place. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed that his fist had missed. In the corner of the hall, the Wind Monarch appeared again. He stared at the big bell in Yang Kai's other hand and snorted, "Mountains and Rivers Bell." At this moment, not only was Yang Kai holding the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but he was also constantly flicking it. Therefore, the sound of the Mountains and Rivers Bell rang continuously in the hall. Halos spread out with the Mountains and Rivers Bell as the center, cleansing Yang Kai's body. The Wind Monarch had been here for 100 years. He had obtained the endless hourglass, the treasure left by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. He used the endless hourglass to extract Yang Kai's lifespan and affect Yang Kai's perception of time. But he had the treasure left by the great emperors. How could Yang Kai not have it? The Mountains and Rivers Bell was also a treasure left by the great emperors. Everyone had one. Who was afraid of who? The power of the treasure left by the great emperors could only be dealt with by the great emperor's treasures. Therefore, when Yang Kai took out the Mountains and Rivers Bell and played it, his perception returned to normal. However, the connection between his body and the endless hourglass was not cut off. Under the flow of the divine sand of the flowing time Great Emperor, Yang Kai's lifespan was still decreasing. Yang Kai could not display the full power of the treasure left by the great emperors, but similarly, the Wind Monarch could not display the full power of the endless hourglass. On this level, both of them were dabblers. The bell continued to ring, and the invisible suppression spread out. Somehow, the Wind Monarch's body became heavy, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on his shoulders. The Mountains and Rivers Bell had never been a treasure used to trap enemies. It was just that Yang Kai occasionally used the Mountains and Rivers Bell to deal with his enemies. At this moment, by activating the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, Yang Kai got rid of the endless hourglass's interference and returned to normal. The Wind Monarch also noticed this. He stared at the Mountains and Rivers Bell for a while before sighing slightly and saying, "It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You killed so many of my demon sky path's people and this king has also made you suffer a small loss. How about we end today's matter here? You go your way and I'll go mine, how about it?" Dealing with someone who was proficient in the laws of space without the endless hourglass, the Wind Monarch had no confidence in himself. Unless Yang Kai fought to the death with him and did not try to escape, there was nothing he could do if Yang Kai wanted to escape. The Wind Monarch did not want to accept such a fight. He was already satisfied with entering the Flowing Time Temple and obtaining the Endless Hourglass. As for the people of the Demon Sky Path who had died, how many people had died in this world? It should be their honor to be able to serve the Taoist Master's great cause until the day they die. Fine. Yang Kai responded, grinning, leave behind the Endless Hourglass and destroy your own cultivation, then I'll let you go. The Wind Monarch narrowed his eyes and sneered, Junior, this king is sincerely asking for peace, but that doesn't mean this king is afraid of you. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have no choice but to cut you down here. Bring it on if you have the ability. Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to the Wind Monarch. Is there no room for discussion? The Wind Monarch narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai laughed, I told you a long time ago that those who walk different paths cannot work together, so why are you still so long-winded? The Wind Monarch took a deep breath and showed a trace of helplessness, since you want to force me, then be prepared to pay the price. Saying so, he raised the Endless Hourglass in his hand and poured his Emperor Qi into it. Inside the hourglass, the speed at which the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand was flowing was neither fast nor slow. Yang Kai had fought with him for such a long time, yet only half of the divine sand had flowed. In other words, Yang Kai had only lost a little more than 400 years of his lifespan. But when the Wind Monarch acted at this moment, the speed at which the divine sand flowed suddenly accelerated, and the remaining half of the sand flowed away in 3 to 5 breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but groan, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat, almost spitting it out. Although there was no external force, losing more than 400 years of his lifespan in such a short time was equivalent to suffering a heavy blow, and his vitality suddenly dropped by a large margin. But this was not the end. When the divine sand in the hourglass flowed to the other side, the Wind Monarch once again turned the endless hourglass over and madly poured his strength into it, grinning fiercely, with this hourglass, what can you use to fight this king? This king was willing to let you go because I was merciful. Do you really think this king can't do anything to you? Watching one's own lifespan rapidly slip away was not a good feeling. Moreover, not only could he see it, but he could also feel it. How could Yang Kai just sit there and wait for death? As the mountains and rivers bell continued to ring, his figure flashed, and he escaped from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Wind Monarch, and his dragon claws pierced through the air, grabbing at him. However, the Wind Monarch seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He gently waved the small fan in his right hand a few times, and sharp wind blades accurately chopped at Yang Kai. With a few clangs, Yang Kai didn't dodge, and a few bloody wounds appeared on his huge dragon claws. The Wind Monarch clenched his teeth, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. Yang Kai's body was tough, and the power of his small fan was unparalleled. If the Emperor Realm was slashed, it would probably be shattered immediately. However, Yang Kai's dragonized body was incomparably tough, and there were only a few wounds that barely reached his bones. Without any delay, the Wind Monarch transformed into a gust of wind and soared into the sky. Caught off guard, the mountains and rivers bell covered his head. Yang Kai's right hand had been flicking the mountains and rivers bell, so how could he not guard against the Wind Monarch's escape? As long as the mountains and rivers bell could cover him, Yang Kai had 100 ways to kill him here. However, how could the Wind Monarch fall into the trap so easily? The gust of wind changed direction a few times, and actually escaped the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, reappearing on the other side. The divine sand in the hourglass flowed clean again, and Yang Kai couldn't hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly shrunk to 10 feet. His lifespan was depleted, and his blood and chi became weak. He couldn't even maintain his dragonized technique. However, his attacks didn't stop, and he looked like he was going to bite off a piece of his enemy's flesh even if he died. As he ran, the law of space surged, and the moon blade slashed through the air. The Wind Monarch activated the power of the hourglass, and the moon blade strangely stopped in front of him, allowing him to easily dodge it. He looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a madman. Do you want to die? Yang Kai grinned as he attacked. If you have the ability, drain my lifespan. The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. The hourglass spun, but this time, the divine sand didn't flow as fast as before. Instead, it flowed at the same speed as before. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He had obtained the endless hourglass for 100 years, and although he had refined it, he couldn't exert the full power of this treasure. Forcibly activating it twice was his limit, and he had to pay a heavy price to do so. He couldn't activate the hourglass's power again quickly. Yang Kai saw this point, which was why he was so fearless. He was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and his lifespan was at least a few thousand years. Once the divine sand in the hourglass flowed, it would be more than 800 years, and 2 times would be more than 1,600 years. Including the flowing time Great Emperor who had been crushed in the 2 Seasons mountain range, he still had a chance to live. Using his own lifespan to compete with the opponent's methods was an act of desperation. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, why would Yang Kai do this? Now that the Wind Monarch was at his wit's end, he couldn't help but laugh. You're finished. Chapter 3652. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's right eye turned pitch black. It was a pure black that seemed to be able to devour everything in the world. Demonic chi roared from the surface of his body and soared into the sky. His originally weak aura suddenly soared. A buzzing sound echoed in the hall. Although it was loud, it was deep and solemn. Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness. This was Yang Kai's most powerful trump card. It was even stronger than the dragon form secret technique. When he became the demon race when he was in the Tao Source realm, he was able to escape unscathed after fighting against the 3 great emperors. It was obvious how powerful this technique was. However, even though it was powerful, the price to pay was not small. Every time Yang Kai used it, there was a risk that he would become the demon race. In the past, when he used this secret technique, he needed to unseal the seal on the Dantian and release the demonic chi inside the Dantian. However, after Yang Kai reached the Third Order Emperor realm in the demon territory, he had truly become the demon race. All of his strength had turned into demonic chi. Therefore, there was no need to unseal anything. He could use the eternal darkness anytime, anywhere. Facing a fake emperor, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he immediately used the army commander's order to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The great emperor's divine technique was removed by the endless hourglass, but it did not have any effect. He then used the dragon form secret technique and the mountains and rivers bell, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Now, he only had the eternal darkness left. This was also his final trump card. To be honest, even if Yang Kai used his most powerful trump card, he could not guarantee that he could defeat the Wind Monarch. In the Devil realm, he had killed a half-step saint by himself. However, that silver thread had been severely injured, and her injuries from the Battle of Eternal Heaven hadn't healed yet. That was why he had been able to take advantage of her. What's more, Yin Si was an expert in the art of seduction, which was countered by Yang Kai. How could she not die? But the Wind King was different. He had been recuperating here for 100 years, and his injuries were all healed. Even though he had suffered some losses in the previous battles, he was still much stronger than Yin Si back then. The moment the eternal darkness appeared, the hall immediately plunged into darkness. That kind of darkness was indescribable. Not only was one's vision blocked, but even one's senses were also blocked. The Wind Emperor didn't expect that Yang Kai could still display such a powerful technique at this time. He was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. He cast a spell to protect himself. With the hourglass in his left hand and a small fan in his right hand, he waited with rapt attention. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything, but Feng Jun could still clearly feel that in the sky, there was a huge black round eye quietly looking down at him. That kind of invisible pressure made him feel a little flustered. Without any reason, the Wind Monarch was alarmed. Without even thinking, he waved the small fan in his right hand. With a roar, a tornado shot out from the fan, turning into a huge wind dragon that charged out ferociously. In front of the wind dragon, Yang Kai flashed over. Seeing this, the corner of his eyes twitched. He secretly thought that a false emperor wasn't that easy to deal with. Within the eternal darkness, the Wind Emperor shouldn't be able to sense or see anything. But he could still pinpoint Yang Kai's position and detect his movements. This showed that this person wasn't ordinary. It was a pity that such a person had fallen and become the demon race's heavenly Tao, becoming a lackey of the demon race. Yang Kai met the Wind Dragon's attack head-on. He raised his right hand and smashed down with the mountains and river's bell. Without a sound, the dragon's head shattered, but the Wind Dragon suddenly transformed into millions of wind blades that shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's body suddenly burst into flames. The wind blades struck the dragon's scales without a sound, but their power wasn't small. Despite having the upper hand, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. Many small wounds appeared on his body, but he took this opportunity to get within 10 feet of the Wind Emperor. At such a close distance, Yang Kai raised his palm. The huge palm completely covered the sky above the Wind Emperor's head and fiercely slapped down. The Wind Emperor suddenly raised his head, as if he saw the palm. With a shout, he raised his palm to meet it. Fierce winds gathered in the center of his palm, transforming into a huge palm. It was another silent collision. When the two palms collided, Yang Kai's huge body was slightly pushed back, almost flipping him to the ground. The Wind Emperor's body also suddenly shrank. This attack was actually evenly matched. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Unlike the previous exchange of magical powers, this was a real collision of strength. How could the Wind Emperor remain calm when a three-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator was evenly matched with him? But he didn't stop. He immediately stabilized his body and rushed in the direction of the origin of the palm power. He actually counterattacked. How could Yang Kai retreat? He stepped on the ground, stabilized his body, and punched out. Once again, they collided. Once again, they shook off each other. In an instant, in the dark hall, a fake emperor and a three-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator struck out with a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering, dazzling light. Yang Kai was happy to see such a head-on collision. The Wind Emperor's cultivation was higher than his, and he had cultivated for longer than him. Now that he had the endless hourglass, he had no hope of winning if he really fought with him. Therefore, the Wind Emperor's action was exactly what he wanted. However, there was nothing the Wind Emperor could do. The endless hourglass was powerful, but it couldn't break this secret technique. His vision was blurred, and even his perception was blurred to the extreme. He couldn't find Yang Kai at all. At this moment, he was both blind and deaf. He could only rely on the weak perception of Yang Kai's aura every time he clashed with Yang Kai to lock on to Yang Kai's position. If he lost that moment, he would never be able to find Yang Kai again. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop. He could only continue to collide with Yang Kai, hoping to defeat his enemy. At this moment, both of them were surging with demonic chi. Obviously, they were both using their full strength, not holding back at all. At this point, it was already a life-or-death situation. No one could take half a step back. During the battle, Yang Kai was constantly activating the Dragon Race secret technique, but the Wind Emperor wasn't idle either. Every time the small fan in his hand released a bone-piercing wind, Yang Kai would suffer a lot. Under the violent outburst of power, the hall was a mess. Fortunately, This was the Flowing Time Temple, the palace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, or else it would have collapsed long ago. Time passed, and the battle continued. But as time passed, both Yang Kai and the Wind Emperor's attacks became weaker and weaker. Such a life and death battle consumed a lot of energy for both of them. After an unknown amount of time, the darkness that shrouded the hall gradually receded, and the Wind Emperor finally saw the light again. Turning his head, the Wind Emperor raised his eyebrows and then laughed. He pointed at Yang Kai and said weakly, "Why bother?" 10 feet away, Yang Kai stood there shakily, his whole body covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his tall dragon body was no longer there. Not only that, but even his black hair had become white and flawless, and his skin was dry and lusterless. He no longer looked like a young man in his 20s. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was in his 40s. During the battle between the two, their lifespans were constantly decreasing. Before this, he had already lost more than 2,000 years of his lifespan. Coupled with the time lost in the battle, Yang Kai had a feeling that his end was near. He knew that this feeling wasn't an illusion, but that his end was really near. Perhaps it would be a dozen years, or a few decades, or at most 100 years. This kind of injury was more serious than physical injuries. Physical injuries, even if the soul was injured, could be healed, but the loss of lifespan was a fundamental loss. Apart from some heavenly treasures that could increase lifespan, there was no one in this world that could heal it. At this moment, Yang Kai could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. He wasn't having a good time, but the Wind Monarch wasn't any better. Half of his chest had collapsed, and his right arm was hanging limply. The small fan in his hand had disappeared, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. As he stood there, blood gathered at his feet and trickled down. In this world, Yang Kai was the only one who could fight a fake emperor with the power of a third-layer emperor realm cultivator. He could be proud of that. The Wind Monarch shook his head continuously. Was it worth it? Yang Kai panted and said in a hoarse voice, "Of course." The endless hourglass was so powerful that if it fell into the hands of the Wind Monarch, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. If it fell into the hands of Ken Yi, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, no matter what price he had to pay this time, as long as he could kill the Wind Monarch here and keep the endless hourglass in the Flowing Time Temple, it would be worth it. As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his fist and smashed it at the Wind Monarch. His speed was as slow as a snail, and even a 3-year-old child could easily dodge it. The Wind Monarch's face twitched. Lunatic. He also raised his fist to meet the attack. In the darkness, the two had fought like this countless times, so they were naturally familiar with it. After a full 10 breaths, the two fists finally collided. With a loud bang, the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai both vomited blood and flew backwards. They crashed into the wall and slowly slid down. Thick blood stains were left on both sides of the wall. The Wind Monarch sat up with difficulty and leaned against the wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Kai in front of him. He laughed. In the end, it's still me. If you die here, no one will know. I'm afraid you'll be very lonely on the road to the Netherworld. The two were almost at the end of their lives, but Yang Kai's lifespan was closely connected to the endless hourglass. The hourglass was still flowing, so the Wind Monarch only needed to wait quietly for the moment when Yang Kai's lifespan ran out and died of old age. And Yang Kai's current state didn't allow him to do anything except wait for death. Therefore, the Wind Monarch was talking about himself. Although it was somewhat shameful to be beaten like this by a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, the final result was still acceptable. After Yang Kai died, the Wind Monarch only needed to continue healing here and refining the endless hourglass. Then, he would be able to control the entire Flowing Time Temple. The day he came out of seclusion would be the day he became famous. Yang Kai was also leaning against the wall at this moment. He lowered his head, and the long hair in front of his forehead covered his eyes. He said in a low voice, "You won." "I'm afraid not." The Wind Monarch sneered. "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, you might as well use them. I don't have any strength to resist now. You only need to come over and give me a light punch to take my life." Yang Kai raised his eyes and stared at the Wind Monarch through the long hair in front of his forehead. He grinned. "I'm afraid I don't have the strength to hit you, but you can't win either." Chapter 36-53. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at the Wind Monarch. With a rumbling sound, a vigorous and majestic strange beast with a single horn on its forehead and black flames appeared on the stage. This strange beast looked like a horse, but it was much taller than an ordinary horse. Moreover, devil chi surged all over its body, and its aura was ferocious and tyrannical. Shockingly, it already had the appearance of a half-step saint. Yang Kai had more than 3 half-saint of demon race around him. There was also Wind Chaser in the small sealed world. He didn't summon it before because in the eternal darkness, except for himself, everyone who was shrouded by this technique would be affected. Even if he summoned Wind Chaser, it would be blind and deaf like the Wind Monarch. It wouldn't be able to help and might even cause more trouble. But now, it was different. The Wind Monarch was also like him. Summoning Wind Chaser was a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Although Wind Chaser was a strange beast in the demon territory and didn't have high intelligence, it could still distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as it appeared, it looked back at Yang Kai, blinked its big eyes twice, and looked at the Wind Monarch on the other side. In an instant, its 2 eyes turned red, and its whole body was covered in monstrous demon flames. With a roar, it lowered its head and charged at the Wind Monarch. Feng Jun was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. He thought that the outcome was already decided. He only needed to wait for Yang Kai to die. Who would have thought that this guy would summon such a fierce beast with a raise of his hand? He didn't recognize what kind of strange beast Wind Chaser was, but the half-saint aura was not fake. Such a fierce beast, even at his peak, would give him a headache, let alone now. Seeing Wind Chaser charging at him, the horn on its forehead flashed with a cold light. How could the Wind Monarch not know that he would definitely die if he was hit? At the critical moment of life and death, the Wind Monarch bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the endless hourglass in his hand. The simple and unadorned endless hourglass suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. When the light spread, the whole flowing time temple trembled and hummed. In the next moment, a light curtain appeared out of thin air and wrapped the Wind Monarch in it. With a loud bang, Wind Chaser slammed into the light curtain and was sent flying. At the same time, the flowing time temple trembled with a buzzing sound. It was as if Wind Chaser didn't hit the light curtain, but the entire flowing time temple. Chasing wind flew into the sky. Feng Jun and Yang Kai both looked at each other and cursed, despicable, cunning, treacherous. After cursing, they covered their chests with their hands and coughed violently. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The 2 of them had fought with their lives on the line. Now, it seemed like they were going to perish together. In the end, both of them still had a backup plan. Yang Kai felt that Feng Jun was despicable and shameless, while Feng Jun felt that Yang Kai was cunning and treacherous. However, after a few words, everyone stopped. They really didn't have the energy to curse. Whether it was Feng Jun or Yang Kai, it was probably the first time in their lives that they were so weak. On the other side, Wind Chaser landed heavily on the ground, shook his head after getting up, and once again charged in the direction of Feng Jun. A moment later, there was another loud bang and Wind Chaser was sent flying again. The situation was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that he was in big trouble this time. He had been holding back and not summoning Wind Chaser because he wanted to give Feng Jun a big surprise at the critical moment. He thought that he would be able to win in one fell swoop, but who knew that Feng Jun was also hiding something? Although the light curtain activated by the endless hourglass didn't cause any damage, it was extremely tough. Wind Chaser's 2 collisions had no effect at all. With Wind Chaser's strength, there was no way to break it. If the light curtain didn't break, Feng Jun wouldn't die. If Feng Jun didn't die, Yang Kai would die. The divine sand in the endless hourglass continued to flow, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. Could it be that he had no choice but to escape into the mysterious small world? The mysterious small world was a world of its own. If he escaped into it, he might be able to cut off the connection between himself and the endless hourglass, but it was just a possibility. He hadn't tried it yet, so Yang Kai couldn't be sure. But this was indeed his last resort. On the other side, Feng Jun chuckled. He was very happy. Yang Kai couldn't stand it and said weakly with a cold face, "Laugh again and I'll knock your teeth out." Feng Jun shook his head and responded in an extremely weak voice, "It's useless, it's useless." The endless hourglass is not only a relic of the great emperors, but also the central control of the flowing time temple. This king stimulates the power of the hourglass and the power of the temple to protect himself. Unless this evil beast can destroy the entire flowing time temple, no one can do anything to this king. Even the great emperors can't do anything to this king. If the great emperors really come here, you can try saying that. Yang Kai said sarcastically. Ridicule aside, Yang Kai estimated that Feng Jun wasn't lying to him. At this time, there was no need to lie. Moreover, when Wind Chui collided with the light curtain twice, every time he hit the light curtain, the flowing time temple would hum for a while. It could be seen that the light curtain was indeed closely connected to the entire temple. If he couldn't destroy the flowing time temple, he couldn't hurt Feng Jun at all. But how could Wind Chui destroy the flowing time temple? This was tantamount to no solution. While the two were talking, Wind Chui had already rushed over for the 3rd time. Feng Jun looked at Wind Chui sarcastically, "This beast is good, but it's a pity that it's a waste. But don't worry, Junior, after you die, this king will have a lot of time to tame it." He thought that Wind Chui was a mount that Yang Kai had subdued. If he knew that Wind Chui was Chang Tian's mount, he wouldn't think so. Chang Tian didn't bear the name of the demon saint, but it was indisputable that he was also a demon saint. How could a mere Feng Jun subdue a demon saint's mount? Wind Chui was only close to Yang Kai because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. There was no master and servant between the two. While talking, Wind Chui had already arrived in front of Feng Jun. But this time, he learned his lesson. He didn't crash into the light curtain, but suddenly raised his hooves high and stomped down fiercely like a mountain. With this stomp, even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would be smashed into pieces. But the light curtain was only slightly dented and soon restored to its original state. But with this posture, Wind Chui avoided the fate of being blown away again. His body only leaned back slightly, and after stabilizing, he stomped down again. Every time his hooves landed, the flowing time temple would hum. For a time, this shocking sound continued to reverberate in the empty hall. Time passed, but the light curtain was still intact. Wind Chui was furious, and his mouth kept humming. From time to time, he looked back at Yang Kai, as if asking for advice on how to kill the enemy. How could Yang Kai do anything? He was still counting on Wind Chui to break the current situation. At a certain moment, when Wind Chui stomped his hooves again and the hall shook, a gentle and angry voice suddenly sounded in the hall, "Noisy, noisy, witch bastard. Ouch, why did you hit me? Open your eyes and see clearly." Another voice sounded. The first voice was a man's voice, and it sounded very cheerful. The second voice was a woman's voice. Although it was only a sentence, it was melodious, and very pleasant to listen to. There were other people in this hall, and more than one. Feng Jun couldn't help but stare and shout, "Who is playing tricks?" He looked around vigilantly and spread out his divine sense to find people. How could he find them? In addition to him, there was only Yang Kai and the strange beast in the hall. There was no aura of others at all. Yang Kai also frowned. He knew that there were other people in the Flowing Time Temple, and there was indeed more than one. Counting Qiongqi and Lu Yan, there were 4. But the voices of this man and woman were completely different from the 4 people he knew. They were not Lu Yan, not Qiongqi, and even more unlikely to be Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. There were other people in this temple. Who were these 2 people? Yang Kai's heart sank. He vaguely felt that this matter was a bit tricky. If these 2 people had been in the temple, then where did Yang Xiao and Yang Shui go? Was the encounter of Qiongqi and Lu Yan related to them? Zhui Feng's intelligence was not high, but it had a clever spirit, so when the man and woman's voices sounded, it stealthily retreated until it was in front of Yang Kai. Its big tail swung in front of Yang Kai a few times, its eyes rolled around, and its ears perked up. It looked like it was protecting Yang Kai with its eyes and ears. There was no response from the Wind Monarch's side after he shouted. This made his face a little dignified. He pondered for a moment and said, "Who are you? Why don't you show yourself?" Although he was in a difficult situation, his words were neither servile nor overbearing. It was because he had the confidence to say this. He activated the power of the hourglass and stimulated the power of the temple. Now the whole Flowing Time Temple was protecting him. Unless someone could destroy the Flowing Time Temple, no one could hurt him. The man and woman who did not show up and only said a few words were somewhat unfathomable, but Feng Jun was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Naturally, there was no need to be afraid of them. However, in the current situation, it was better to avoid trouble. He had to find out the identity of this man and woman first. It would be best if he could ask them face to face before making other plans. After Wind Monarch asked, there was no response from the temple. It was as if the sound he heard was just an illusion. Wind Monarch couldn't help but feel a little confused. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing the reactions of Yang Kai and Zhui Feng, he knew that it was definitely not an illusion. Yang Kai must have heard it, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such an expression. Feng Jun frowned and said again in a low voice, "Please show yourself." In the deepest part of the temple, in the main hall, there was a transparent mirror the size of a water tank. The mirror was not real and was formed by a spell. It reflected the situation of Yang Kai, Feng Jun, and the others. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in front of the mirror, looking down at the situation inside. This man and woman looked very young. The man was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old, and the woman was a young girl of 16 or 16 years old. The man was handsome and tall. His snow-white hair was without any blemish and was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His face was elegant, giving people a natural feeling of intimacy. The woman wore a light yellow dress. Her figure was slim and graceful, and she had red lips and a pretty nose. Her skin was snow-white, and her long black hair draped over her slender shoulders. It was soft and smooth. This young man and woman stood together, looking like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Chapter 36-54. At this moment, the girl stared at the person in the mirror. Her gaze was fixed on Yang Kai. Looking at his weathered face and snow-white hair, her eyes suddenly reddened and tears flowed down her cheeks. Although the young man beside her also had long snow-white hair, his situation was different from Yang Kai's. His hair was naturally like this, while Yang Kai's lifespan was depleted too much, a sign that his lifespan was nearing its end. Although the young girl had never entered the world, her cultivation was not bad, so how could she not see this point? Their hearts ached, their eyes turned red, and they shed tears. After the heartache came anger. The girl turned and looked at the Wind Monarch who was leaning against the wall. Her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The young man beside her was also staring at the mirror with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as if he had seen a ghost. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's 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 over, it. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he shattered the void, intending to leave this place. The girl raised her hand and pinched the young man's ear with great precision, pulling him back from the void. Feeling the pain, the youth crouched beside the girl and said bitterly, "This trick again? Let's talk nicely. If you have any instructions, just say the word. I won't even frown if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. However, please show mercy and don't pull my ear. I'm in the dragon race after all. Where will my face go if word gets out? I won't be able to be a dragon in the future." The two of them looked to be about the same age, but the young man addressed her as a child. The young girl did not find it strange at all, as if it was only natural. She glanced at him, then pointed her finger at the mirrored Lord of Wind and said calmly, "I want him to live a life worse than death." The teenager blinked. "That's it? Yes or no?" The girl continued to ask. The young man patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." After saying this, he smiled and looked at the young girl in a fawning manner. The young girl looked at him for a while before slowly letting go of her hand. After regaining his freedom, the young man rubbed his ear and stared at the mirrored Lord of Wind. He gritted his teeth for a while, as if he was bearing the grudge of his ear being pulled. After a while, he smiled gently and exhaled. Speaking of fortune, Tao is fortune. Fortune is reversed and it is still fortune. Heaven is impermanent, earth is impermanent, and people are impermanent. As he spoke, he took a step forward and stepped into the mirror. His figure entered the mirror like a ripple and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the hall and landed in front of the Wind Monarch. The young man's face was like jade, and his smile was gentle and elegant. The Wind Monarch turned pale with fright. From his point of view, the appearance of the young man in front of him was too strange. It was as if he had come from the void, and there was no sign of him at all. Feng Jun squinted his eyes. Even with his ability, he couldn't see through the other party's strength. Of course, this was because he wasn't in his best condition, but it also proved that this young man was extraordinary. The young man's voice was the same as the one in the hall. How could the Wind Monarch not know that it was him? He immediately became serious and was about to ask about the young man's identity. However, the young man didn't give him a chance to speak. He still had a smile on his face. He stretched his hand forward and said softly, "Don't you think it's hot to take someone else's thing? It's time to return it to its owner." His expression was relaxed, as if he was not facing a fake emperor, but a scholar who could not even truss up a chicken. His posture was relaxed, as if he was just bending down to pick up a flower. The white and flawless hand easily penetrated the light curtain that shrouded the Wind Monarch. No matter how hard the wind-chasing wolf trampled, it didn't damage the curtain at all. Then, the young man pinched the endless hourglass in the Wind Monarch's hand. The endless hourglass was a treasure left by the great emperors. It was his biggest reliance here, and it was the center of controlling the Flowing Time Temple. He used the power of essence and blood to activate the power of the temple to protect himself. Even if the great emperors came, they couldn't do anything to him unless they destroyed the Flowing Time Temple. He had said this to Yang Kai before, and in fact, it was true. But after a short while, a young man appeared in front of him out of thin air. The young man bent down, stretched out his hand, penetrated the light curtain, and pinched the endless hourglass. How could the Wind Monarch not be shocked? Such a situation was even more frightening than if a great emperor had come in person. The great emperor was here. Even if he was very powerful, he would at least be able to see some clues when he acted. However, the young man's hand did not have the slightest bit of aura. He could not see how the young man did it at all. His mind was in a trance. His left hand became light, and the endless hourglass in his hand disappeared. When he looked up again, the young man had straightened his body. The endless hourglass had appeared in his hand, and he was looking at it with interest. In an instant, the Wind Monarch was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He only felt that the blood in his body had become cold. This is the endless hourglass. The young man played with it for a while, curled his lips, and threw the hourglass behind him as if he was throwing a piece of trash. Then, the young man's expression changed. In a split second, his gentle expression turned into a ferocious one. He kicked the Wind Monarch in the chest and cursed, "It's you, the bastard, who disturbed my cultivation. Don't you know that there is a master here? Did you ask for my permission when you came in? How dare you come in without my permission? Bastard, I'll step on you to death." The young man scolded and kicked the Wind Monarch mercilessly. The Wind Monarch was stunned. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He forced himself to activate the power of the Flowing Time Temple to protect himself, but the young man ignored the existence of the light curtain. He was trampled to the ground by the fierce kicks. A dignified fake emperor, at this moment, was like a hooligan who lost a street fight. He hugged his head and curled up on the ground, protecting his vital parts. He let the young man's big feet hit him constantly. Soon, he spat out blood and was covered with footprints. Embarrassed was not enough to describe the Wind Monarch's current state. The grief and indignation in his heart were indescribable. The sullen anger in his heart turned into a question: who is this young man? He had been here for 100 years, recovering from his injuries and refining the endless hourglass, but he did not notice that there was someone else here. Moreover, the young man had just said something about returning the endless hourglass to its rightful owner, as if the endless hourglass belonged to him. However, the endless hourglass was clearly a relic left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. How could it belong to him? Yang Kai was also a little confused. The young man suddenly appeared, took away the endless hourglass, and kicked the Wind Monarch. All of this happened in a flash. Before he could react, a young girl appeared in front of him. As soon as the young girl appeared, she grabbed the endless hourglass that the young man had thrown. It seemed that the young man knew that the young girl would appear here, so he threw the hourglass in her direction. Although the two did not communicate at all, this simple matter showed that the two of them had a tacit understanding. However, when their eyes met, Yang Kai could not help but be a little dazed. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. She pursed her red lips and looked at him, as if she was holding back her tears. What made Yang Kai dazed was not her expression at this moment, but her face. She was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not remember. However, what was certain was that the young girl did not have any hostility towards him. Instead, she gave Yang Kai a natural sense of intimacy. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a young girl he had never met before, but a family member. Zhui Feng cried out and charged at the young girl. He did not know the situation. When he saw the young girl suddenly appear, he thought that she was going to harm Yang Kai, so he naturally loyally protected him. "Stand down." Yang Kai held his chest and shouted in a low voice. Zhui Feng understood human language and immediately stopped. He looked at Yang Kai and then at the young girl. He obediently stood beside Yang Kai, not too far away, in case something unexpected happened. "You are." Yang Kai carefully looked at the young girl again. He was even more certain that he had seen her somewhere before, but he just could not remember. However, this kind of thing should be clear after asking. The young girl opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she began to cry. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably, like a broken string of pearls. Her shoulders trembled as she covered her mouth with her small hands, trying her best not to cry out loud. But how could she bear it? The more she choked up, the more she cried. Her tears gathered into a stream and dripped down her small chin. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, "If you want to cry, just cry. You'll be fine once you vent it out." Hearing this, the young girl could not help but cry out loud. While crying, she said, "Big brother." Yang Kai blinked, subconsciously thinking that he should have misheard, or the young girl called him by the wrong name. In this world, there was a person who should call him Big Brother, and that person should also be in this flowing time temple, but that little girl was only a few years old when she came in. How long has it been since then? No matter what, it was impossible for her to grow up to be so slender and elegant. But when this thought passed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression could not help but shake. He carefully looked at the young girl's face. Vaguely, he seemed to see traces of his parents. That petite nose was carved from the same mold as his mother's, and that pair of black eyebrows was 70% similar to his mother's. It could even be said that the young girl's face was similar to his own. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Shue." The young girl nodded, tears splashing, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it's Shue. It's Shue." Woo-woo. Big brother. Being recognized by Yang Kai, the young girl was so excited that she could not make a sound. She walked forward and half-knelt in front of Yang Kai. She wanted to hug Yang Kai, but seeing that Yang Kai was not in a good state, she held back. She just held her hands on Yang Kai's cheeks and whispered, "Big brother, I missed you so much. I missed father and mother." Feeling the warmth of the young girl's hands, Yang Kai fell into a trance again, feeling as if he was in a dream. How old was Yang Shue when she entered the Four Seasons realm? It had only been a few years. At most, the little girl was 10 years old this year. 10 years old, she was still a child. But how could the young girl in front of him be only 10 years old? Chapter 36:55. But the way she called him Big Brother tugged at his heartstrings. In the past, every time Yang Kai came back and went to visit his parents, the little girl would always call him that. Her crisp voice made him happy. The feeling couldn't be wrong. The girl in front of him had the same bloodline as him. This kind of connection between close relatives couldn't be faked by anyone. Therefore, Yang Kai could be sure that the girl in front of him was his only sister who would pester him every time he came back. Every time he left, she would cry and send him off. Every time he left, she would stare at his back reluctantly. Yang Shue. Yang Kai laughed, which affected his wounds. His laughter was uglier than crying. He said in surprise, "How did you?" He wanted to ask her how she suddenly grew so big, but then he remembered Feng Jun's situation. He and Feng Jun entered the Flowing Time Temple at the same time, but when he arrived here, Feng Jun had already been waiting here for 100 years. In 100 years, his injuries had healed and he had refined the endless hourglass. Feng Jun's situation could only mean that the rules of time flowing in the Flowing Time Temple were different from the outside world. Maybe it was the power of the Flowing Time Temple itself, or maybe it was the result of the restrictive spell. If Feng Jun was like this, then how many years had Yang Xiao and Yang Shue spent here since they entered a few years ago? So Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Shue choked with sobs and said, "I don't know. We have cultivated here for 500 years. 500 years. Yang Kai was speechless. No wonder the little girl suddenly became a big girl. No wonder the little girl cried as soon as she saw him. 500 years was enough for her to grow up. As a child, she left home and cultivated in solitude for 500 years. How could Yang Shui hold back her tears when she suddenly saw her close relative? Although Yang Kai was always on the move and occasionally took a long time to return home, the longest was only 20 to 30 years. What did 500 years mean? He had cultivated for only 100 years. Don't cry. Yang Kai raised his hand and wiped the tears on Yang Shui's face. But he couldn't wipe them all away. One after another fell. You're 500 years old. Why are you still like a child? As he spoke, he suddenly made a face at her. It was a game that the little girl often played when she was a child. It always made her laugh. Yang Shui laughed and laughed. I'm not a child. She looked at Yang's face and snow-white hair. Yang. Yang Kai rubbed her head and diverted her attention. You've grown up like this. Is that Xiao, over there? While speaking, he pointed to the other side. When the boy appeared, Yang Kai naturally saw him. At that time, he didn't feel anything special. He was just a little surprised that there was an outsider in the Flowing Time Temple. But he was in a bad situation and didn't care about this variable. What's more, the boy appeared to deal with the Wind Monarch. He was happy to see it. Now that Yang Shui's identity was confirmed, it was obvious who the boy was. Yang Xiao was a white dragon. He was born with a head of white hair. This characteristic wouldn't change for the rest of his life. Yang Shui didn't turn her head. She just looked at her brother and nodded. Yes, it's Xiao, her. Yang Kai chuckled. You've grown up. Suddenly, he remembered something. His face twitched slightly and he snorted. On the opposite side, Yang Xiao punched and kicked the Wind Monarch, making him vomit blood and fall to the ground. He was a dignified fake emperor. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The battle with Yang Kai had exhausted all his strength. The endless hourglass was also taken away. Not to mention Yang Xiao, even a Dao Source Realm cultivator could easily beat him. Yang Xiao beat him fiercely, but he didn't kill him. So, although the Wind Monarch was in a difficult situation, his life wasn't in danger. After finishing a set of roguish battle techniques, Yang Xiao turned around and cupped his hands to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. This child greets father. To be able to see father again in the temple, this child is overjoyed. Yang Kai was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Good child, come over here and let me take a good look at you. Yang Xiao blinked and hesitantly responded, yes. While speaking, he stepped towards Yang Kai. When he got closer, Yang Xiao bowed again. Father, please tell me what you want. Xiao, is not the same as before. I will not disappoint father. Yang Kai looked him up and down with a gratified expression. He nodded repeatedly. Good, very good. You've really grown up. It's good that you're fine. Although Yang Kai had always been certain that these two little babies entering the Flowing Time Temple was an opportunity, it was still related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance, so Yang Kai had been somewhat worried. Seeing them safe and sound, seeing them grow up into adults, Yang Kai felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Finally, he could answer to the two elders of the dragon race and his parents. It was a simple sentence, but it made Yang Zhao's eyes redden. He seemed to be touched and affectionately called out, Father. Although he was a member of the dragon race, he was hatched by Yang Kai and then left the dragon island with Yang Kai. It could be said that compared to his real parents, this father in front of him gave him a closer feeling. Come closer. Yang Kai leaned against the wall and waved at him. His voice was weak. Yang Xiao took a few steps closer, bent down, and moved his head closer. Caught off guard, Yang Kai slapped him on the forehead. Yang Xiao was hit and staggered a step back. He covered his head with his hand and looked aggrieved. "Father, why did you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "What do you think?" Yang Shao rolled his eyes and grinned. "Father must think that I am not good at cultivation and slapped me on the forehead as a warning. I will remember this. I will work hard in the future and won't let you down." As for why Kai Yang had hit him, he was naturally very clear. Before he had appeared, he had cursed out, "Which bastard." Although it had been unintentional, it had still included Kai Yang. As a son, cursing his father, how could that be? That was why he went to find trouble with the Wind Monarch as soon as he showed up. That was why he hesitated when Yang Kai called him over. That was why Yang Kai hit him now. With Yang Kai's current state, how could he hit Yang Shao? Yang Shao did not dodge. This slap could be considered a lesson for the time being, and the matter was over. Yang Shao naturally understood this layer of thinking. After being slapped, he smiled cheekily, but his heart was much more relaxed. Yang Shao asked, "Father, how did you come in?" Old Pauper said that other than him, no one else would come to this place. That old guy is too unreliable. Oh right, who is that guy over there? He looks very powerful. He only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being beaten up by me. TSK, such cultivation, such a physique. Shut up. Yang Shui suddenly glared at him. Yang Shao immediately shut up. He reached out and pulled his mouth from left to right, as if he was sewing his mouth with an invisible force. "Big brother, let me help you heal first." Yang Shui supported Yang Kai and helped him sit up straight. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After being interrupted by Yang Shao, she stopped crying, but her eyes were swollen like peaches. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "My injuries are fine. I don't need your help." His injuries weren't ordinary injuries. His lifespan had been taken away. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to help him. If he wanted to live, he had to save himself. He had to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This way, his lifespan would be increased. Or he could go and find some treasures that could increase his lifespan. With the High Heaven Palace's current strength, it wasn't difficult to find these things. However, there was a limit to how much these treasures could increase one's lifespan. What Yang Kai needed to do was to break through to the level of a pseudo-emperor within this limited lifespan. Yang Shui said, "Don't worry, big brother. I can heal your injuries." Yang Kai was stunned. However, seeing that she had a card up her sleeve, he didn't want to disappoint her. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, let me see what you've been cultivating for the past 500 years. Yang Shui pursed her lips and smiled. "I won't let you down, big brother." Saying so, she sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. She held the endless hourglass in her left hand and made a series of hand seals with her right hand. As she changed her hand seals, her emperor chi surged. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. First Order Emperor Realm. In 500 years, Yang Shui had cultivated to the First Order Emperor Realm. It wasn't too fast and couldn't be compared to his cultivation speed, but compared to most people in the Emperor Realm, it was already a blessing from the heavens. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's face turned cold. It was because Yang Shui was emitting a very familiar principal strength. Under the influence of this principal strength, his perception became extremely fuzzy. Time principles. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If this kind of principal strength appeared on Yang Shao, he wouldn't be so surprised. In the past, Yang Shao had some special performances, and it was because of those performances that Xiongqi took the initiative to bring him into the Four Seasons realm and let him receive the inheritance and mantle of the flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors. However, Yang Shui also cultivated the time principles, and from the looks of it, her attainments in the time principles were extremely good, which shocked Yang Kai. How could the time principles be cultivated by just anyone? This was an existence on par with the space principles, and to a certain extent, the time principles were more difficult to cultivate than the space principles. Yang Zhao's time principles were inherited, but what about Yang Shui's time principles? But no matter what the reason was, in the past 500 years, these two children must have had their own opportunities in this flowing time temple. This was something that others couldn't ask for, nor could they envy. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost, but it wasn't because the little girl had suddenly grown up and made progress in her cultivation. It was just that as her big brother, he didn't seem to have fulfilled his responsibility to take care of and protect his little sister. Even in Yang Shui's childhood, there were very few memories of him. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had become a big girl, and she could heal and take care of him. Chapter 36-56. When Yang Xiao first appeared and took the endless hourglass from the Wind Monarch, the connection between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai was cut off. However, when Yang Shui activated her spell, this layer of connection was reconnected. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could be sensed clearly. It was as if his life depended on the endless hourglass. Yang Shui didn't flip the hourglass like the Wind Monarch. Instead, she pointed at the hourglass. In an instant, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rolled and danced in the air. They broke through the restrictions of the hourglass and turned into a small sand current, spinning above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This meant that Yang Shui could activate the power of the Great Emperor's treasure. But he didn't see any trace of Yang Shui refining the hourglass. How did she do it? What's more, the hourglass had always been in the Wind Monarch's hands. The Wind Monarch had refined it here for 100 years before he could activate the power of the hourglass. But it was still limited. But Yang Shui was much stronger than the Wind Monarch. The small sand current turned 3 times and poured into the top of Yang Kai's head. It was as if they were invisible and poured into his body. Yang Kai's body shook, then he was overjoyed. Because when the 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rushed into the top of his head, he clearly felt his lost lifespan quickly returning. He raised his hand. His withered skin recovered its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood gradually became plump. This was a change visible to the naked eye. What was invisible to the naked eye was that his body gained some strength out of nowhere. His declining qi and blood were recovering. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He spent a lot of effort and almost died together with the Wind Monarch. At that time, he didn't think too much. He just felt that the endless hourglass couldn't be taken out by the Wind Monarch. Even if he died here, he wouldn't hesitate. But afterward, he was really a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. But after he died, what would happen to the sealed world bead? What would happen to the demon territory? What would happen to the billions of creatures in the star boundary? And his family and friends, so he was afraid. But now, the lost lifespan was returned to him by the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He no longer had to worry about his death. With his lifespan restored, Yang Kai's injury star boundary was much better. He was no longer in a state of exhaustion, he was full of energy. Yang Shui's expression was extremely serious, and some small beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Obviously, this was not a small burden on her. After a stick of incense worth of time, her body began to tremble slightly and her face became extremely pale. Only then did she suddenly change her hand seals. Yang Kai only felt an itch all over his body as tiny grains of sand flew out from his pores. Looking at them carefully, what else could they be but flowing time divine sand? With Yang Shui's guidance, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand returned to the hourglass. Yang Shui took a few deep breaths. She waved her hand in front of Yang Kai like she was performing a magic trick. Immediately, a mirror appeared, reflecting Yang Kai's current appearance. She smiled and said, "Big brother, look at your current appearance. Are you satisfied with it?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and examined it carefully. There were some changes in his face, but they were negligible. At most, he was 5 or 6 years older. However, his hair was a little white, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Yang Shui sighed. This is the best I can do now. In the future, when Xiao, and I completely refine the endless hourglass, we can get back all the lifespan you lost. Good, good. Yang Kai was already very satisfied. He was originally in a state where he was about to die of old age. Now that he had recovered to his prime, how could he not be satisfied? Yang Shui's methods caused him to be extremely shocked. However, he knew in his heart that this wasn't Yang Shui's method, but the endless hourglass. A treasure left behind by a great emperor, its power was truly unfathomable. Previously, the Wind Monarch had only unleashed a drop in the ocean of this treasure's power. After saying that, he asked again, how many years of lifespan did I lose? Yang Shui's eyes turned red again. She said softly, a few hundred years. Her face was full of self-blame. If she worked harder, she might be able to get back all of her big brother's lifespan. She only regretted that her cultivation was not enough and that she could not refine it. Yang Kai laughed and patted her head. A few hundred years is just right. How can a big brother be younger than his little sister? As he spoke, he was about to stand up. Big brother, don't be in a hurry to move. You should first check yourself to see if there are any hidden dangers. Yang Shui held him down and turned to look at the Wind Monarch, who was curled up on the ground like a dead dog. Her phoenix eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. Leave this person to me and shower. It was the first time Yang Kai had seen the little girl so murderous. When she was only a few years old, even if she was annoyed, she would only pretend to be fierce and cute. Now that she had suddenly grown up and revealed her murderous intent, Yang Kai was really not used to it. However, she was his little sister after all. He liked her no matter how he looked at her. Hearing this, he smiled and said, okay, but don't kill him. Keeping him alive is still useful. Yang Shui looked back at him and smiled. Don't worry. If Shui wants him to live, he can't die even if he wants to. After saying this, she looked up at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao grinned. I'll do whatever little aunt says. Clenching his fists, he walked toward the Wind Monarch amidst the crackling sounds. The Wind Monarch's body and mind were cold, and his hands and feet were cold. Although he was not in good condition, at least his hearing was still there. The conversation between Yang Kai, Yang Shui, and Yang Xiao had entered his ears. How could he not know that the boy and girl who suddenly appeared were Yang Kai's people? This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The ship was late and met with a headwind. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been taken away, the shrine guardian was gone, and the enemy had 2 fierce characters. What chance did he have of winning? He was also traumatized by Yang Zhao's beating just now. Therefore, when he noticed that Yang Xiao was walking toward him with a malicious look, the Wind Monarch hurriedly said, I would rather die than be humiliated. Give me a quick death. I will wait for you on the road to hell. Yang Xiao grinned. You trash. Didn't you hear what my little aunt said? If she wants you to live, you can't die even if you want to. He bent down and raised his hand, lifting the Wind Monarch up like a dead dog. On the other side, Yang Shui didn't even look back. She pointed her finger, and a dark light shot out from her fingertip and hit the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch's expression changed instinctively. He thought that the other party was going to kill him. However, he soon calmed down. Falling into the enemy's hands, dying a quick death was better than being tortured. But when the dark light entered the Wind Monarch's body, he was surprised. Because there was dark energy hidden in the light. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it was also very beneficial to him. The Wind Monarch could clearly feel that his injuries were recovering quickly. The wounds caused by Yang Xiao were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some strength was gradually growing in his body. But it was not enough to break free from Yang Xiao's grasp. He struggled a few times, but it was to no avail. Yang Xiao grinned at him. A good show is about to begin. Please enjoy it. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and smashed the Wind Monarch to the ground. Yang Xiao was a dragon race and was born with great strength. He had cultivated in the Flowing Time Temple for 500 years and obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. His strength could already be considered as a strong master. When he smashed the Wind Monarch, there was a rumbling sound. The Wind Monarch fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body arched. Yang Xiao rushed forward. His fists turned into shadows and smashed on the Wind Monarch's body. He did not use too much strength. He only activated a little bit of his physical strength. Every punch caused the Wind Monarch great pain, but it did not harm his life. After a while, the Wind Monarch was beaten like a dead dog. He was only breathing out air. Fortunately, he was a fake emperor and had a strong vitality. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Yang Xiao. But then again, Yang Xiao wanted to keep him at the edge of life and death. If he really died, there would be no way for him to avenge his father and little aunt. When Yang Xiao stopped, Yang Shui flicked another dark light into the Wind Monarch's body. Just like before, the Wind Monarch's injuries improved and his strength recovered. For a moment, he was a little shocked. Again. Yang Xiao yelled and pounced on Yi Shiwen. Another round of punches, Yang Kai was also amazed. 2 times, Yang Shui had only shot out a dark light and the Wind Monarch had such obvious changes. With his eyesight, he could not see the mystery behind it. He could not help but frown and ask, is it a healing technique? Yang Shui had been staring at her big brother without blinking, as if she could not get enough of him. Hearing this, she smiled and said, it's not healing, but it has a healing effect. Then what is it? Time reversal. Yang Shui saw that Yang Kai was interested and immediately explained with enthusiasm, back then, Uncle Cheongqi wanted to take Xiao to the Four Seasons realm. He said that Xiao was born with extraordinary talent and was a good candidate to cultivate the law of time. He came here to accept the inheritance of the great emperors. At that time, I was still young and at the age where I wanted to play, so I wanted to go with Xiao. Uncle Cheongqi could not persuade me and could only agree. Sister Lu Yen also accompanied me to protect me, so we came here together. After explaining the past, Yang Shui continued, Xiao was indeed gifted and was the best candidate to cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, but he could not control his temper. It just so happened that I was there, so we often played here together. Later, after a long time, I began to miss my parents and you, so I clamored to go back. However, it was easy to enter the Four Seasons realm, but difficult to leave, so I was trapped here. Sister Lu Yen taught me how to cultivate, and it was peaceful for a while. My cultivation gradually entered a good state, so I discussed our cultivation with Xiao. Then I found that what he cultivated was very simple for me. Uncle Cheongqi was also surprised when he learned about it. After several tests, he found that I could also cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, so from that time on, I studied the law of time with Xiao until today. However, Xiao and I have different research directions. Xiao cultivates the future, while I cultivate the past. While speaking, Yang Shui raised her hand again and pointed at the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch had just been ravaged by Yang Xiao, so with this finger, he recovered a lot. Yang Shui said with a smile, that's it. To a certain extent, I can turn back time. His current state is the state he was in after his battle with you, big brother. Chapter 36-57. The past was the past, the future was the present, and the past was the universe. The legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was divided into two. Yang Shao and Yang Shui each comprehended one, and each had their own good fortune. They could both be considered as the disciples of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors. Because Yang Shui cultivated the power of the past, she could turn back time to a certain extent. Just like the technique she used on the Wind Lord, and just like the technique she used on Yang Kai before. Using the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Shui restored Yang Kai's lost lifespan. Wasn't this also a form of turning back time? Using the power of the hourglass, Yang Shui was able to turn back the Wind Lord's body condition to a certain period of time. Seeing the shock in Yang Kai's eyes, the little girl chuckled. Although this technique isn't weak, it has its limits. With my power, I can't bring someone back from the dead. I can't even do anything about some fatal injuries. She seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, so she said this. Yang Kai nodded. When he heard that she could turn back time, Yang Kai's first thought was to bring the dead back to life. If the law of time was really so powerful, once someone died in front of Yang Shui, wouldn't she be able to bring the dead back to life? If that was the case, then this power would be too precious. However, after hearing Yang Shui's words, he realized that this was a fantasy. If the law of time was really so heaven-defying, then the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. He, who truly controlled the law of time, should have lived as long as the heavens and the earth. A cultivator cultivated against the heavens, but he had to follow the heavens. Interfering with life and death was beyond the scope of a cultivator's ability. Yang Shui continued, because we cultivated the inheritance of the great emperors, Shao and I can control this thing. She was obviously referring to the endless hourglass in her hand. When Yang Shao appeared, he took the endless hourglass from the Wind Lord's hand like a snail. Yang Shui directly activated the power of the endless hourglass without any trace of sacrificial refining. All of this was related to their cultivation in the past few hundred years. They cultivated the orthodox inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. The endless hourglass was the original treasure of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. It was originally left here for their inheritors, so they naturally could use it easily. This was something that the Wind Lord couldn't compare to. Even if the Wind Lord spent 100 years to refine it, he still wouldn't be able to match up to it. Speaking of the endless hourglass, a trace of guilt appeared on Yang Shui's face. Shao and I had long known that there was such an item in the shrine. However, Uncle Cheong Chi had said that we had to wait until our cultivation had reached a certain level before going to retrieve the treasure. Who knew that it would cause Big Brother to suffer? It's not your fault. I deserve this. Yang Kai waved his hand. Previously, he blamed Xiongqi in his heart for not taking the inheritance of the great emperors and letting outsiders take advantage of it. He also suffered a great loss in front of this treasure. However, now it seemed that Xiongqi's actions weren't unreasonable. The endless hourglass was the inheritance of the great emperors. Although it was left for the fated ones, if they touched this thing too early, it wouldn't be good for Yang Shao and Yang Shui's cultivation. Only when they had a solid foundation could they use this treasure as they wished. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cultivate well and would lose themselves in front of the treasure's power, which would then affect their cultivation. Yang Shui frowned and looked back at the Wind Monarch who was being brutally beaten by Yang Shao. Puzzled, she asked, "Big Brother, do you know how this person entered the shrine and refined this treasure?" Logically speaking, the Flowing Time Temple had been closed for a long time. Unless they opened it from the inside, no one could open the entrance to the shrine. But now, not only did someone open the shrine, but they also took the endless hourglass and refined it. This made Yang Shui a little confused. If it was just refining the endless hourglass, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the battle between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai, the Wind Monarch was forced to urge the power of the hourglass to stimulate the power of the shrine's protection. Under the Wind Monarch's fierce attack, the entire Flowing Time Temple was shaken. This awakened Yang Xiao and Yang Shui from their cultivation. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have known that so many things had happened inside the shrine. However, it was also thanks to the Wind Monarch's actions. Otherwise, Yang Kai would really have to hide in the small sealed world bead to survive. Yang Kai sighed and briefly recounted his encounter with the Wind Monarch and Mo Tian Dao, focusing on the existence of the remains of the great emperors. Yang Shui frowned when she heard this. She then raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Who else could it be but that old bastard Qiongqi? However, this guy was still in a deep sleep, just like when Yang Kai found him. His snores were deafening. Yang Shui explained, when Shao and I cultivated the time principles, the flowing time temple would be affected. Occasionally, there would be a space-time distortion, so Uncle Qiongqi asked Shao and I to place a seal on him and Sister Lu Yan. That way, they wouldn't be able to sense the passage of time. After all, the two little girls had been cultivating here for hundreds of years, and Qiongqi and Lu Yan had nothing to do here, so waiting around was quite boring. After being sealed, they would be able to dream for 1,000 years, which was much better than waiting idly. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't wake up Lu Yan and Qiongqi before. Yang Shui stretched out a white jade finger and gently pressed it on Qiongqi's big forehead. She shouted softly, "Release." As her jade hand pressed down, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. Yang Shui stopped and waited. After a few breaths, Qiongqi's snores gradually stopped. His eyelids trembled a few times, and then his eyes slowly opened. A fierce aura instantly swept in all directions. After sleeping for hundreds of years, Qiongqi was obviously still in a daze, but after his vision slowly focused, he saw Yang Shui and Yang Kai. He couldn't help but be startled. His huge body twisted and changed, turning into a fierce-looking guy. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would definitely think that this guy was not a good person. But then again, Qiongqi was not a good person. How could the name of the ancient divine spirit be a rumor? Greetings, young master. Why is young master here? Qiongqi looked fierce, but his words were polite. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't mention young master anymore." When Qiongqi was being chased by Li Wui and Jiu Feng from Spirit Beast Island, he happened to meet Yang Kai outside the Sky Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He wanted to use Yang Kai's name to get rid of his crisis. After some words, he became Yang Kai's young master. Of course, it was because he was seeking protection, but it was also because Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now it seemed that this title had to be changed. After all, it was not Yang Kai who had inherited the mantle of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, but Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Qiongqi also understood. After pondering for a while, he changed his title and said, "Why is Old Master here?" He was promoted from young master to old master in an instant. Yang Kai was speechless. But thinking about it carefully, the flowing time Great Emperor was the only master of the old Qiong. Since Yang Shui and Yang Xiao had become the disciples of the great emperors, then they were his young masters. Yang Kai was Yang Zhao's adoptive father and Yang Shui's elder brother. It was not wrong to call him old master. Not wanting to dwell on this, Yang Kai said, "Let Shui tell you." Although most of his lifespan had returned to his body, the fierce battle had exhausted him. He would not be able to recover without 10 days to half a month of rest. Yang Shui knew about her elder brother's situation, so she immediately told him everything. Hearing that the guy called Feng Jun had actually held the remains of the great emperors, laid down a great formation, and urged the power of the remains to summon the flowing time temple. After being destroyed by Yang Kai, he used the remains to break through the void and escape into the temple. After obtaining the endless hourglasses, Qiongqi could not help but frown. The process of the matter was not complicated. Yang Shui explained it clearly in a few words. If there was anything that Yang Kai did not understand, he would add on. After that, young Shui said, Uncle Cheongqi, Shui wants to know why Master's remains are wandering outside, and where is his tomb. The flowing time great emperors, had already fallen. This was known to all. Everyone thought that the tomb of the great emperors was in the flowing time temple, but only Cheongqi, Yang Shao, and Yang Shui knew that there was no tomb of the great emperors in the temple. There was only the inheritance of the great emperors in the temple. As the disciple of the great emperors, Yang Shui now had the responsibility and obligation to understand this. If not for other reasons, at the very least, she and Yang Shao had to pay tribute to the legacy of the great emperors. Hearing this, Cheongqi slowly shook his head. The old master does not have a tomb. Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean? Yang Shui also looked at him inquiringly. If there was no tomb, then where did the Wind Lord get the remains of the great emperors? He couldn't have just picked them up from the roadside, right? Cheongqi said in a deep voice, I didn't want to tell you this so early, but since we've come to this point, it's useless to hide it. After a pause, Cheongqi continued, back then, the old master was a genius and broke through the law of time. It only took him 1,000 years to prove the great Tao, gain the recognition of this world, and become the great emperors. When the old master was still alive, he could be said to be in the limelight and invincible in the world. Invincibility is the loneliest. The old master focused on cultivation, had no partner, and had no children. Together with me, he stayed in the flowing time temple. After a few thousand years, the old master suddenly came out of the secret room and told me that he had comprehended the Tao of mystery from outside the universe, and that he was going to travel the universe. He ordered me to guard the temple and wait for his return. The old Cheong naturally obeyed the old master's order and stayed in the temple. After a few hundred years. At this point, Cheongqi's frown deepened, and his pair of fierce eyes flashed with some fear, which surprised Yang Shui and Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him. Cheongqi was the ancient divine spirit, and had accompanied the great emperors of the flowing time temple for countless years. What in this world could make him afraid? Even if there were other great emperors in front of him, he would not show such an expression. But in fact, there was a trace of fear in the old Cheong's eyes, and even his voice trembled slightly. After a few hundred years, one day, the endless hourglass suddenly broke through the sky and returned to the temple. There was a remnant of the old master in the hourglass. The remnant of the old master was unclear, but the meaning behind it could not be clearer. There was great danger outside the universe, and the old master had fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body went cold and goosebumps covered his entire body. Chapter 36-58. Since ancient times, there had not been many great emperors in the star boundary. Due to the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, there would never be more than 10 great emperors coexisting at the same time. After all, the astral plane had a long history. Over the course of countless years, one era would be annihilated and another would rise. When the previous era ended, a new one would take over. However, among the generations of great emperors, only 2 great emperors were far stronger than others. One was the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, who had killed 4 great emperors in succession in the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, and the other was the flowing time great emperor, who controlled the great emperors of time. Wukong was not dead, he was still alive. His soul had entered Duan Hongchen's body, and the 2 souls had merged into one body. Right now, nobody knew where he was, free and unfettered. But the souls of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had already dispersed and scattered. In terms of time, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor proved their Tao far before Wukong. There was a saying in the star boundary that if the flowing time great emperor and the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were in the same era, these 2 would definitely have a fierce battle. No one could judge who was stronger and who was weaker. However, it was precisely such an existence who comprehended the Tao of profound mysteries outside the universe while in seclusion. After roaming the universe for a few hundred years, he perished and his Tao vanished. Only his natal treasure, the endless hourglass, tore through space and returned. What dangers were there outside of the universe? Even the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor couldn't withstand it. In the universe, there were 3,000 boundless worlds. The star boundary was one of the worlds in this universe. The demon territory was also one of the worlds in this universe. Where did the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor go when they roamed the universe? What did he encounter? No one knew, not even Qiongqi. After the endless hourglass returned, Qiongqi was unable to suppress his grief. He wanted to come out of seclusion to avenge his old master, but he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were. How could he take revenge? He could only bitterly guard the flowing time temple, waiting for the right person to appear and pass down the mantle of the great emperors. Only in this way could he live up to the old master's wishes before he left. At this point, Qiongqi's expression was somewhat guilty. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Old Qiong, you're not kind. Yang Shui was extremely intelligent. How could she not guess what Qiongqi was feeling guilty about? Naturally, she also understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. After obtaining the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor, they had become the disciples of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It was reasonable for them to shoulder their master's revenge. That was why Yang Kai said that old Qiong was not kind. He smiled slightly and said, Shui and Shao were able to obtain the mantle of the master. This is both an opportunity and a blessing. The master's matter is our matter as disciples. Big brother, you don't have to be like this. Yang Kai frowned. On second thought, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had fallen outside of the universe. Now, although Yang Shui and Yang Shao had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors, if they wanted to avenge the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, they would need to cultivate for many years. At the very least, they would need to have the ability to travel the universe like the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Who knew how long that would take, so it was meaningless to dwell on this now. And then? Yang Shui looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi shook his head. There is no later. I thought that the old master had fallen outside of the universe. When the endless hourglass returned, I also went out of the flowing time temple to investigate, but I found nothing. Now, it seems that the old master's remains have returned to the star boundary, but this old servant didn't investigate thoroughly. If that wasn't the case, then where did the Wind Monarch obtain the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? While speaking, Qiongqi turned his head to look at the Wind Monarch. Yang Shui also looked over. The task of finding the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor would fall on the Wind Monarch. While Yang Shui, Yang Kai, and Qiongqi were talking, her hands weren't idle. From time to time, she would turn back time, so that the Wind Monarch wouldn't be injured too badly and die immediately. For the Wind Monarch, this was simply torture worse than death. Although Yang Shao didn't use his full strength, his control was just right. Every time he was beaten to the brink of death, a mysterious light would shoot out from the girl's hand, and an invisible force would pull him back from the brink of death. Then, he would be beaten up by Yang Shao. The Wind Monarch had cultivated for so many years, but he had never thought that there could be such a vicious method of torture in this world. He had been on the brink of death for so many times, and the great fear and panic of death had completely swallowed him up. This was truly a situation where he couldn't live or die. Although he was a fake emperor, he couldn't maintain his original heart. At this moment, his body was shivering like a quail in the cold winter, and his eyes were full of terror as he looked at Yang Shao. Yang Shao naturally heard their conversation. At this moment, he reached out to grab the Wind Monarch's collar, pulled him up to his face, and glared at him fiercely, "Answer whatever I ask you. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut open your abdomen and take out your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs one by one. Then, I will soak them in wine and let you eat them. You have seen my aunt's methods. Believe me, even if she takes out all your internal organs, she can still keep you alive. You can live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years." The Wind Monarch's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his body was covered with big footprints. When Yang Xiao was talking, he couldn't help but think of the scene where his internal organs were eaten. He immediately shivered and nodded weakly. So what if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor? When the unbearable torture broke through the psychological defense, the fake emperor's performance wouldn't be any better. "Where did you get that skeleton?" Yang Xiao didn't waste time and went straight to the point. The Wind Monarch opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. He said the 2 words, Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea was vast, and islands were scattered all over the place. There were quite a few spiritual islands, and the most famous ones were the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any spiritual islands and sects in the Eastern Sea. On the contrary, there were quite a few spiritual islands and sects that depended on them. It was just that their sharpness was overshadowed by the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. 300,000 kilometers away from the Spirit Beast Island, there was one that went to the Lu Island, and there was one that went to the Lu sect. It was a small sect, and there were only 200 to 300 people in the sect, from the sect master to the disciples. There were countless small sects like this in the Eastern Sea. The Lu sect hadn't been established for a long time, just over 1,000 years. However, because it was located overseas, it was rich in resources and was able to survive. It had once encountered a crisis and was almost exterminated. The Wind Monarch was one of the disciples of the Lu sect. He was born overseas and was chosen by an elder on the Lu Island. However, his cultivation talent could only be described as so-so. When he went to the Lu sect, his junior brothers and junior sisters who entered the sect later than him were all much more powerful than him. The elders in the sect didn't have high hopes for him, so they didn't bother to care about him. The Wind Monarch was very free. Other than doing his homework, he would play and play. He loved to dive and swim. Before he started cultivating, he could hold his breath underwater for 30 minutes and dive 100 feet down. After he started cultivating, he was even more incredible. He could easily dive 1,000 feet into the sea. He found the remains of the great emperors in the depths of the sea when he was diving. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but later on, he found out that the remains were extraordinary. He was careful and didn't report this matter to the sect. He only spent his free time studying and playing with the skeleton. He didn't know why, but since he obtained the skeleton, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his realm had soared all the way. However, no one discovered this except for him. Even the elder who led him into the sect didn't notice it. Although he didn't know the reason, he vaguely guessed that his changes were related to the remains. Naturally, he treated it more like a treasure. Gradually, his cultivation far surpassed the others. It would be fine if that was all, but later on, something happened that made him go crazy overnight. A demon grew in his heart and he slaughtered the entire Lu Island. After doing this, he didn't dare to stay for long. He fled the Eastern Sea and lived in seclusion for many years. The demon territory invaded, and the demonic path rose. He took the initiative to surrender and became one of the 4 great monarchs under the Path Master, his name spreading far and wide. He had been playing with the remains of a great emperor for so many years, and was also a false emperor elite. Naturally, he could tell that the remains were extraordinary. He was also loyal, and after joining the demonic heavenly path, he offered the remains to the Night Shadow Great Emperor, Kenyi. Kenyi was very impressive. He could see the origins of the remains of the great emperors at a glance, and naturally praised the Wind Monarch. Originally, Kenyi planned to come personally. Although he was one of the great emperors, in terms of reputation and strength, he was probably not as good as the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He naturally cared about the things of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, before this, Yi had to guard the passage between the two worlds, so he couldn't spare any time. After Yang Kai returned from the demon domain and sealed the passage between the two worlds, the demon race was in an abyss of suffering, so he couldn't leave. Helpless, he handed the remains back to the Wind Monarch and ordered him to make the trip. Originally, everything was done quietly, but who knew that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse, and Yang Kai would ruin everything. The Great Array was destroyed, and the Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the Four Seasons realm. The Wind Monarch could only escape here and refine the Endless Hourglass, then use it to control the Flowing Time Temple. After that, it was a life and death battle with Yang Kai. Even now, he couldn't understand how a mere third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator could fight him to the point where both sides were injured. In the end, he even provoked the two freaks, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, and even Qiongqi. The Wind Monarch felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Even if he died now, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. After asking for the reason, Qiongqi frowned. Only one remains. The Wind Monarch weakly replied, only one. At this point, the Wind Monarch could only say whatever he wanted. If he said that there was only one, then there should only be one. Have you ever gone back to take a look over the years? Yes. The Wind Monarch coughed softly, blood constantly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He looked like he would die at any moment. Since I saw the remains of the great emperors, I naturally went back to investigate carefully, but I didn't find much. You should still remember that place, right? Yang Shui asked. The Wind Monarch gently nodded. Take us there. Yang Shui stared at him. This matter was of great importance, so she and Yang Xiao had to go there personally to feel at ease. The Wind Monarch couldn't find the other remains, but that didn't mean she and Yang Xiao couldn't. After all, they had received the inheritance of the great emperors and could sense it. If there were other remains of the great emperors at the bottom of the sea, as long as they were within a certain range, they would definitely be able to find them. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The Wind Monarch naturally agreed on the spot. Chapter 36:59. Yang Shui turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, Big brother, wait for me here for 10 years. After 10 years, I will come out of seclusion. Yang Kai raised his hand and rubbed her head, Big brother will wait for you. If it was in the outside world, 10 years would be too long, but this was the Flowing Time Temple, where the principle of time flowed. 10 years here would not be long in the outside world. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to study a new secret technique. The Wind Monarch was at death's door and was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. Even if he was a fake emperor, he had to be obedient after entering the small sealed world, not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to make any waves. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went back to their seclusion. The little girl asked Yang Kai to wait for her for 10 years. She did not say what she wanted to do, but from her mysterious appearance, it was obvious that something good was going to happen. Before leaving, Yang Kai woke Lu Yen up. When the master and servant saw each other again, they were naturally happy. In the main hall, Yang Kai informed Lu Yen and Qiongqi about the recent situation in the star boundary. When they entered the Four Seasons realm together, the demon race had not yet invaded, so they did not know the situation in the outside world. When they first heard that the star boundary was in such a situation, both Lu Yen and Qiongqi were shocked. This matter was too sudden for them. They had just entered the Flowing Time Temple to sleep, but who knew that the star boundary would be in deep trouble? Qiongqi would definitely follow Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to assist them in the future, so it was necessary for him to understand the current situation in the star boundary, lest the two children would be confused about the outside world when they came out of seclusion. The conversation did not take much time. A few days later, Yang Kai found a secret room and went into seclusion. Previously, in the demon territory, he used the sealed world bead to devour the continents in the demon territory, but the more he devoured, the more problems came. The world principles in the third territory were gradually perfected and had a tendency to devour and assimilate the second territory. The reason was that the world principles in the second territory were relatively low level, making it difficult for them to resist the invasion of the third territory. This was the same principle as water flowing to lower places. When there was more water in the third territory, it would naturally flow to the second territory. In the second territory, Yang Kai had devoured several cultivation stars in the lower plane star territory, forming a territory. There were several creatures living on the cultivation stars, and if left alone, those creatures would definitely be demonized. This kind of demonization was not like the demonization of demon heaven Taoist. Those creatures were weak, and once infected by the demonic qi, they would become mindless walking corpses. Those were creatures living on 3 cultivation stars, and the number was difficult to calculate. The demon territory had to be devoured, but the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars could not be left alone. Otherwise, what difference would there be between Yang Kai and an executioner? If such a thing really happened, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. It just so happened that the devouring in the demon territory could no longer continue, so he brought Yu Rumeng and the others back to the star boundary. If this matter was not resolved, the continents in the demon territory could no longer be devoured. The solution was not difficult, and the root of the problem lay with those creatures. He just needed to transfer those creatures out of the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was the master of Hengluo star field, and in the star territory, there were many cultivation stars suitable for habitation and cultivation. As long as those creatures were brought back to Hengluo star field and transferred to other cultivation stars, it would be enough. This method was the simplest, but it was not easy to implement. In the lower plane star territory, there were indeed many cultivation stars, but each cultivation star had its own complete set of systems. If a large number of outsiders were rashly sent, it might cause some turmoil. Take a city for example. This city originally only had 100,000 people living in it, and although there was friction and fighting, it could be considered a peaceful life, but if 20,000 outsiders suddenly joined this city, everything might be in chaos. It would be best if he could find an uninhabited cultivation star, but this was basically impossible. All the cultivation stars in the star territory had basically been explored. So, Yang Kai chose the second method, which was to separate the second territory from the small sealed world bead and make it a new world of its own. In this way, the crisis of it being swallowed by the third territory could be avoided. The second territory was swallowed by the sealed world bead, and since it could be swallowed, it could also be separated. However, this was a bit difficult for Yang Kai. Separating a world was tantamount to recreating the universe and refining the world. This method was even more difficult than Li Wu-yi refining Indefinite Mountain. However, if he succeeded, it would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation of the Tao of Space, enough to make his attainments in the Tao of Space world-shaking. It was difficult, but it also had huge benefits, so Yang Kai was naturally eager to try. What's more, even if it didn't work, he could still transfer those creatures to various cultivation stars. At worst, he could just run to a few more cultivation stars and settle down a few fewer people on each cultivation star. Creating the universe and refining the heavens and earth, Li Wu-yi had already done so. Boundless Mountain was his masterpiece, so to a certain extent, what Yang Kai wanted to do was the same as refining Boundless Mountain. Indefinite Mountain originally belonged to the star boundary, but Li Wu-yi separated it from the star boundary and refined it into a small sealed world. The second territory was originally a small sealed world, but Yang Kai also wanted to separate it and refine it into a small sealed world. The experience of the seniors could be used as a reference. Indefinite Mountain was no longer in his hands. In order to repair the Universe Tower, it had been contributed to Star Soul Palace, but Li Wu-yi had given Yang Kai a jade slip in addition to Indefinite Mountain. That jade slip contained Li Wu-yi's various insights on creating the universe and refining the world. It could be said to be his highest attainments in space principles. A small jade slip was tantamount to a peerless treasure for Yang Kai. He didn't have the time to investigate it before, so he planned to study it properly after going to the lower star territory, but now, he had 10 years to use, so how could he waste it? So Yang Kai went into secluded cultivation. The jade slip contained the essence of Li Wuyi's life of cultivation. Yang Kai was fascinated by it and soon entered a state of selflessness. In the flowing time temple, the principles of time pervaded. This was the legacy of the great emperors, not the work of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, but it was more or less related to them. They obtained the inheritances of the great emperors and cultivated the secret arts of the great emperors, which would stimulate the barriers in the flowing time temple and make the principles of time flow, making the time here different from the outside world. This kind of inheritance was not inexhaustible. Once the flowing time force was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer have such a miraculous effect. But for Kai Yang, these 10 years were nothing but a waste of time. Nothing happened for 10 years. Qiongqi and Lu Yan did not come to disturb him, Yang Shao and Yang Shui were also working hard, and Yang Kai was immersed in the jade slip, unable to extricate himself. Only Win Chui was restless. After Yang Kai summoned him, he was not very willing to return to the small sealed world as there was no one to play with him. Over the past 10 years, he had been following Qiongqi and Lu Yan. All three of them were divine spirits. Although their origins were different, they could be said to have hit it off and gradually became familiar with each other. From Yang Kai, Qiongqi and Lu Yan also knew that Win Chui was a strange beast in the territory of the demon realm. Although its intelligence was not high, its strength was not bad. They had fought many times over the past 10 years, so they knew each other's abilities like the back of their hands. However, such a strange beast was only the mount of the demon saint in the demon territory. Qiongqi and Lu Yan had a slight understanding of the strength of the demon saint. 10 years later, one day, the quiet flowing time temple suddenly buzzed. The sound was dull, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Yang Kai, who was meditating, was alarmed and gradually came back to his senses. He released his divine sense to check the surroundings. The next moment, Yang Shui's clear voice sounded in his ear, "Big brother, wait a moment. Shao and I will be done soon." Yang Kai heard this and knew that the temple's abnormality was because of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, so he was relieved and continued to study the jade slip. The little girl said, "Soon," and soon, a month had passed. The temple's abnormality lasted for a whole month. Every day, every moment, the flowing time temple buzzed endlessly. Occasionally, a profound light would bloom from all over the temple, flickering with light. It was not until a month later at the temple stabilized when a long roar sounded. In front of the door of the secret room, Yang Shao leisurely appeared. He was dressed in white, spotless clothes, and his snow-white hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His figure was tall and handsome, and his face was like jade. In the end, he was from the dragon race and came from a good background. With his appearance and temperament, if he went out, he would probably charm thousands of women. The elegant young man bowed, cupped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome back, father." When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Congratulations, father." Yang Kai smiled, "Where did the joy come from?" Yang Shao said, "Seeing the light in father's eyes and the glow on your face, you must have gained a lot during your seclusion. This child congratulates you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just picking up the wisdom of others." 10 years of studying Li Wui's cultivation experience was just picking up the wisdom of others. Yang Shao also shook his head, "Today I'm picking up the wisdom of others. In the future, father will be able to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao." Yang Kai couldn't help but look him up and down a few times and said with disdain, "When did you learn to be so glib? The dragon race doesn't know how to flatter others. If your parents see you like this, they will definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Shao said seriously, everything this child has today was given to me by father. I dare not accept father's praise. Bastard. Yang Kai scolded with a smile, are you trying to say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Yang Xiao put on a cheeky grin and stepped forward to hold Yang Kai's arm, acting like a filial son serving his grandfather. Father, please come with me. Little auntie has prepared everything, so we can leave now. Okay, I'm still young. Yang Kai shook off his hand and walked out with him. Flowing Time Temple. The door was open. Outside the main entrance, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, Lu Yan, and Zhui Feng were all there. Hearing the movement behind her, Yang Shui turned around and fixed her eyes on Yang Kai's white hair for a moment. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, Big brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Kai smiled slightly, it just so happens that I also need this time. I'm basking in your light. He looked around and said, if you're ready, let's go. Yang Shui nodded and glanced at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao smiled and stepped forward, standing side by side with Yang Shui. In the next moment, the two changed their hand signs. Chapter 3660. Their spells were different, but the law of time that emanated from them was exactly the same. After a short while, Yang Xiao looked solemn and stamped his feet on the ground. The temple buzzed, and a rumbling sound came from all over the temple, rolling like thunder. Yang Shui raised her hand gently and shouted, Rise! Rumble! The Flowing Time Temple was uprooted, like a big tree, slowly rising from the ground. The Flowing Time Temple was not only a temple, but also the palace of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The so-called palace could be brought wherever one went, just like the palanquins and carriages of mortals. This was unimaginable for ordinary people, but it was common for the great emperors. The central control of the Flowing Time Temple was the endless hourglass. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent 10 years refining the endless hourglass. Although they had cultivated the true teachings of the great emperors and could activate some of the power of the hourglass when it was in their hands, if they wanted to completely control the Flowing Time Temple, they had to practice it well. After 10 years of hard work, now, the great emperor's palace had become the two children's carriage. The temple rose, broke through the void, and rushed out of the Four Seasons realm. In a nameless valley, the embodiment sat cross-legged on the ground, with two sculptures in front of him. They were not sculptures, but the two half-saint of demon race sealed by the divine technique of the great emperors. After a fierce battle, Baiya and Baizhuo only had time to show their faces, but they were sealed here before they could do anything. The former was like an angry Vajra, while the latter was like a lion hunting a rabbit, motionless. They looked no different from sculptures. The embodiment was a little worried. Although it had ascertained that the two half-saint of demon race were not in mortal danger, it could not break the restriction on the two after repeated attempts. Naturally, it could not help them regain their freedom. Although the embodiment and Yang Kai's cultivation were different, they had been through life and death together for so many years. It had also experienced everything that Yang Kai had experienced, so it could be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable. Now that it had the power of a half-saint, it could not do anything about the current state of Baiya and Baizhuo. Naturally, it was a little worried. Moreover, it had been more than a month, and there was no movement from the main body. It did not know what the main body had encountered in the Four Seasons realm. However, a month ago, its heart suddenly throbbed and it felt like it was going to die. It was Yang Kai's embodiment, formed by a wisp of Yang Kai's soul entering the body of the stone mongoose. Whether it cultivated to a half-saint or a demon saint, this would not change. It was born because of Yang Kai and it would die because of Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai met with an accident, it would be doomed. On the other hand, if something happened to it, Yang Kai would not be implicated. At that time, it and Zhao Quan were cleaning up the battlefield and had just settled the sealed Bai Ye and Bai Shuo when the feeling of impending death suddenly hit it. It immediately understood that the main body should have encountered some trouble. It couldn't figure out how the main body was chasing the seriously injured Wind Monarch with a fierce beast like Zhui Feng. How could it be that the main body was in such a state? It couldn't figure it out, but it was certain that something must have happened in the Four Seasons realm. However, it couldn't manage the main body's affairs. At the time, it immediately called Zhao Quan over and arranged for the future. After its death, it asked him to take Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo to the Seven Fog Sea and give the 2 half-saint to Li Wui. It also asked him to go to the High Heaven Palace and talk to the people of the High Heaven Palace. After arranging the future, the embodiment closed its eyes and waited for death. It didn't die and inexplicably survived until now. Zhao Quan was meditating on the side. He had also been injured before and had almost recovered in a month. The huge valley was quiet and silent. At this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised its head and a dignified expression appeared on its stone face. 2 flaming eyes stared at a certain place in the void. A moment later, it suddenly shouted, "Retreat." The moment the words fell, the embodiment's demonic chi wrapped Bai Ye, Bai Zhuo and 6 or 7 captives and retreated 30 li. Just as the embodiment retreated, inexplicable ripples spread in the void above the nameless valley. The calm void seemed to have turned into a lake and someone threw stones into it. Zhao Quan woke up from his meditation, looked up and screamed. As the ripples spread out, a huge silhouette slowly emerged from the ripples. How familiar was this scene? More than a month ago, when the Wind Monarch laid out the array and held the skeleton, such a thing happened once. He naturally knew that the outline that emerged from the void was the outline of the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, the Wind Monarch hadn't done his best. The Flowing Time Temple had shown its head and then retreated. Did it come again this time? Was the Wind Monarch still alive? Zhao Quan urged his emperor's qi and assumed a fighting posture. The embodiment was surprised and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Don't panic. The barrier between heaven and earth had opened and it had already sensed the aura of the main body. Since the main body was here, the reappearance of the Flowing Time Temple should be his means. It probably had nothing to do with the Wind Monarch. Kacha, the void shattered, and a huge palace slowly emerged from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the front of the palace, at the main entrance, several silhouettes entered one's eyes. Who else could it be but the main body in the middle? The embodiment smiled very happily. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Flowing Time Temple jumped out of the Four Seasons realm. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's palace reappeared after countless years. Old Qiong's face was filled with melancholy. Back then, wherever this palace went, there was no one in the star boundary who didn't worship it. Even the great emperors would travel thousands of miles to welcome it. But after the fall of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors, the palace had been silent in the Four Seasons realm until now. There was a successor, the old master had a successor. Others couldn't see it. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes. The huge palace covered the entire nameless valley. Its shadow was cast on the ground like a giant beast. Zhao Quan trembled and fell to the ground. The captives of the demon path from the emperor realm were even more shocked. Although they had become the demon race, their minds were still clear. How could they not know the origin of this palace? However, they didn't see the Wind Monarch's figure. They knew that from today onwards, the 4 great monarchs under the Tao Master would become 3 great monarchs. Jumping out of the void, Yang Shui waved her small hand and the seal disappeared. The temple quickly shrank, turning into the size of a palm in a few breaths and being put into her sleeve. Wind Chaser screamed. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He lowered his head and stared at Yang Shui's sleeve as if he had seen a ghost. He was probably thinking, how could such a big palace be stored in her sleeve? This sleeve can hold so much space. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the embodiment. He looked at Bai Ye and Bai Shuo and asked, "How is it?" Previously, he had chased the Wind Monarch into the Four Seasons realm and didn't have time to investigate the situation of these two half-saint of demon race. He only had time to ask now. "They didn't die," the embodiment replied. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't die. He was really afraid that Bai Ye and Bai Shuo had met with some mishap. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to you. Ru Mang and Bai Liamo, your hair has turned white. The embodiment frowned and looked at Yang Kai's head. When Yang Kai entered the Four Seasons realm, his hair was as black as ink, but after coming out, his hair had turned white. Although the embodiment didn't know what had happened, he could guess that Yang Kai must have had a fierce battle inside when he thought of the palpitations he felt before. "I've aged a few hundred years." Yang Kai smiled. It wasn't a big deal. He was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan. In this realm, a few hundred years was considered young. "They are." The embodiment looked at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Like Yang Kai, he felt that they looked familiar at first glance. He vaguely felt that he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Even if he could remember, he didn't dare to recognize them. In just a few years, the two children had grown up. It was too bizarre. It was troublesome to explain, so Yang Kai simply passed his divine sense to the embodiment. The embodiment pondered for a moment and couldn't help but stare. "Xiao, Shui, Yang Xiao obediently stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Xiao, greets second uncle." The embodiment was Yang Kai's doppelganger, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was his biological brother. Calling him second uncle was right. This stinky brat's mouth was filled with honey. With just one sentence, the embodiment laughed heartily. Yang Shui didn't know about the embodiment's existence. After all, she was too young when she left the High Heaven Palace and hadn't seen the embodiment. However, since Yang Xiao took the initiative, she also knew how to address him. When she called him second brother, the embodiment's mouth almost cracked open to his ears. After laughing, the embodiment said, "You came out at the right time. I need your help with this matter." As he spoke, he pulled Bai Ye and Bai Shuo over and placed them in front of him. The two half-saint of demon race were sealed by the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors. It couldn't lift the seal, but after knowing that the two children were the successors of the great emperors, it naturally could lift the seal. Since it was a family matter, it naturally had to help. The two children each stretched out a finger and pointed at Bai Ye and Bai Shuo's foreheads. In the next moment, the law of time surged and wrapped the two half-saint of demon race. Not long after, about half an hour, the two half-saints' eyes suddenly turned, and then the devil vitality in their bodies surged. Bai Ye roared, "Give me your lives." Bai Shuo shouted, "Die." They attacked together. However, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already prepared. When their bodies swayed, they both hid behind Yang Kai. When the two half-saints' divine technique reached Yang Kai, their expressions changed. They forcibly withdrew their power and retreated quickly. Then, with a muffled groan, they froze in midair. Forcibly withdrawing their power caused them some backlash, but it wasn't a big problem. The two half-saint had already reached the realm of freely withdrawing and releasing their power. After a while, Bai Shuo and Bai Ye walked back in confusion. They looked at the unfamiliar faces, especially Qiongqi and Lu Yan, and then looked at Yang Kai. They were very confused. Bai Shuo said, "What's going on? Where's the Wind King?" In his perception, he was preparing to attack the Wind King a moment ago, but in the next moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of him. There was no sign of the Wind King around. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's hair turned white, and he looked a few years older. Yang Kai turned to look at the two children and asked, "They don't know?" Yang Shui smiled and said, "The principles of time have stopped. They can't sense anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood why the two half-saint of demon race reacted like this. During the time they were sealed, they couldn't see or feel anything. It was equivalent to being removed from their lives by the principles of time. It would be strange if they could react. Chapter 3661. After this explanation, Baiya and Baizhua understood and their expressions became dignified. They didn't know how many years ago the great emperors of the astral world had passed away, but the power of the divine technique in their remains made them unable to resist. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these great emperors had when they were alive. They were already half-saint, the strongest under the demon saint in the demon territory. The demon saint had the same status as the great emperors. Before, they hadn't discovered that the gap between them and the demon saint was so big. This time, they were really shocked. However, the two half-saint weren't injured. The principles of time stagnation only sealed them and didn't cause them much harm. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui didn't cast the spell, they would wake up one day, but it would probably take decades or hundreds of years. After asking the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that only a month had passed in the outside world. This was as he had guessed before. 10 years in the flowing time temple was 1 month in the outside world. The error wasn't big. However, Qiongqi also told him that the power in the flowing time temple was the legacy of the great emperors. The two dolls had consumed a lot of it and now there wasn't much left. Once this legacy was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer be magical. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but it required the two dolls to make progress in the principles of time. The Matian Dao's the Emperor realm had either died or been injured in the previous battle. The remaining 6 or 7 people were now captives. With Xiao Quan as an example, as long as Baizhua could cast the spell to extract the blood essence of these 6 or 7 people, he might be able to help them set things right. These people were all from the Emperor realm, so it would be a pity to kill them directly. At the beginning of the GZ army's establishment, there were many things waiting to be done and manpower was needed. Without saying anything, Yang Kai directly waved his hand and put the captives and the demon race's half-saint into the small sealed world, leaving the rest to Baizhua. It would be great if they could recover, but if they couldn't, they could only blame their bad luck. Originally, Yang Kai planned to go to the lower territory after this trip, but now that the flowing time Great Emperor was involved, the Great Emperors, he needed to go and personally investigate before he could feel at ease. Therefore, the trip to the lower territory could only be delayed for now. He didn't let Zhao Quan accompany him but asked him to go to the Azure Sun Temple and inform the temple of the situation. Previously, he encountered Little White and Murong Xiao Xiao on the road. Now that more than a month had passed, the temple must be worried. Perhaps they were sending reinforcements. Letting Zhao Quan make a trip would save Azure Sun Temple from working in vain. Yang Kai believed that the temple would soon spread the news to the Seven Fog Sea. Once there, this matter would be known in the Star Boundary. The High Heaven Palace's palace master, the commander of the GZ army, had just returned to the Star Boundary. He had defeated Demon Heavenly Dao in the Four Seasons realm, captured more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, and even killed the Wind Monarch Foam Monarch under the Demon Heavenly Dao's Dao Master. He had turned the 4 great monarchs into 3 great monarchs and cut off one of Kenye's arms. How satisfying was this news? It needed to be spread as soon as possible. It wasn't that Yang Kai loved fame, but this matter was beneficial to the morale of the various legions in the Star Boundary. It was also beneficial to the establishment of the GZ army. As the commander of the Star Boundary, he couldn't hide his strength when it was time to be in the limelight. Zhao Quan had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, participated in the defeat of Demon Heavenly Dao, and avenged the destruction of his sect. Naturally, he agreed to this matter and immediately set off for Azure Sun Temple. It was estimated that it would take less than half a month to reach the temple. After Zhao Quan left, Yang Kai and the others also set off. It took half a day to arrange a space array and teleport everyone directly to the island in the Eastern Sea. The space array on the island in the Eastern Sea was not far from the location of Dragon Island. It was left here by Yang Kai to facilitate travel to and from Dragon Island. At this time, it played a role. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally had a special sense for his birthplace, Dragon Island. As soon as he came out of the space array, Yang Xiao turned his head and looked in one direction. It was the location of Dragon Island, which was only 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers away from here. You can go back. I will take care of your honored master's matter with your little aunt. Yang Kai patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. When this brat was born, he was determined to leave Dragon Island. For this reason, he did not hesitate to hide his bloodline. But in the blink of an eye, after hundreds of years of cultivation in the temple, he had not seen his parents yet. He really missed them, especially when he heard from Yang Kai that after he entered the Four Seasons realm, his mother almost went berserk. Yang Xiao smiled, Dragon Island is there, we can't run away. Since this child has received honored master's legacy, he should know how to repay his kindness. After this matter is over, I will go home to see my parents. Yang Kai nodded, all right. Stretching out his hand, the pale wind monarch appeared in his hand. Yang Kai had stayed in the temple for 10 years, while Wind Monarch had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. The principles of time were pervasive. Although the small sealed world had a world barrier, since it was inside the temple, it was still infected. However, after 10 years, Wind Monarch had not been able to heal. Even now, he still looked like he had just been through a great battle. In that place, Yang Kai was the master, so it was naturally easy to prevent him from healing. Where is the Remain sect? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wind Monarch's spirit was sluggish. After 10 years of struggling at death's door, he was still a little dazed when he saw the light of day again. After Yang Kai asked for a long time, he finally reacted and said in a panic, Master, please wait a moment, let me identify the direction. He was a fake emperor, so he could not call Yang Kai master. But after 10 years of waiting and suffering, how could he still have the demeanor of a fake emperor? He only hoped that he would not be tortured again. Yang Kai kindly pointed the way, this is Dragon Island, this is Spirit Beast Island, and that is where the Serene Soul Palace is located. With a reference, it was easy. Wind Monarch was born in the Remain Island, but he was good at the Remain sect, so he quickly identified the direction and pointed, this way, it should be within 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai casually stuffed him back into the small sealed world. Pushing his demonic chi, he wrapped everyone up and rushed in that direction. Under the surge of space principles, his figure flickered in the void. Looking at the lineup on their side, including Wind Chaser in the small sealed world, there were 4 half-saint of demon race on standby. Lu Yen and Qiongqi were 2 divine spirits who were not inferior to the half-saint fake emperor. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were only first-order emperors, they were the descendants of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could they be underestimated? The 2 of them had good aptitudes, but the reason why it took them hundreds of years to cultivate to the first-order emperor realm was because the inheritance of the great emperors was mysterious and unparalleled. Although their cultivation was slow, their strength was incomparable. This was their foundation. Yang Kai himself was a high-ranked demon king, and he could fight with Wind Monarch until both sides were injured. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. Even if there was a demon saint blocking the way ahead, they would still be able to put up a fight. What's more, they were just looking for the remains of the great emperors, so they probably wouldn't run into any trouble. Galloping along the way, they would occasionally pull Wind Monarch out to correct their direction. Above the eastern sea, rolling demon clouds passed by, scaring countless small sects. On the 3rd day, an island appeared in front of them. This island was not small, with a radius of several hundred kilometers. This was the place where Wind Monarch was born. Originally, there was a leaving sect on this island, but it had long been destroyed by Wind Monarch. Now, the leaving sect was occupied by a small sect. It was even worse than the leaving sect in the past. Back then, the leaving sect had a great emperor of the Emperor realm, but now, the strongest person in this small sect was only a Dao Source realm cultivator. Yang Kai and the others were here to look for something, so they didn't want to disturb others. When they arrived, they dispersed their demon pressure and quietly spread out, each of them searching separately. Yang Kai didn't have much hope for this trip. The flowing time Great Emperor was wandering the world and encountered an accident. When the great emperors died, the endless hourglasses returned to the temple. Although one of their remains fell into the Eastern Sea, it didn't mean anything. But since they knew this news, they had to investigate. The group of 5 split into 4 groups. Lu Yen and Yang Kai went together. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, Lu Yen stuck close to Yang Kai and refused to be separated from him. The 2 children and old Xiong each went their own way. For several days, Yang Kai and Lu Yen traveled tens of thousands of kilometers around the territory of the Eastern Sea, but found nothing. However, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade slip flew through the air. A few days ago, Yang Kai refined a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Qiongqi to contact him. If they were in danger, they could send him a message at any time or teleport to his side to take refuge. At this moment, the message came from Yang Shui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was surprised. "You really found something?" Shui's message in the jade slip was brief. Obviously, she was pressed for time and didn't have time to say much. But since she sent the message, she must have found something. It seemed that this trip to the Eastern Sea was not in vain. Yang Kai activated his devil chi to wrap Lu Yen and immediately activated the power of the space spirit bead. The next moment, the world spun. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yang Shui. Yang Shui was at the bottom of the sea, running at an unknown depth. When Yang Kai appeared, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him from all directions, causing him to let out a muffled groan and hurriedly urge his strength to resist. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Qiongqi also appeared one after another. Obviously, they had received a message from Yang Shui to join them. When the 2 of them appeared, they suffered a small loss like Yang Kai, but they were fine after resisting the pressure. Yang Shui didn't have time to explain anything and simply urged her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While flying forward, she pointed to the front and said, "Chase it, I can't catch up." It was pitch black under the sea, and there was only a faint light, but Yang Kai could still see a shadow quickly escaping ahead. The shadow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Yang Shui far behind. No wonder Yang Shui wanted to call for help. It turned out that she couldn't outrun the shadow. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The shadow in front of him was not a person, nor was it a sea beast. It was actually a mussel, an oblate mussel the size of a millstone. The mussel had no hands or feet, only a solid mottled shell, but it ran really fast. Water flowed down the mussel's shell, leaving a clear vacuum behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful place where all living things competed. Spirit flowers and plants could become monsters, and even birds and beasts could cultivate human forms. In the sea, there were abundant species, and naturally, there were also monsters. Chapter 3662. There were more types of sea demons than land demons, and they were also more complicated. This mussel was obviously a sea demon, but judging from its aura, it was already at the Demon King realm, and it was full of skills. It was born in the sea and grew up in the sea. The mussel was very good at escaping in the sea, so its speed was naturally very fast. How could Yang Shui catch up with it? Young Kai did not know why the little girl was chasing the sea monster. Before he could ask, he heard Yang Xiao laughing, "Little ant, don't worry. Leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished his words, he turned into a small white dragon. The dragon's body was crystal clear like jade. It was white and flawless. It was very beautiful. After turning into his original form, Yang Xiao turned into a white light and went straight to the mussel. His speed was much faster than the mussel. Although Yang Xiao was not a water dragon, he was like a tiger in the forest. In this vast sea, there were very few creatures that could be faster than a dragon race. As long as he chased after it, the mussel would have nowhere to go. While chasing, Yang Xiao cast a spell and shouted, "The one in front, please wait. We have something to discuss with you." The sea monster mussel replied, "Where did this ignorant boy come from? How dare you chase after your grandfather? If you know what's good for you, stop right now. Otherwise, I will eat you." Its tone was very fierce, but it ran even faster. Yang Xiao was furious, "Bastard." He opened his mouth and roared, which turned into a dragon's roar. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but who would have thought that he would be provoked by the mussel? Although it was wrong of him to chase after the mussel, it was too much for the mussel to keep calling him grandfather. He was a dragon race after all. Now that he had turned into the true form of the dragon race, which monster dared to call themselves that in front of him? Moreover, the adoptive father, Yang Kai, was right behind them. Wasn't the clam demon scolding the adoptive father as well? A dragon and a clam monster chased each other through the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up. With the space laws at his disposal, so what if he was tens of thousands of feet below the sea? If he wanted to chase after them, he could stop them with a few teleportations. The reason why he didn't chase was because he wanted to see Yang Zhao's abilities. In the Flowing Time Temple, he had abused the Wind Monarch like a dog. But at that time, the Wind Monarch was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been snatched away and he had lost his mind. Now that he had encountered a sea monster, he could test Yang Zhao's ability. However, he still separated a strand of his divine sense and attached it to Yang Xiao. If this stinky brat was really not strong enough, as his father, he would naturally fight together with him. "Why are you chasing after it?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yang Shui and asked through telepathy. Yang Shui's eyes were frighteningly bright. "The clam demon has something left behind by master. It's very likely that it's also a skeleton." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he received Yang Shui's message earlier, he felt that Yang Shui should have discovered something. Now that he heard her explanation, he knew that she had really discovered it. Others might not have noticed the abnormality of the clam demon, but Yang Shui, as the cross-generational disciple of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and a practitioner of the divine technique of the Great Emperors, had sensed the aura of the clam demon from afar. That aura was extremely well hidden, and those who didn't cultivate the principles of time couldn't detect it. Yang Xiao also sensed it when he came, so he didn't ask and directly chased after it. Xiongqi was both excited and sorrowful. "Little master, are you sure?" He was excited because there really were remains of the great emperors in the sea. He was sorrowful because his old master had died without a complete corpse. The Wind Monarch had obtained a skeleton from the Lingering Island, and the clam demon also had a skeleton. The rest of the skeletons were scattered somewhere. "Shui wouldn't dare to be careless about master's matters," Yang Shui said solemnly. There was nothing more to say. Since they were sure that the clam demon had something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had to chase after it. Half a day later, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He stopped. He had attached a strand of his divine sense to Yang Xiao, so he could vaguely sense the situation over there. At this moment, Yang Xiao had obviously stopped. He had probably caught up to the clam demon, but Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Was it a confrontation or was it in the middle of a battle? He had to go over and take a look. With a jolt of demonic essence, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yen were all wrapped up. Yang Kai then activated the power of the space spirit bead. Under the surging power of the law of space, he traveled through the void and directly arrived beside Yang Xiao. They weren't fighting. They were in a confrontation. Outside a magnificent palace covered by a barrier of light, the palace wasn't very big, at most 1,000 feet in radius. At this moment, in front of the palace, a short man was glaring fiercely at the outside. This man had short arms and legs, and his large head was propped on his upper body. He had no hair, and his neck was short. He looked very funny. What was even funnier was that this man had a clam shell on each side of his body. At first glance, these two clam shells looked like two wings. Needless to say, this short man was the clam demon that Yang Xiao had just chased away. At the bottom of the sea, the magnificent hall should be his cave residence. Behind the clam demon, there were more clam demons. There were both male and female clam demons. The male clam demons were like him, bald and short, while the female clam demons were as beautiful as flowers. Their silky hair fluttered in the wind, and their bodies were tall and graceful. The two wings on their sides opened and closed slightly, just like wings. Although they were all clam demons, these men and women didn't seem to be of the same species. There were quite a lot of clam demons, more than 100 of them. However, their cultivation levels were not uniform. The strongest was undoubtedly the one that Yang Xiao had chased away. The rest were demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers. There were also a few little clam demons that looked like they had just been born not long ago. They were hiding in their own clam shells and looking outside curiously. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Xiao. The male clam demons were glaring at him angrily, but the female clam demons' beautiful eyes were shining. Their charming eyes were constantly scanning Yang Xiao's body. Yang Xiao had a good foundation. It was obvious when he was young. Now that he was an adult, it was even more impressive. If one were to use a word to describe him, it would be beautiful. Yang Kai had never seen such a beautiful man. Moreover, he had the heroic aura of a man, which was the most attractive to the female's eyes. The dignified dragon race, the son of the Dragon Island's great elder and second elder, was being stared at by so many female clam demons. His face turned red. When Yang Kai and the others appeared, Yang Xiao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. His eyes were drifting around, and he didn't even know where to look. Therefore, when Yang Shui appeared, she frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Xiao said meekly, No, we haven't fought yet." Yang Shui was puzzled, "Then why is your face flushed and your qi and blood surging?" Yang Xiao's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at the clam demons. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be blamed. It was just that those female clam demons were wearing too little. All of them only covered their vital parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Pairs of slender legs were swaying in front of him, making him dizzy. Yang Kai thought to himself, if he saw this scene when he was young, his qi and blood would be surging as well. Although Yang Xiao had been training in the shrine for more than 500 years, he had never seen such a scene. 500 years old, for the dragon race, he was only a child. He had never seen such enchanting beauties blossoming in front of him. He really couldn't take it. Seeing Yang Kai's strange smile, Yang Shui secretly looked at the clam demon's lineup and quickly reacted. She looked at Yang Xiao with disappointment, then looked at the leader of the clam demons and said, "Yang Shui, the successor of the flowing time great emperor, greet senior. May I know your name?" This trip was to ask for the relics of the great emperors, so Yang Shui didn't call herself a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Instead, she called herself the successor of the flowing time great emperor. There were different ways to ask for it. They had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Moreover, the clam demons in front of them had both young and old. If a fight really broke out, should they kill them or not? It would be best if they could resolve it peacefully. Yang Shui opened her mouth. The clam demon looked at her from head to toe and snorted, "Is it you, little girl, who chased after me the moment we met?" When he was chased just now, the clam demon turned around and ran, so he didn't see what Yang Shui looked like. However, he still knew that it was a girl who chased after him. Now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her. Yang Shui smiled slightly, it was a hasty action. "Senior, please forgive me." The clam demon was furious, "The sea is so big, why did you chase after me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he said this, he raised his arm and said, "I didn't run because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. Who would have thought that you guys would take advantage of me and chase me to my doorstep? You've really gone too far. Do you believe that I'll eat you in one bite right now?" Yang Shui hurriedly said, "My king is kind and benevolent. I can't thank you enough. It's just that I have some reasons to chase after you. Please forgive me, my king." "Reasons?" The clam demon crossed his arms and looked insufferably arrogant. "There's a reason to chase after someone? What's the reason? Let me hear it." Yang Shui said politely, "I want to ask for something from my king." Yang Shao calmed down and couldn't help but say, "Hand over that thing and we'll leave. We won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around the clam demon changed. The female clam demons who were admiring Yang Shao suddenly turned cold and stared at him coldly. Needless to say, the male clam demons were all demonic chi and had cold expressions. The leader of the clam demons chuckled, "We want to ask for something," Yang Shui said, "Don't worry, my king. We're not asking for it casually. We're only making an exchange. We'll definitely satisfy my king." Before she finished speaking, the leader of the clam demons shouted angrily, "Don't mention this again. Seeing that you have delicate features, I decided to give you a chance. But I didn't expect you guys to be so ambitious. Get out of my way and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." The cave's restriction opened. The clam demons hid inside and spoke fiercely, but they didn't intimidate them at all. Yang Shui frowned, "My king, did you misunderstand something?" What misunderstanding?" The clam demons shouted angrily and didn't give Yang Shui a chance to speak. They waved their two short hands and said, "Get out of my way. It's not good to anger me." Chapter 36-63. The clam monster waved his hand, and the seawater surged toward Yang Kai and the others. Although it didn't injure them, it was enough to show how powerful this clam monster was. Yang Shui's brows furrowed even more. The other party wanted to drive them away without a word. This was completely impossible to communicate with. After pondering for a moment, the little girl looked at the clam monster and said, "Excuse me." When she finished speaking, she took a step forward, pinched her fingers together, and gently pointed at the restriction in front of her. On the other side, Yang Shao didn't need to be told. At the same time that Yang Shui moved, he also raised his hands and pressed on the restriction slowly but firmly. Both of their movements were light, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. The clam monster sneered and stood in place with his arms crossed across the restriction. He looked at Yang Shui mockingly and said, "Little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This king's cave mansion's restriction has been refined by my clan for several generations. You think you can," as he spoke, he couldn't finish his sentence. The smile on his face suddenly stiffened because when Yang Shui and Yang Zhao's hands touched the restriction, a series of cracking sounds came, and countless cracks appeared on the light curtain. The clam demon clan turned pale with fright. Those little clam demons who were peeking their heads out immediately closed their shells and hid their bodies inside, rolling to the back. The cracking sounds were incessant. The eyes of the clam monster leader were red. He raised his head and stared at the restriction of his cave mansion. His face was full of shock. Those cracks didn't come from the restriction, but from his heart. He couldn't understand. The strength of these two children was obviously not high, so how could they do this? There was no time to think. After a few breaths, accompanied by a crashing sound, the cave mansion's restriction shattered. "How dare you!" The clam monster leader shouted, and the rest of the clam monsters also urged their monster chi. A great battle was about to break out. A few silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by the cries of the clam, for half-saint of demon race appeared at the same time and surrounded the clam demons in all directions. Not only that, Qiongqi transformed into his true form and opened his mouth to roar. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a dozen clam demons in one gulp. Lu Yan pinched her small hands together and the image of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. It was a magnificent sight. Wherever the fire phoenix was, the seawater would turn into nothingness. There was no need for so many people to deal with such a group of clam demons. Any one of them, Lu Yan or Qiongqi, could easily slaughter them all. However, Yang Kai still summoned all of the half-saint to help him, not to kill, but to intimidate. He had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was not good to kill them. However, if they were to fight, it was inevitable that there would be some accidental injuries. If they were to really get into a fight, the situation would not end well. Therefore, it was better to directly display a lineup that would make the clam demons feel despair and make them retreat. When the four half-saint of demon race appeared, the clam demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies that were about to attack suddenly stopped. When they sensed the strength of the half-saint, their expressions became even more chaotic. When Qiongqi and the fire phoenix appeared, the group of clam demons felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of people were they? Other than the two young people, the rest of them were not easy to deal with. Their powerful divine senses shrouded the entire area, making the clam demons' mouths dry. They could not help but clamp their shells together, as if they could find a trace of security by doing so. They originally thought that the clam demons did not need to be afraid of the other party since there were not many of them. Who knew that the situation would change like this? The leader of the clam demons was tactful. Therefore, after being startled for a moment, he hurriedly shouted, wait a minute. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The four half-saint of demon race were all summoned by him, so it was difficult for them not to attract attention. He also realized that the person in charge of the other party should be him. A trace of unwillingness and humiliation flashed in his eyes. The leader of the clam demons said, this time, the clam demons admit defeat. Bang Bang Air will give you what you want. However, there is only one thing. If you dare to harm the lives of my children, the clam demons will not rest until you are dead. As soon as he finished speaking, all the clam demons turned pale with fright. They all cried out mournfully, King. There were even some clam demons who had a fierce look on their faces. They looked at Yang Kai and the others one by one. They gritted their teeth and said, King, you don't need to be afraid of them. At most, we will die. We will fight with them. Fight. King, give the order. Bang Bang Air shouted angrily, all of you, shut up. Everyone had courage. If he really gave the order, the clam demons would really fight with their lives. However, what would the result be? With the strength that the other party had displayed, he could easily wipe out the entire clam demons. These 100 people were not enough to even fill the gaps between his teeth. He was the leader of the clan demons. Naturally, he had to think for the entire clan. Sacrificing himself in exchange for the safety of the clan was worth it. If anyone dares to be noisy again, you will be punished according to the clan's rules. His gaze swept across. As expected, no clan demons dared to speak. After being the leader for so many years, they still had some dignity. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Kai again. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and reached his hand into it. When he took it out again, his hand shone brightly. Under the pitch-black sea, there seemed to be a full moon. The moon was the size of a dragon's eye and emitted a gentle light. It was a pearl of the highest quality. It was a pearl, and also Bang Bang Air's demon core. The demon core flowed in the pearl, and it was astonishing. There were even sounds of waves. Bang Bang Air turned his head and extended his hand. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Take it away." He didn't look at it because he was reluctant to part with it. How could he be willing to part with it? After cultivating for so many years, all of his cultivation was in this monster core. If he lost his monster core, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. Yang Shui was stunned. Yang Xiao chuckled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "King, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We didn't come here for this." Bang Bang Air's monster core was of the highest quality. A 12th order monster core was of extremely high quality, not to mention that his monster core had displayed such a strange phenomenon. It was even more precious than ordinary 12th order monster cores. If placed outside, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, what use did Yang Kai have for it? He had plenty of monster cores in his space ring. Back in the savage desolate ancient land, he had collected tens of thousands of monster cores from the beast tomb. 12th order monster cores could be found everywhere. Bang Bang Air's monster core was so precious that Yang Kai really didn't want it. From the very beginning, the clan demons had misunderstood. Bang Bang Air was a little stunned and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. "You don't want this?" Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "You don't want this?" Yang Kai shook his head seriously, "I don't want it." What human didn't want the clan demon's monster core? The clan demons found it difficult to survive in the sea, and the main reason was that they were constantly hunted down by the human race. The clan demons' monster cores were different from those of other monster races. Some human race women liked them the most and would place them in their boudoirs. At night, they would emit a soft glow, and if they wore them often, they would be able to maintain their beauty. Therefore, when Bang Bang Air saw Yang Shui, his first reaction was that this beautiful woman had come to steal his monster core, so he naturally ran away. Later, when he was chased to his cave mansion, Yang Shui came to ask for something else. Bang Bang Air naturally thought that she was asking for his monster core and naturally refused. How could he have known that this was not what Yang Shui wanted? Bang Bang Air was overjoyed and said with relief, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared this king. I thought you guys. Hee hee." As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the monster core back into his stomach and rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. Yang Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She also wanted to explain things clearly, but the other party didn't give her a chance at all. She couldn't even finish her sentence, so how could she explain it clearly? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. A group of clan demons echoed, all of them smiling. As long as they didn't come to steal the monster core, everything was fine. The clan demons were afraid of stealing their monster cores, otherwise, they wouldn't have settled down in such a deep sea. They were hiding here to avoid the masters of the human race. Bang Bang Air scratched his head again and looked at Yang Shui, "Then what do you want?" Yang Shui finally had a chance to explain the purpose of her visit, a skeleton. Bang Bang Air's expression suddenly became serious and he asked in a deep voice, "What skeleton?" Yang Shui said with a smile, "This little girl's master's skeleton. If I'm not wrong, that skeleton is on the king." Please take it out for me to see. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Shui from head to toe and immediately shook his head. Impossible, impossible. When Yang Shao heard this, he suddenly became angry and said in a fierce voice, "Hey, clam demon, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. This young master is kind and doesn't want to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people." Yang Shui raised her hand and looked at the clam demon with a smile. What does the king mean? Bang Bang Air ignored Yang Shao and only looked at Yang Shui, saying in a deep voice, "I do have a skeleton on me, but it's impossible. It can't be your master's." "Little girl, I'm afraid you've made a mistake." Yang Shui said, "I can't make a mistake. I'm practicing my master's secret technique. My master's skeleton can sense it. It's on the king now." Bang Bang Air nodded, "I do have a skeleton, but this skeleton has been passed down from generation to generation in my clan. I don't know how many years it has been. If that skeleton is really your master's, then how old are you?" "I don't think you're that old." After nodding, Bang Bang Air shook his head again. Yang Shui smiled and her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to inform you that my master has indeed passed away many years ago. My junior brother and I have only obtained the opportunity to inherit master's legacy by chance. We have never had the chance to meet him, but there is one thing that is absolutely true. Since we have inherited his legacy, my junior brother and I are his disciples. Since master's remains are out there, it is only natural that we, as his disciples, should welcome him back." Bang Bang Air suddenly understood what was going on. He blinked his eyes and said, "I heard you mention the descendant of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Then, his master's name, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors?" Yang Shui replied. Bang Bang Air gasped and said in surprise, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors?" Although he was a sea monster, he had also heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's name. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Although the clan knew that the skeleton was extraordinary, they didn't expect that the origin of the skeleton was so great. Since ancient times, he was the only great emperors who had mastered the law of time. After the shock, Bang Bang Air showed a complicated expression. "I see, no wonder, no wonder." Yang Shui asked curiously, "My king means?" Bang Bang Air quickly waved his hand, "I don't dare, I don't dare. In front of the descendant of the great emperors, please forgive me for my rudeness." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and bowed. Bang Bang Air of the clan greets the two supreme divinities. Chapter 36-64. When they first met, the leader of the clan was running away in a panic. Now, the leader of the clan was bowing to them. His attitude had changed several times, which was really confusing. When he bowed, the rest of the clan also bowed together. Even the newborn clams were no exception. They had short arms and short legs, but they imitated the appearance of their leader. They were so childish that it made people want to protect them. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. "What is the meaning of this, king?" Bang Bang smiled. "There were many misunderstandings before, but I didn't expect that it was actually a misunderstanding. We don't recognize each other, so Bang Bang was rude. Please don't blame us, Supreme Divinity." Yang Shao blinked. "Is the Supreme Divinity you're talking about my master?" This was a bit strange, so he had to ask clearly. Bang Bang nodded quickly. "Yes, I'll let you know. Our clan has been blessed by the Supreme Divinity for many years, so we worship him as the Supreme Divinity and worship him in the clan for generations. However, we didn't know the Supreme Divinity's name until today, when we found out that he was the legendary Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. We're ashamed. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Master is not dead. Even Yang Kai's expression became serious. If he was dead, how could he continue to do favors? Bang Bang shook his head. Not so. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone. It was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of white jade. However, this bone was not the same as the one Feng Jun took out. It should be a forearm bone. Yang Shui said that the remains of the great emperors were on Bang Bang, and she was not wrong. The leader of the Clam clan had refined the remains of the great emperors in his body before spitting it out now. Seeing the white bones, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui immediately knew that these white bones were the remains of their master. Others couldn't detect it, but they could clearly sense the aura of the principles of time hidden in them. It was another skeleton. Xiongqi's eyes turned slightly red. It seemed that the old master had really died without a complete corpse. He didn't know what kind of dangers existed outside the universe that even a great divine technique like him had ended up in such a state. Bang Bang Air took out the white bone and held it in his hand. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He only hesitated for a moment before holding the white bone with both hands and respectfully handing it over. This should be what you are looking for. Yang Shui nodded and took the bone solemnly. When the bone entered her hand, her body shook slightly. She didn't seem to do anything, but the bone actually flashed with light. Then, golden lines appeared on the surface of the bone. A strange aura spread out, causing everyone's thoughts to stagnate. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years. When everyone came back to their senses, the bone was still a bone. There was no abnormality. But no one thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. The flowing time great emperor was extraordinary. His bones were divine. Even if he had died many years ago, there was still divinity hidden in his remains. This divinity was usually not obvious. It would only appear when the successor came in contact with it. The last trace of doubt in Bang Bang Air's eyes disappeared. Looking at Yang Shui, Yang Zhao's eyes became much gentler. Just now, Yang Shui said that she was the successor of the flowing time great emperor, but there was no proof. Only now did Bang Bang Air really believe it. She smiled slightly and said, "My clan family's ancestor accidentally obtained this thing." He only saw that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know the mystery inside. It was passed down from generation to generation. Today, it can be considered to be returned to its original owner. Congratulations. Yang Shui put away the bone, looked at Bang Bang Air and said, "Just now, the king said that it was Shizuan's favor." What does that mean? Bang Bang Air hurriedly waved his hand. "Since you are Shizuan's disciple, I dare not call you king. You can just call me by my name." After a slight pause, Bang Bang Air said, "How old do you think Bang Bang Air is this year?" This was a strange question, but since it was asked, it was definitely not a casual question. It must be related to the flowing time great emperor. Yang Xiao immediately said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but you don't look old. The demon race has a long lifespan. I guess you are 2,000 years old." "Wrong, wrong." Bang Bang Air shook his head. There was no need for others to continue guessing. He gave the answer himself. "I don't remember exactly how old Bang Bang Air is this year, but I am indeed 8,000 years old." Yang Kai and the others were surprised. 8,000 years old, compared to Bang Bang Air's cultivation, this was a birthday boy. It was rare that he didn't look old. But soon, everyone realized that it was probably the work of that white bone. Sure enough, Bang Bang Air explained, "I am a monster king, a high-grade monster king. Logically speaking, I can't live for so long, but I feel that I am still young. It's not that the clan is born with a long lifespan, it's the ability of the Shizuan's remains." When the ancestor obtained the remains, although he didn't discover the mysteries within, he found that the remains in his body gave him a long lifespan. Therefore, every leader of the clan has a long lifespan. Except for those who died fighting other demon races, the oldest one lived for more than 13,000 years. It's all thanks to the Shizuan's remains that we can live this long. The clan has lived in this vast sea for a long time. Although we don't fight, there are occasional disasters. The clan is few in number, and there are not many strong people. We have faced disaster several times, and it's all thanks to the Shurzuan's remains that we can turn misfortune into fortune. Bang Bang Air said, to be honest, the clan doesn't know the mysteries of the remains, and we can't use it normally. But if my life is in danger, it may be possible to activate the power within and wipe out the enemy. Bang Bang Air was the leader of the clan. If even his life was in danger, then the clan was really on the verge of death. And under such circumstances, the remains of the great emperors could release some power, and it was as if Bang Bang Air was receiving divine help. This had never happened to him, but it had happened to the previous leaders of the clan. Because of these two reasons, the clan worshipped the owner of the remains as the Shurzuan and worshipped him for generations. It was just that they didn't know who the owner of the remains was until today. After explaining, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, the Shurzuan is a great benefactor to our clan. Today, not only did we learn the Shurzuan's name, but we also know that the Shurzuan has a successor in the world. The clan is overjoyed, and so is Bang Bang Air. Yang Shui said, Your Majesty is too polite. Junior brother and I would like to thank Your Majesty for returning the remains. Bang Bang Air waved his hand and said, that's what we should do. The Shurzuan has protected our clan for so many years. Since you are here, the remains should be returned. She didn't know if it was true or not, but Bang Bang Air said it very sincerely. The main thing was that she couldn't refuse. A group of people from the half-saint of demon race were eyeing her covetously. If she dared to say no, it would be a disaster in an instant. Yang Shui said again, if Shurzuan's remains are returned to me, will it affect Your Majesty's body? Bang Bang Air lived so long because of the remains of the great emperors. Now that the remains were taken away, she didn't know how long she could live. Hearing this, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, it would be a lie to say that it doesn't. However, I can't live as long as the great emperors, but I can't live less. Calculating my current situation, I can live for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. Yang Shui nodded and said, in the future, my senior sister and junior brother will definitely think of a way to compensate Your Majesty. That's not necessary. Bang Bang Air kept waving his hands and exhaled a long breath as if he had let go of something. He said warmly, it's my honor to have the two of you here. If you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me? Bang Bang Air has another important thing to tell the two of you. Yang Shui glanced at Yang Kai after hearing this. Yang Kai smiled and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. They chased after them and took away the remains of the great emperors that the clan had kept for so many years. It wouldn't be right for them to just turn around and leave. Since they were sincerely inviting them, it wouldn't be a big deal to go in and be their guests. Bang Bang Air was overjoyed. He turned around and shouted, our distinguished guests are here. Little ones, get busy. Bring out all the good food and drinks for Your Majesty. When the Majesty shouted, the little clams also shouted. In an instant, the clan was busy. More than half of the clams turned around and went into the cave to prepare. The rest of the clams welcomed the distinguished guests together with their Majesty. Yang Kai took the lead, Lu Yen was at the side, Qiongqi and a few half-saint of demon race followed closely behind. Yang Shui also followed, and Yang Xiao was at the back. It wasn't that he walked slowly, but it was mainly because he was surrounded by a group of beautiful clams. Little White Dragon was very beautiful. When there was a conflict before, the beautiful clams didn't show anything. Now that they had a misunderstanding, they all surrounded him. They were really beautiful, with different temperaments. Little White Dragon's face was so red that it was dripping blood. Before he could say anything, two beauties of the clam tribe grabbed his hands and dragged him into the cave. Seeing his stupefied appearance, the beauties of the clam tribe giggled. Beside him, a fragrant wind lingered. Little White Dragon was like an immortal, seeing stars, entering the cave mansion, Kai Yang stood in front of a statue. This statue had existed for who knows how many years. It was placed in the middle of a square inside the cave mansion. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It could be seen that the person who had carved this thing was very proficient in this field. Using a sword or an axe, the statue's movements were perfectly executed. The only thing that puzzled Kai Yang was that this statue did not have any facial features. Bang Bang stood at the side and explained respectfully, the clan received the Supreme God's legacy, but we didn't have the fate to see the Supreme God's true face. An ancestor set up this thing here for the clan to worship and worship. They didn't know what the owner of the skeleton looked like, so no facial features were carved. However, they knew that the owner of the skeleton was definitely extraordinary, so the sculpture was majestic. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Do you want to complete it? It just so happens that someone here has seen the great emperors." Bang Bang was shocked. The flowing time great emperor had fallen for countless years, but there was actually someone who had seen it. How long had this person lived? However, since there was such a good thing, how could she refuse? She quickly said, "This is the wish of my clan's ancestors. If it can be completed, it will be my clan's fortune." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Xiongqi. Among this group of people, only old Xiong had seen the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the great emperors, they didn't know what the old man looked like, so when they heard this, they looked at Xiongqi expectantly. Old Xiong didn't decline and flashed out from behind Yang Kai. His expression was very dignified. He looked up at the huge sculpture, and a trace of nostalgia and grief flashed across his face. After a while, the nostalgia and grief disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Old Xiong's demonic aura shook slightly. He raised his hand, and the demonic aura condensed at his fingertips, turning into a carving knife. He flew up, and the carving knife turned into an afterimage. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 3665. Old Xiong did not stop at all. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Although he was not good at this, with his strong cultivation, it was just a piece of cake for him. Even though it was just a piece of cake, Old Xiong was very serious. Every turn of the knife mark was condensed from his life's cultivation. After 30 breaths, Old Xiong put away his knife. Everyone looked up with different expressions, but most of them were surprised. The flowing time great emperor, what a great reputation. Even though he had fallen countless years ago, there were still legends about him in this world. Such a character was definitely different from ordinary people. Such an expert would definitely be extremely rare in this world. But in fact, when Old Xiong restored the honor of the great emperors, everyone found that the flowing time great emperor looked very ordinary, very ordinary. With such an appearance, if she was placed in a crowd, no one would pay too much attention to her. But what did the great emperor's abilities have to do with their appearance? He was the flowing time great emperor, great emperors, so his ordinary appearance would be extraordinary because of his name. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went forward and personally burned 3 sticks of incense for their master and kowtowed a few times. After the ceremony, Bang Bang led everyone into the main hall. The hall was filled with a strange fragrance. The clan had already prepared a banquet and were only waiting for the distinguished guests to take their seats. A beautiful clan girl was arranged beside each of them to serve them gently. Below them, there were even clan girls singing and dancing. A disaster turned into a misunderstanding, and now they could see the 2 esteemed disciples of the Supreme Divinity. Bang Bang was very happy and kept toasting. Although the clan lived under the sea, there was no lack of resources here, especially their home-brewed wine. It was mellow and rich, and it had a special taste. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Bang Bang suddenly said, I'd like to let the two of you know that in this sea, it's not only the clan that has received the Divine Lord's favor, but there are other sea clans that are in the same situation as us. The clan worshipped the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor as the divine venerables. Thus, the two disciples of the divine venerables were the venerables. Addressing them as such was a form of respect, so there was nothing wrong with it. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, you mean, Bang Bang smiled and said, this is the important thing that I wanted to tell you just now. Previously, I didn't know the identity of the Divine Lord and that there were still successors in this world. Now that the two of you have come to find me, I can't hide it from you anymore. He paused for a moment, then said, the supreme god's remains of my clan were passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, along with some words. Our ancestors said that the clan isn't the only one that has received the supreme god's remains. In this sea, there are other sea clans that have also received the supreme god's blessings and have been thriving in this vast sea. Upon hearing this, Yang Shao, who had been drinking, stopped drinking and looked at Bang Bang. He asked, Your Majesty, do you know where those sea clans are? Bang Bang smiled and said, I don't know about the others, and I can't be sure either. However, there's one place that's very likely. Yang Shui and Yang Shao asked together, where, 50,000 miles west of our clan's territory is the shrimp clan's territory. That old shrimp most likely has the supreme god's remains in his hands. Most likely. Yang Shao raised his eyebrows. Bang Bang said, because that old shrimp has lived for many years. If it wasn't for the supreme god's remains, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived so long. The clan had the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, so they were very clear about the use of the remains. The shrimp clan's situation was very similar to theirs, so naturally, they would have such a guess. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Shao immediately stood up and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the shrimp clan and get our teacher's remains back. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Shui, little ant, what do you think? Yang Shui called him junior brother, and he called Yang Shui little ant, so their relationship was a bit messy. Yang Shui nodded and said, let's go together. Bang Bang quickly said, Your Majesties, please wait a moment. The shrimp clan situation is quite different from our clan situation. They might not be willing to return the supreme god's remains, and they might even think that you two are liars. Let me gather my men and help you too. Yang Shao glanced at him and said with a smile, Your Majesty, do you have a grudge with that old shrimp? If there was no grudge between them, why would he be so proactive and look like he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife? Although Yang Shao had been cultivating in the lookout for 500 years, he was not a fool. How could he not see this point? However, he was just asking casually, so he did not wait for Bang Bang to explain anything and continued, this is a family matter of the flowing time great emperor, so there is no need for your Majesty to worry about it. No matter what Bang Bang's intentions were, as long as they knew that the shrimp clan had the remains of the great emperors, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had to go there. Bang Bang was a little embarrassed, but since Yang Shao had said so, he did not have the intention to force it. He immediately said, then, Bang Bang wishes both your Majesties a great victory. After finding out the whereabouts of another great emperor's remains, the two descendants of the flowing time great emperor did not want to wait a moment longer and were about to depart. Bang Bang pointed out the direction and respectfully sent everyone off. On the vast sea, everyone was galloping. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped. Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and the others also stopped immediately. Only Yang Shao rushed out and quickly flew back. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, Father, what did you find? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He looked at him and then looked at Yang Shui, you have all grown up. Yang Shao and Yang Shui were a little confused by this inexplicable sigh. They looked at him in confusion. Yang Kai continued, when you grow up, you have to walk your own path. Yang Shui was smart and immediately understood. Big brother, do you have something to do and want to leave? Yang Kai rubbed her head and said with a smile, yes, there is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Then big brother can go by himself. You don't have to worry about me and Xiao, her. Yang Kai's face became serious. Not only am I leaving, but I also want to take your sister Lu Yan and Uncle Cheongqi with me. I am afraid that there will be strong enemies this time, so I need more people. Hearing this, before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Xiao became excited, then let elder auntie and old Qiong go with father. Little auntie and I will take care of Shizuan's matter. Yang Shui nodded. The two of them obtained the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor and finally came out of seclusion after more than 500 years. They were like fierce tigers coming out of the mountains. If Yang Kai was by their side, they would be a little restrained. Now that they heard that Yang Kai was going to take Lu Yan and Cheongqi with him, although they were reluctant, it was exactly what they wanted. Yang Kai smiled, although the two of you have made some progress in your cultivation, you must remember that there is always a higher mountain in this world. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtained the inheritance of the great emperors. You must know that even your Shizuan couldn't do this back then, let alone you two little kids. Father, I am more than 500 years old. Yang Xiao explained seriously. He was no longer a little kid. Yang Kai ignored him and continued, although there is a difference in seniority between the two of you, you are about the same age. When you go out, you must take care of each other. Be careful. After a pause, he said, if you encounter any danger, remember to use the space spirit bead. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui nodded together, we will remember. Also, when you are done here, Xiao, remember to go back to the Dragon Island. Shui, go back to the High Heaven Palace. Wow, father, you are so long-winded. Yang Xiao curled his lips, but before he could finish, Yang Kai knocked him on the head. This brat was shameless and giggled. Then I won't be long-winded. Go, go. Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a chicken. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui looked at each other, turned around, turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. Yang Kai, Cheongqi, and Lu Yan stood in place and watched with narrowed eyes. When the voices of the two disappeared from sight, Yang Kai said, let's follow them. Unless it is a life or death situation, try not to make a move. Fear of a strong enemy, and the need for more manpower, was just nonsense. Yang Kai was going to the territory of the lower world star. How could there be a strong enemy? What's more, he still had 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world. If he really encountered a strong enemy, those 4 would be enough to deal with it. The reason for this was that this was a rare opportunity for the two kids to check the results of their hundreds of years of cultivation. If Lu Yan and Cheongqi were to follow them, they would definitely have someone to rely on. Yang Kai had to find a way to take Lu Yan and Cheongqi away from them and let them face things alone. Whether it was setbacks or opportunities, it was their own business. Even if a flower in a greenhouse bloomed, it would only be beautiful for a moment, not to mention the wind and rain. Cheongqi understood this truth, so when Yang Kai secretly told him about it, he agreed. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue following the two kids. His own affairs had been delayed for a while, so he needed to get started as soon as possible. Cheongqi nodded, hid his figure, and quietly followed. Lu Yan, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, she just raised her head and stared at Yang Kai, her big black and white eyes as clear as a clear spring. Yang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed her head. 2 to 3 times, he rubbed her head until it looked like a chicken coop. Lu Yan, on the other hand, was smiling with a satisfied look on her face, not saying a word as she chased after Cheongqi. With Cheongqi and Lu Yan secretly looking after them, Yang Kai was relieved. On this sea, there should be no one who could threaten their safety. Everyone left, big and small, all at once, leaving Yang Kai standing alone in midair. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and slapped it directly on his chest. Yang Kai used all his strength in this slap, and with this slap, 2 of his ribs were broken. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy, soaking his clothes. His face was pale for a while, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Standing in place, Yang Kai coughed for a while, then panted for a moment before urging his space principles and activating the space spirit bead on his wrist. His principles surged, and Yang Kai directly disappeared, arriving at the other end of the space spirit bead in the blink of an eye. With a solemn expression, he blurted out the words he had prepared, "GZ Army, Yang Kai greets Iron Blood." Fuck. A proper greeting suddenly turned into cursing, which was too sudden. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to be disrespectful to the great emperors, but the scene in front of him was too unexpected. Even if Yang Kai had imagined thousands of scenarios, this scene in front of him was definitely not one of them. Chapter 3666. If Yang Kai wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes, he naturally had to go through the Star Court. Now that the Star Court was under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he activated the space spirit bead that was connected to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea, Yang Kai had specially gifted one to the Great Emperors. Logically speaking, after the space spirit bead was activated, Yang Kai should appear next to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the demonic chi was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight to the demon race's army. Powerful divine senses extended from all directions and locked onto Yang Kai. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little confused. He subconsciously thought that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had broken into the demon race's camp, but when he looked around, where was the Iron Blood Great Emperor? Instead, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the high-ranked demon king closest to him. That high-ranked demon king was a corpse demon and was covered in rotting flesh. He was only a meter away from Yang Kai, almost touching Yang Kai's face. A putrid odor assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils, causing his face to darken. The corpse demon was also stunned. A person had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. No one would be able to react in time. However, the corpse demon's eyes lit up in an instant, clearly recognizing Yang Kai's identity. Pleasantly surprised, it opened its mouth and roared. The rolling demonic chi rushed toward Yang Kai. At the same time, it raised its arm, which rapidly elongated and grabbed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also stretched out a hand. With the rolling of his demonic chi, he activated the dragonization art and turned his hand into a dragon claw. The moment both of their hands touched, Shermo's angry howl turned into a mournful wail. His outstretched arms crumbled like fried dough twist. Shermo hurriedly changed his move. His small body swayed and turned into a mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was in the shape of a human. One could vaguely see Shermo's original appearance. However, it was made up of tens of thousands of corpses. Inside the mountain of corpses, corpses were struggling and screaming. Their voices contained a strange power that could shake one's mind. The mountain of corpses was huge, like a real hill. Yang Kai's dragonization art was also fully activated. In a flash, he transformed into a half-dragon body that was more than 300 feet tall. The two behemoths collided head-on, exchanging blows. Dragon roars shook the sky as corpses fell like rain. After 3 breaths, the mountain of corpses collapsed. The corpses that formed the mountain of corpses turned into pus before they even hit the ground, filling the sky with a foul stench. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall dragon body stood tall. His left hand held an object that emitted a thumping sound. If it wasn't Shermo's demon heart, what else could it be? In a single exchange, Shermo's demon heart had been plucked. He could no longer maintain his original appearance. He reverted to the size of a normal person and collapsed to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that could be seen from the front, but there was nothing inside. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him. His golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless majesty, as if he were a high and mighty god. He exerted force in his hand and the demon heart in his hand shattered. Mo was heavily injured in an instant, but he didn't die immediately. A high-rank demon king had more than one demon heart. If one was destroyed, there would be more. But as long as the demon heart wasn't destroyed, the demon race wouldn't die. Mo howled in pain. Foul blood spilled from his mouth. He crawled up and tried to flee. Yang Kai raised his foot and stomped down. The ground trembled as his foot landed, and a pool of blood exploded under his foot. This time, Mo didn't even make a sound. In less than 5 breaths of time, a high-rank demon king had fallen. Yang Kai's specialty was fighting above his realm. Now that he had become a high-rank demon king, he could even put up a fight against a false emperor like the Wind Monarch. What did killing a fellow high-rank demon king count for? With Mo dead, Yang Kai opened his right palm, revealing a small bead. The Space Spirit Bead. It was the one Yang Kai had given to the Iron Blood Great Emperor in the Seven Mist Sea. There were only 2 reasons why this Space Spirit Bead had appeared on Mo's body. The first was that Mo had killed the Iron Blood Great Emperor and then plundered his spoils of war for the Space Spirit Bead. But could a high-rank demon king kill one of the great emperors? That was obviously impossible. Even if Zhan Wuhen stood in place and let the high-rank demon king fight for 100 years, the great emperors wouldn't be injured. A high-rank demon king couldn't possibly kill the great emperors, so there was only one possibility left: the great emperors had secretly placed the Space Spirit Bead on Mo's body. The uses of the Space Spirit Bead were no longer a secret in the star boundary. It was convenient for communication and fast for teleportation. When Yang Kai had given the great emperors a Space Spirit Bead for no apparent reason, Zhan Wuhen knew that Yang Kai had something to do with him. The Iron Blood Great Emperor didn't like Yang Kai, so he didn't say anything and directly accepted it. Then, he turned around and placed the bead on a demon king. Once Yang Kai activated it, he immediately appeared in the demon cave. When he understood this, Yang Kai's face darkened. His 300-foot-tall half-dragon body killed a high-rank demon king as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. After killing it, his face turned gloomy, as if he didn't have enough fun killing it. The demon race was trembling with fear. The huge demon race camp was filled with densely packed demon race troops. At this moment it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A few figures sped over from afar, all of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. It was obvious that they had sensed the commotion here. A half-saint's speed was extremely fast, and they would arrive in a few breaths' time. They hadn't arrived yet, but their auras had locked onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept a glance over them, and lightly inhaled. Soon after, his voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Tell Kenyi to wash his neck clean and wait for me. There will be a day when I will definitely take his head. When he finished speaking, Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint of demon race closest to him, and lightly sneered. He took a step forward, and his huge figure disappeared. After a few breaths' time, several figures landed at the place where Yang Kai had appeared. A few half-saint of demon race finally arrived, but Yang Kai had already left. Only a pool of filthy blood remained. The half-saints' expressions were very ugly. Under the heavy army, Yang Kai came and went as he pleased, and even killed a high-rank demon king while he was at it. He even left behind such a ruthless sentence. How could the half-saint have any face left? Although this action didn't cause any harm to the demon race, and they only lost a high-rank demon king, it was equivalent to being slapped in the face. However, the half-saint couldn't understand. What was Yang Kai trying to do? Did he come here just to show off his strength? Or was it because of that sentence? Wasn't that a bit too childish? After racking their brains for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what scheme Yang Kai was hiding. They could only pass down the order to be on guard. How could Yang Kai have any schemes? He was also shocked when he suddenly appeared in the midst of the demon race's army. Fortunately, Kenyi wasn't nearby, or else he wouldn't have been able to return. The half-saint couldn't separate heaven and earth and prevent him from leaving, but Kenyi definitely could. If he really encountered Kenyi nearby, he would probably die there. He cursed Zhan Wuhen in his heart, and was extremely angry. However, since he had already come and killed a high-ranked demon king while he was at it, it would be too abrupt if he left immediately, so he casually left behind some ruthless words. They weren't ruthless words, Yang Kai really did have such thoughts. Compared to the demon saint of the demon race, Yang Kai hated Kenyi even more. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, he didn't care about the living beings of the Star Realm, opened a passage between the two realms, and led the demon race's army to invade the Star Realm, causing the Star Realm to be in an abyss of suffering and suffering. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, Kenyi had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and it was his nature to acknowledge his ancestors. In the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Mingyu was alone and without help. Kenyi hid at the side and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Mingyu was severely injured, and that was the root of the disaster that followed. It could be said that Kenyi's sneak attack was definitely the last straw that broke Mingyu's back. Kenyi had to bear at least half of the responsibility for Mingyu's death. Yang Kai had received Mingyu's favor, so he naturally had the responsibility and obligation to avenge him. Kenyi had to be killed. When he appeared again, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and a fragrant bed surrounded him. Yang Kai was stunned again. This was a boudoir. He turned his head and looked, and met a pair of sparkling eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai had just spat out a word when he couldn't say anything else. His gaze moved downwards. First, he saw a slender and fair neck, then a full and towering semicircle, and then a flat and smooth lower abdomen. You're still looking. Yang Inflammation was furious. He raised 2 fingers and jabbed at Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful scene, Yang Kai hadn't recovered from his shock before Yang Inflammation suddenly launched a sneak attack. He couldn't react at all, and was directly stabbed in the eyeballs. In an instant, his eyes hurt, and he saw stars. When he cried out, his body involuntarily took a few steps back. He steadied himself and blinked hard, tears flowing out of his eyes. Although Yang Inflammation had a sense of propriety and wouldn't really hurt him, it was certain that his vision would blur for a while. After a long while, his vision finally focused again, but his eyes were completely red as if he had contracted pink eye disease. Looking up, Yang Inflammation was already dressed neatly, and was looking at him with a cold smile. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He could see traces of killing intent from that smile. How could he not know that he was unlucky again? He used the space spirit bead to find the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he didn't find him, and fell into a demon's den. Since he couldn't find Zhan Wuhen, he looked for Yang Inflammation. She was also a member of the Star Court, so it was the same to look for her. Unexpectedly, Yang Inflammation was changing clothes, and the timing of her arrival was really too coincidental. This matter was troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This matter starts from Senior Zhan Wuhen." "Get out." Yang Inflammation said. "Huh?" Yang Kai was startled. "Get out." Yang Inflammation pointed at the door and said word by word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang didn't say a word. He turned around and walked towards the door. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him. With both hands in his sleeves, he silently counted to 10 or so. Coughing lightly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come in." Yang Inflammation's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open with a smile and saw that Yang Inflammation was already sitting at the table, holding a cup of tea and gently sipping it. Her posture was elegant, and her red lips were alluring. Without waiting for her to greet him, Yang Kai directly sat down. Yang Inflammation smiled, "You really don't think of yourself as an outsider." The killing intent was gone, and so was the coldness. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and drank a few cups to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Why do you think of yourself as an outsider?" Chapter 36-67. Yang Kai chatted with Yang Inflammation for a while and relaxed the atmosphere a little. Seeing that she really wasn't angry, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He then asked her about the current situation of the battle in the Star Realm. Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "The demon race's escape route has been cut off, and many demon saints are powerless to come to their aid. Now, only Kenyi is left to preside over the situation, so what kind of waves can he make? What's more, you've brought back so many helpers from the demon territory, and there are even 3 demon saints. The time, place, and people are all on our side. If Li Wuyi still can't wipe out the invading demon race in one fell swoop, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, this kind of matter can't be rushed. If we want to settle this matter, we won't be able to succeed without a few years of hard work." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that while he was busy, the 54 armies of the Star Realm had already finished assembling. They fought steadily, forcing the demon race into a small area in the Western Territory. They had already launched a few probing attacks, and each time, they achieved a great victory. In addition, Chang Tian, Yu Ru Meng, and Bei Li Mo had formed another army to disrupt the morale of the demon race's army. These days, quite a few demon race members had already brought along their families to join them. The situation was very good, but Yang Inflammation was also right. This kind of matter couldn't be rushed, and needed time and effort. Although the demon race's escape route had been cut off, the number of invaders that had invaded the Star Realm in the early stages was still uncountable. Wanting to completely annihilate or subdue such a large base was indeed not a simple matter. Firstly, they had to guard against the demon race's desperate actions, and secondly, they had to guard against the stragglers from the demon race infiltrating the Star Realm. The 54 legions each carried out their duties and surrounded the demon race in an iron formation. Once the time was ripe, a heaven-shaking battle would begin. The GZ army had just been established, and they had neither generals nor soldiers. Everything was in the midst of preparation, so they probably wouldn't be able to make it in time. However, Hyoji was in charge there, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry too much. Furthermore, the elimination of the demon race in the astral world was just the beginning. The ultimate goal was to return to the demon territory and completely devour the demon race. In the future, the GZ army would shine brightly and make a name for itself. After talking about the war, Yang Yen changed the topic. "Do you need something from me?" If there was nothing else, Yang Kai wouldn't have used the sealed world bead to appear beside her. Yang Inflammation was well aware of this. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After so many years of friendship, there was no need to stand on ceremony. "Where's the Iron Blood Master?" "I want to see him," Yang Kai said. Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master are currently working together to track down Kenye's whereabouts. Previously, I specifically instructed you not to contact him unless it's extremely urgent. If you really have something to say, tell me, and I'll pass on the message for you." Yang Kai was stunned. The 2 masters are looking for Kenye's whereabouts. He instantly understood why the space spirit bead that he had given to the Iron Blood Master would appear on a demon king's body. Kenyi was the only one left in charge of the demon race. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the king, and shoot the horse. As long as they could get rid of Kenyi, the demon race's army would collapse without a fight, and the Star Realm's army would also be able to avoid many losses. However, Kenye's honorific title was Night Shadow, and he was best at concealment and sneak attacks. Even if the Iron Blood and Serene Soul worked together, it would not be an easy task to track him down. The slightest movement would alert the enemy. As a precaution, Zhan Wuhen first threw away the space spirit bead, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear at a critical moment and alert Kenye. That must be it, my ass. Yang Kai originally wanted to find a suitable excuse for Zhan Wuhen throwing away his space spirit bead, but now it seemed that Zhan Wuhen was prejudiced against him. Otherwise, he could have stored the space spirit bead into his space ring. With the space ring isolating the inside from the outside, Yang Kai would not be able to directly connect to that space spirit bead. Not being able to find an excuse to comfort himself, Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, "Master is not here, so it's the same to look for you. I need to make a trip to the territory of the lower plains." Actually, Yang Kai still wanted to find Zhan Wuhen to refine another army commander's token for him. Although the original army commander's token was still there, the sealed Great Emperor's divine technique was already gone. Yang Kai had used it in the Flowing Time Temple. Without the Great Emperor's divine technique token, he felt like something was missing. Because of this, Yang Kai had even slapped himself before leaving, making himself look miserable. He wanted to tell Zhan Wuhen about the hardships of the Zhanfeng monarch after meeting him. However, now that he couldn't even meet Zhan Wuhen, there was no need to mention this matter. If you want to go, then go. You're the guardian of the territory of the lower plains. That's your territory. If you want to go, who can stop you? Yang Yen couldn't help but laugh. How do I get there? Yang Kai blinked and looked at her. Yang Yen said curiously, haven't you already refined the source of the territory of the lower plains? If you can communicate with the source, it will guide you. Yang Kai shook his head, I know what you're saying. I've tried it before, but there's a barrier between the heavens and the earth. If that barrier isn't broken, I can't enter the territory of the lower plains unless I can break the barrier. Yang Yen was still smiling, when did you try it? You can try it again now. Yang Kai frowned. It seemed that she wasn't joking with him. He immediately immersed himself in communicating with the source of the Hangluo star field. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Yang Yen explained, the star boundary and the star field are inseparable and closely related to each other. If we take a tree as an example, then the countless star fields in the lower realm are the roots of this tree, while the star boundary above the star field is the crown of this tree. We cultivators are the fruits born on this tree. The fruits are nourished by the roots and slowly grow. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the fruits to return to the roots. But if you're the guardian of the lower plains of the territory, you can use the source of the lower plains of the lower plains of the territory to find the root of your birth. Yang Kai nodded. He had known this for a long time. When he first refined the source of the Hangluo star field and returned to the lower plains of the lower plains, he tried it. As long as he could communicate with the source of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains, he could feel the existence of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains. If he couldn't break the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains, he would never be able to return, even if he was the master of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains. And this barrier and isolation came from the star boundary. Hangluo star field was his territory. Naturally, it would always be open to him. Back then, Yang Kai thought that he could not go back, so he came to look for Zhan Wuhen. Normally, when a lord of a star territory wants to return to his own star territory, he does need to go through the star court. However, you are different. You have obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. You have the recognition of the star boundary. As long as you want to, the star boundary's barrier will not stop you. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked curiously, then, where is the Star Court? What does it look like? He had heard of the Star Court a long time ago. He thought that he would be able to take a look this time, but he didn't expect to see it. Yang Yen smiled. Star Court is just a name. It's not a place. Ah. Yang Kai was surprised. Yang Yen explained, a long, long time ago, the star boundary and the lower star territory could freely travel. As long as you were strong enough, you could go to the star territory if you wanted to. If you wanted to go back to the star boundary, you could go back to the star boundary. There were no obstacles. However, you also know about Wukong. Wukong is just a very special example. Other than him, there were other powerful people who wreaked havoc in the lower star territory. It's just that they didn't cause as much trouble as he did. A jackal suddenly ran into the home of a group of white rabbits. Naturally, it could do whatever it wanted. Even if the laws of heaven and earth restrained the jackal's fangs and claws, how could the white rabbits be a match for the jackal's size? Wukong was a relatively special jackal. In order to practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he wreaked havoc on one rabbit nest after another. Wherever he went, the stars would collapse and the star territory would be wiped out. After the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, the surviving Great Emperors gathered together and spoke one after another. They felt that it was not a good idea to let things go on like this. The lower star territory was the root of a big tree. If the jackals and wolves caused too much trouble, the tree would also die. Therefore, the great emperors joined forces to lay down a restriction in the star boundary. From then on, the people in the star boundary could no longer easily return to the star territory to do evil. For this reason, the great emperors also specially set up an organization called the Star Court to monitor the situation in the lower star territory. The Star Territory Protector was also born. The Star Court was an organization, but there was no specific location. When the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, the Iron Blood Castle was in the Star Court. When the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul were in charge of the Star Court, the Serene Soul Palace was in charge of the Star Court. If it was the turn of the Great Emperors of the secular world, the Star Court would be where they were. Because the restriction was jointly laid down by the Great Emperors, it could only be performed by using the recognition of the star boundary. Therefore, the restriction was not very useful to people who were also recognized by the star boundary. In other words, the Great Emperors could ignore this layer of barrier. Yang Kai could not return to the star territory before because he did not have the recognition of the star boundary. Now, it was different. He had obtained the bright moon opportunity and the recognition of the star boundary, so he could come and go as he pleased in the star boundary territory. However, this did not mean that he could go to whichever star boundary territory he wanted. Without the star territory origin to guide the way, who would know which route was the Hangluo star field with so many routes in the star boundary? Fortunately, he had the star territory origin. The origin and the star territory were closely related. No matter how far away they were, there would be some connection. This connection was not clear, but it was real. Only people who had refined the origin would be able to sense it. What are you going to do in the lower star territory? Do you still have your woman there? Yang Inflammation smiled. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to go to the lower star territory because there was the suppression of the star boundary law. No matter how strong you were, you could only use the power allowed by the star boundary law. This was very uncomfortable for the strong people in the Emperor realm, unless they were the guardians of the star territory, or had the support of the great emperor's restrictions, such as the people in the Star Court. Yes, I still have 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I need to bring them over. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang Inflammation sneered and waved his hand. Go. Bring them over for me to see. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He laughed loudly. Then I'm leaving. Chapter 3668. Before he left, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and waved his hand, summoning the dead Wind Monarch out of the small sealed world. Wind Monarch still looked the same as before. Although he had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years, he couldn't heal his wounds at all. The only reason he could live until now was because Yang Kai had some use for him. Yang Yan's phoenix eyes narrowed as she swept her eyes over this figure and muttered, "The wind is laughing. How did you catch him?" "You know him," Yang Kai smiled. "How can I not know him? He is one of the 4 great emperors of Demon Heavenly Way." "He is very famous," Yang Yan smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Wind Monarch lay on the ground and showed her a flattering look. It was sad that a dignified fake emperor had fallen into such a situation. Yang Yan looked Yang Kai up and down again. "No wonder you were injured. Even your hair is white. Are you okay?" Yang Kai's chest was stained with blood, but it was self-inflicted. The injuries he suffered in the battle with Wind Monarch had been healed for 10 years. Yang Yan was a little curious before. After not seeing Yang Kai for so long, even his hair had turned white. Now she understood. It must be because he consumed too much energy in the battle with Wind Monarch and lost a lot of his lifespan. It's okay. Although there were some twists and turns, the result is good. I will leave this person to you. He is one of the 4 great emperors, so you should be able to get a lot of useful information. Leaving Wind Monarch alive was mainly to dig out some information about Demon Heavenly Way from him. It would be best if he could follow the clues and find the hiding places of the other 3 great emperors. Demon Heavenly Way was the cancer of the star boundary. Although it wasn't as large as the demon race's army, they were very secretive, so it would be difficult to find them. Now that he had caught a big fish like Wind Monarch, he naturally had to make good use of him. Yang Yan nodded, "I will remember your contribution. I will tell Li Wui later. Also, tell the great emperors that in order to catch the Wind Lord, I even used the divine technique in the order of the army commander. Later, ask him to give me another copy." Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity. Yang Inflammation chuckled. "No problem. Whether or not we can make up for it depends on the great emperors." Yang Kai didn't insist. "Alright, I'm leaving. Come back early." Yang Kai nodded. His mind connected with the power of the origin in the star territory. His body shook and he suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Inflammation. This time, when Yang Kai communicated with the origin of the star territory and traveled to the Hangluo star field, he suddenly fell into a colorful world. His surroundings were grotesque and variegated. Time and space were infinitely distorted. There was no sound, no shadow. There were only dazzling colors. Yang Kai could feel himself moving at an incredible speed, but he couldn't control the direction of his movement. He didn't panic. He inexplicably understood that he would arrive at his destination. Yang Kai carefully enjoyed this extremely special trip. It didn't take long, perhaps only 3 to 5 breaths of time. Yang Kai only blinked once before the dazzling colors around him suddenly faded. Then, Yang Kai found himself in a vast star field. An indescribable feeling of joy rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt as if he had returned home. He had indeed returned home. Yang Kai didn't need to look carefully. He knew that he had returned to the Hangluo star field. The star territory origin he had refined resonated with this star field. Inside the star territory, the stars were brighter at this time, emitting a dazzling light. Throughout the star territory, on the cultivation stars, hundreds of millions of creatures looked up in surprise. They didn't understand why the sun and moon today were bigger and rounder than usual. Not far away, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, each time accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that in the void, 2 fleets of unknown forces were attacking each other. The battleships were fierce-looking, with the longer ones several thousand feet and the smaller ones dozens of feet. Star cannon after star cannon shot out dazzling white light towards the opposing battleship camp. The two fleets had about the same number of battleships. One side was painted red while the other was painted black. The strength of both sides was about the same. Yang Kai didn't know how long they had been fighting, but both sides had suffered considerable damage. Some of the severely damaged battleships were pulled to the rear for emergency repairs. The battleships at the front activated their defenses, dodging and attacking at the same time. The scene was indeed in full swing. However, based on the current situation, it was likely that both sides would suffer in the end. No one would be able to gain any advantage. Yang Kai watched for a while, blinked, then raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed his left hand at the red fleet while his right hand at the black fleet. He clasped his hands together and moved them left and right. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun and the people in the two fleets felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, there was no trace of the enemy in front of them. Even the position of their own fleets had deviated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the original battlefield. For a moment, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to stay in place. They dragged the damaged battleships and rushed back to their nests. For the cultivator of the two fleets, today's encounter was extremely bizarre. But for Yang Kai, it was just a casual act. It was like seeing a small stone while walking and casually kicking it. He wasn't trying to save people. Although he was the master of the astral boundary, the billions of creatures in the astral boundary all had their own destinies and opportunities. He couldn't take care of them alone. But seeing others fighting to the death as soon as he returned home was a bit of an eyesore. So he took action and pulled the two fleets apart. He really pulled them apart, directly pulling the two fleets hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A moment later, seeing the two fleets fleeing in panic, Yang Kai turned around and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai flew down from a dead planet. It could be seen that this dead planet used to be glorious. There were still some strange-looking buildings left on the planet's surface. But the flowing time Great Emperor had been very long, so only a few vague traces of these buildings were left. The origin of the dead planet had long been destroyed. There was no sign of life on the stars. Yellow sand was everywhere. Even the periphery of the stars was full of fierce scales. An ordinary cultivator couldn't even get close, let alone fly down. The environment was bad, but Yang Kai didn't care. He came to the territory of the lower planes to study the Tao of divine technique. He wanted to create the universe and refine heaven and earth. The dead planet was just right. If there was a cultivation star with life, he couldn't do it. Looking for a tall mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and focused, calming his mind and regulating his body. This took more than 10 days. After 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the law of space surged. His divine sense surged and covered the entire mountain. The mountain buzzed and rubble rustled down. Vaguely, the tall mountain seemed to be in a trance. If an outsider saw this from afar, they would definitely cry out in alarm. This was because the mountain seemed to have shrunk in size after being in a trance. The shrinkage wasn't obvious, but it really did shrink. Even the mountain seemed to be a few feet shorter. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open. His eyes were bloodshot. The high-rank demon king who could kill powerhouses of the same level as him with a raise of his hand seemed to be facing a great enemy at this moment. His demonic chi surged endlessly. As his demonic chi surged, the mountain also surged, constantly expanding and shrinking. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Kai Yang suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. The mountain had returned to its original state, but the originally barren mountain now had countless huge cracks all around it. Those cracks were like ravines, dividing the mountain into tens or even hundreds of pieces. Blinking, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. After seeing Li Wu Yi refine Indefinite Mountain and carefully studying the jade slip he had left for him, Yang Kai more or less had his own understanding of the heaven and earth refining technique. At first, he didn't think it would be difficult, but when he started, he discovered that the difficulty was not ordinary. Indefinite Mountain was much larger than the barren mountain below, but it was still refined to the size of a palm by Li Wu Yi. It wasn't that the space of Indefinite Mountain had shrunk, but that the law of space had played a role. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the space was still the same. If anyone didn't believe it, they could enter Indefinite Mountain and take a look. What Yang Kai wanted to refine was not Indefinite Mountain, but it was much larger than Indefinite Mountain, enough to accommodate the inhabitants of 3 cultivation stars, so even if it was smaller, it didn't matter. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight, one had to slowly familiarize themselves with it. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to use the barren mountain below to practice, but he discovered that although the mountain was barren and the star had died, the mountain was still a part of the star. Refining a mountain couldn't be rid of the star refining technique, which was a bit too much for him right now. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, sat down to meditate for a while, and then shot up into the sky. Shortly after he left, a gust of wind blew over, and as the wind blew, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain turned to dust and scattered with the wind. It wasn't that the wind was too strong, but rather that Yang Kai had failed to refine it. The space principles had crushed every inch of this mountain, so the barren mountain had been reduced to dust. This was the result of a failed refinement. It was precisely because he knew this would happen that Yang Kai had chosen this barren mountain to practice on. Otherwise, if he tried to refine this beautiful world and failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who would have thought that the difficulty would be too high, and he would fail? If the difficulty was too high, he could only lower his expectations. Yang Kai flew into the sky and spent only a day to find a meteorite sea. In the star field, there were many such meteorite seas. The predecessor of these meteorite seas was probably the cultivation stars. The stars had died and shattered, turning into large and small meteorites that drifted endlessly through the star field. A sea of meteorites was the remains of a cultivation star. These meteorites flew through the star field and would occasionally collide with other stars. If one was unlucky, those stars would also shatter, and the meteorite sea would grow larger and larger. This was also one of the dangers that cultivators often encountered in the star field. These meteorites flew extremely fast and covered a large area of the star field. Once encountered, there was no place to escape. If one was too weak, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. Chapter 3669. When Yang Kai was roaming star territory, he had encountered this kind of meteorite sea several times. This time, taking the initiative to search for this meteorite sea reminded him of many past events, and he couldn't help lamenting how weak he had been back then. Finding a meteorite about the same size as the barren mountain from before, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on top of it. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai began meditating. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his demonic chi surging, his divine sense surging, and the space principles filling the air. As Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the meteorite under his but also constantly shrank and expanded, but the situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, the barren mountain didn't change much after expanding and contracting, but this time, every time the meteorite expanded and contracted, its size would shrink. Again and again, round and round, 7 days later, the huge meteorite was only half its original size. Another half a month later, the meteorite was only a few dozen meters wide. A month later, the meteorite was the size of a millstone. But Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, instead becoming more solemn. The space principles and demonic chi fluctuated more and more rapidly, causing the millstone-sized meteorite to expand and contract faster and faster, but the progress was getting slower and slower. A man who had walked 100 steps was half a 90. Yang Kai had cultivated for so long, so how could he not understand this simple truth? Strictly speaking, This meteorite was the first small world Yang Kai had refined, so he couldn't be careless or make any mistakes, so Yang Kai put all his attention into it. Time passed little by little, and the millstone became smaller and smaller. It took Yang Kai a month to refine the 1,000-meter meteorite to the size of a millstone, but it took him a full 3 months to refine this millstone, and the further he went, the slower the refining progress became. Since the beginning of the refining, a full 4 months later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and stretched out his hand, catching a bead in the palm of his hand. The bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, and it didn't have the slightest aura, just a stone bead. However, Yang Kai held it in his hands as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few laughs, Yang Kai's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he fainted. In a flash, the Dharmakaya, Baiya, and Baizhua appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, the two veteran half-saint of demon race groaned at the same time, and their expressions changed abruptly. When the two devils appeared, the flow of demonic chi in his body suddenly became sluggish, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Not only that, in the star field, a great hostility descended upon them. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at them, monitoring their every move. Baiya and Baizhua both thought that there was a strong enemy nearby. How could they not react? Don't panic. It's just the suppression of the laws of the world, the Avatar hurriedly explained. Baizhua and Baiya hadn't experienced this before, but they understood the mystery behind it after thinking for a while. The plane was low level, and martial arts were weak, but the world was still a beautiful place. It wasn't alive, but it had a spirit. When it sensed the power of two existences that were beyond this world, it would naturally reject them. This was its means of self-protection. Yang Kai also encountered it when he returned to the territory of the star field. It wasn't a privilege of the two half-saint of demon race. After hearing the Dharmakaya's words, the two half-saint of demon race relaxed. However, at this moment, a huge meteorite silently approached them from behind. Even someone as strong as Baiya and Baizhua didn't notice it. The meteorite directly hit the back of the two half-saints' heads, causing them to stagger. The half-saint was very strong. Even if they were hit by such a huge meteorite, they wouldn't be injured at all. On the contrary, the meteorite was torn apart. However, such an encounter was really embarrassing. It was just a meteorite that hit them. What if it was a fierce divine technique? The Dharmakaya lightly coughed and said, generally speaking, people above the Origin King realm who come to this world have bad luck. The world was hostile, and even the world didn't care about them. Naturally, they wouldn't have good luck. The two half-saints of the demon race weren't so bad, just being hit by a meteorite wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had tripped and fallen when he came here. Why is that? Baizhua frowned. The Dharmakaya said, the territory of this star field doesn't like you. What he said was inexplicable, but it was the truth. Who would like a few insects in an ant's nest? Then why are you fine? Baiya asked curiously. He clearly noticed that the Dharmakaya wasn't suppressed by the world principles here. The Dharmakaya grinned and pointed at Yang Kai, the territory of this star field is his, so it is also mine. He was his family, so how could he drive them away? Why is he asleep? Baizhua asked curiously while looking around vigilantly for the meteorite that was shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was indeed asleep. Although he wasn't snoring, he was definitely not unconscious. While sleeping, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had encountered something good in his dream. Although the two half-saint of demon race had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they didn't know what happened before. On the other hand, because the Dharmakaya was Yang Kai's clone, he could freely open and close the small sealed world, so he could see what Yang Kai was doing outside. When he noticed that Yang Kai had fallen asleep, he immediately appeared. My mind is tired, I consumed too much energy, but I'll be fine after some rest. While speaking, the Dharmakaya took Yang Kai back into the small sealed world and placed him in the medicine garden for the two little wood spirits to take care of. The two half-saint of the demon race stood on the meteorite and looked at the vast star field, both of them sighing with emotion. Such a beautiful scenery had never been seen in the demon territory. The demon territory was dying, so not to mention the continents that had already disappeared, even the continents that still existed were faintly filled with death chi. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by ordinary members of the demon race, but with the strength of a half-saint, how could they not notice it? The demon race wanted to find a way out, so they invaded the star field. Looking at the star field, this star field was indeed a little low-level, and its world principles couldn't accommodate too much power, but where was there not vitality? Even the meteorite sea they were in seemed to be filled with death chi, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't give birth to new vitality after tens of thousands of years? This was something the demon territory couldn't compare to. Baiya took a deep breath and said, "Brother Fa, I want to go out and take a look." Since they were here, they naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery here. In any case, the Dharmakaya said that this star territory belonged to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai shouldn't encounter any danger here, and he didn't need their protection. Baizhua also nodded, obviously having the same idea. "Are you sure?" The Dharmakaya looked at them with a strange expression. Baiya said, "Is there anything inconvenient? If there's somewhere we can't go, please let us know in advance. Baizhua and I won't set foot there." The Dharmakaya waved his hand and said, "No." After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. Both of you have a space spirit bead, so you can return here at any time." Upon hearing this, Baizhua and Baiya cupped their fists at him and soared into the sky from the meteorite. Behind them, the Dharmakaya opened his mouth and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Be careful." But the two half-saint of demon race had already run far away, so he didn't know if they heard him. Yang Kai had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the demon race had been eliminated, and the creatures of the star boundary were living and working in peace. He accompanied his wives on a scenic tour, and his days were very happy. Just as he was immersed in his dream and unable to extricate himself, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw two little people sitting side by side on a branch less than a meter away from him. Their legs were swinging as they stared at him with great interest. Seeing him open his eyes, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both covered their mouths and smiled. Yang Kai sat up straight and stretched, feeling very comfortable and refreshed. Looking around, he found that he was in the medicine garden of the small sealed world bead and immediately understood that this should be the work of the Dharmakaya. Glancing at the two little wood spirits, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing so mischievously?" The two little wood spirits quickly restrained their laughter and sat upright, shaking their heads together. Yang Kai blinked and laughed, "Am I sleep-talking?" The two wood spirits couldn't help but laugh together. "What did you say?" Yang Kai scratched his head. He hadn't slept like this for a long time. First, it was because his mind was exhausted, and second, it was because he had made great progress in the universe refining heaven and earth technique, so his tired mind was relaxed. He didn't know if he had said anything shameful to make the two little wood spirits laugh like this. Of course, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would not pay any attention to him. Hand in hand, they flew into the depths of the medicinal garden, leaving him to wonder. Since he couldn't ask, Yang Kai didn't want to force them, so he shook his head and flipped his hand, summoning a stone into his palm. This stone the size of a baby's palm was the result of Yang Kai's 4 months of hard work. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached his goal, it was at least a good start. This stone was the meteorite that was several thousand meters wide and comparable to a barren mountain. Under the blessing and refinement of space principles, it had become like this. No one could achieve this except for those who cultivated the space divine technique. After playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the stone and left the small sealed world bead in a flash. The Dharmakaya stood guard outside, standing on a meteorite several times larger than the previous one. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the Dharmakaya grinned, "I've found a place for you." Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and smiled, "Just what I wanted." In the end, this was his own avatar, so sometimes he didn't need to say anything to know what it was thinking. Yang Kai had planned to find a meteorite of this size to refine again, but the Dharmakaya had found one ahead of time. The meteorite under his feet was more than 5 times larger than the one he had refined before. With such a large size, the difficulty of refining it would naturally increase, but Yang Kai estimated that it would take no more than 4 months. Although he had only practiced once, he had already understood several key points, so if he refined it again, his efficiency would be greatly improved, so it wouldn't be as difficult as the first time. Moreover, as his comprehension deepened and he became more proficient in refining, this kind of thing would become easier and easier in the future. Atop the meteorite, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as the Dharmakaya nodded, "I'm going back." Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and put it back into the small sealed world bead. Chapter 3670. After retrieving his embodiment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. In the star field, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. They were just 2 small black dots when Yang Kai first noticed them, but after a few breaths, they became the size of a broad bean. After a while, they landed in front of Yang Kai. They were the 2 half-saint of demon race who had gone out to enjoy the scenery of the star territory. Yang Kai smiled at the 2 of them, "How is the scenery of the star territory?" Baizhua nodded lightly, "It's spectacular and beautiful." Baiya continued, "Magnificent and magnificent." The 2 half-saint of demon race looked amazed. They were so happy that they didn't want to go back. It was as if they couldn't wait to settle down in the star territory and never return to the lifeless demon territory. Yang Kai nodded and said bluntly, "Were you struck by lightning?" Baiya smiled arrogantly, "We are the half-saint of demon race. We can control the sun and moon and crush the stars with our fists. What kind of lightning dares to strike us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt flashed in the void, like a swimming fish, and struck straight at Baiya's back. Fortunately, they were still members of the half-saint of demon race. Although this murderous intent came silently, Baiya reacted quickly. He turned around and punched the lightning bolt. With a loud crack, the lightning bolt disappeared and Baiya took a few steps back. It wasn't that Baiya was weak, but under the suppression of the world principles, he couldn't use too much strength. If he forced himself, he was afraid that this star territory would launch an even crazier counterattack. Purple lightning flickered in the void, and the star field's divine lightning was flickering. It could strike again at any time. Baizhua sniffed and smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, you're still free and unfettered in the small sealed world. It's not suitable for us to show up in this world." Yang Kai laughed and quickly took the 2 half-saint of demon race back into his sealed world bead. When he returned to star territory from the star boundary, Yang Kai also had bad luck. Not to mention tripping while walking, being struck by lightning was a common occurrence. Now that he saw others with such bad luck, Yang Kai couldn't help but gloat. The thunder and lightning in the astral world might not be able to do anything to the 2 half-saint of demon race, but it was truly annoying. How could they still have the mood to appreciate the scenery in the territory of the astral world? Naturally, they hurriedly returned to hide and seek peace and quiet. After taking in the 2 half-saint of demon race, Yang Kai once again immersed himself in refining. Days passed, and the asteroid sea never stopped, continuing to move forward, as if it was sliding towards the end of the star field. However, as time passed, the huge asteroids in this asteroid sea decreased one by one, while the number of stones in Yang Kai's hands gradually increased. He couldn't succeed in refining every time. Once he failed, no matter how big the asteroids were, they would explode into dust in an instant. The crushing power of the space principles was not something these asteroids could resist. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space had become increasingly profound. 3 years of universe creation and world refinement had brought him more benefits than so many years of cultivation. After all, this was a matter of pursuing the essence of the Tao of space, and it was also a form of self-improvement. Now, refining the asteroids was no longer as difficult and superficial as it was in the beginning. With just a thought, a small world could be formed. No matter how big the asteroids were, they couldn't meet the needs of Yang Kai's cultivation. He left the asteroid sea and shuttled through the star territory. When he encountered a suitable dead star, he would fly down and escape into the core of the dead star to sleep. When he woke up, the dead star would become a stone bead. In the cultivation of the Tao of space, Yang Kai made rapid progress. He felt as if a door had opened in front of him, and there were endless golden lights and endless treasures waiting to be excavated. Awakenings could be long or short. The longest was 1.5 years, while the shortest was 3 to 5 months. It depended on the size of the dead star. The bigger the dead star, the more difficult it would be to refine, and the more time it would take to refine it. Conversely, it would be easier. His connection with the star boundary was not cut off. Although he was in the star territory of the lower star territory, Yang Kai was the master of the star boundary territory. He had advantages that others didn't have. With the help of the space spirit bead, he could contact the High Heaven Palace or the Seven Fog Sea at any time. The situation in the star boundary was good, and the demon race was powerless to resist. It could be said that ever since Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Now, the demon race that had invaded the star boundary had either been killed on the battlefield or absorbed into the demon-suppressing army commanded by Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, Bai Li Mo, and the others, causing their strength to plummet. Under the encirclement of the 54 legions, a single battle had already tipped the scales of victory and defeat. There were also many casualties in the star boundary, but in war, this kind of thing was inevitable. The various legions were aware of the situation, and the number of casualties was also within an acceptable range. Not only did the demon race suffer heavy casualties, but the demonic path also suffered heavy losses. The Wind Monarch was handed over to Yang Inflammation by Yang Kai. Falling into his hands was no different from falling into the hands of the great emperors. The Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask about this at all. He directly used a soul-searching technique on him, and then found out a lot of secret information about the demonic heavenly Tao. With this information, the Seven Fog Sea eliminated hundreds of strongholds of the demonic path, and also killed a general of the demonic path. After the Wind Monarch, the Fire Monarch was ambushed by the Seven Fog Sea in an inconspicuous town in the northern territory of the star boundary. Li Wuyi personally led the team, and there were more than 10 pseudo-emperors under his command. Although the Fire Monarch was not weak, he could not escape. Unfortunately, they were not able to capture him alive. In the desperate battle, the Fire Monarch self-destructed, and the Seven Fog Sea was also covered in dust. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The situation was good, but the war between the two worlds was far from over. When the demon race broke the seal one day, an even fiercer war would set off a frenzied tide. At that time, every corner of the two worlds would be engulfed. It was because of this that the star boundary urgently wanted to solve the internal problems, eliminate the invading demon race, and cut off the wings of the demonic path. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai, and there was no need for him to go back. Therefore, he stayed in the territory of the star boundary and continued to explore his own space Tao. One day, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. The original Death Star had disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and a rolling stone bead appeared in his hand. However, looking at the stone bead, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although it was said to be deep sleep, in reality, it was just a state where one's body entered the star core and fused with the stars. This was a state between waking and sleeping. This was also a cultivation and refining method that he had discovered in recent years. It was very efficient and also allowed him to better understand the laws of space. Therefore, in this state, he was aware of everything that happened in the outside world. However, he would not have any reaction at that time. After waking up, everything would be imprinted in his mind. A Death Star turning into a stone bead was nothing new. In the beginning, Yang Kai was a little excited, but after doing this kind of thing many times, he gradually got used to it. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that there was a living person inside the stone bead in his hand. In other words, there was a living person in the original Death Star. This person was not someone who had lived on this Death Star from the beginning, but an uninvited guest who had suddenly intruded a month ago. Yang Kai was at a critical moment of refining at that time, so how could he care about it? As a result, when refining the Death Star, this person was also refined inside. However, the other party had no idea that the Death Star he lived on had been refined into a stone bead in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai focused his vision and peered inside the stone bead, only to see an almost imperceptible little figure hiding in a cave on a barren mountain, peering up into the sky. The little person should be injured. The blood on his clothes had dried up and his face was a little pale. Even though he had been hiding here for more than a month, he had not recovered. He originally wanted to scout out the enemy's situation, but when he looked up, he saw an incomparably huge figure blocking his field of vision. That figure was so vast that he could no longer see the sun, moon, or stars. There was only this figure. Caught off guard, Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground in fright. No one would be able to react well if they were caught off guard by such a scene. However, before she could understand it clearly, her vision blurred and she suddenly found herself in a star field. Looking around, she saw a white-haired young man standing beside her, looking at her helplessly. On the other hand, the Death Star she had been hiding on was gone. The little person looked surprised, somewhat unsure whether what she had just seen was real or an illusion. If it was real, how could there be such a huge creature in this world? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. The main reason was that she had been so frightened just now that she did not see what the huge figure looked like. If she had seen it clearly, she would have exclaimed because the young man in front of her was exactly the same as the giant. Inexplicably being in a star field, Yang Kai was very alert and immediately retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai while staring at him vigilantly. Who is it? At the same time, she swept out her divine sense, trying to spy on Yang Kai's depths. With a thought, Yang Kai released his origin-returning realm aura and asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the other party up close, Yang Kai found that she was a woman in her early 20s. Her figure was plump and her legs were long and slender. What was even more surprising was that she was a first-order origin king. Yang Kai was a little surprised. In the star territory, the origin king realm was the peak. In the early years, all the origin kings were famous and he knew most of them, but none of them matched up with this woman in front of him. Obviously, she had just broken through to the origin king realm in the last few decades. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the woman's face became fierce and she ground her teeth and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll dig your eyes out." So fierce. Kai Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Strictly speaking, he had only casually glanced at the other party. He hadn't even looked at her carefully, but she had still scolded him so harshly. It was obvious that this woman's temper wasn't very good. The woman looked around suspiciously and asked, "Did you see something just now? What are you referring to?" The woman frowned as she looked up at the star field and waved her hand impatiently, "Nothing, maybe I was mistaken." Chapter 3671. You seem to be injured. Yang Kai pointed out. The woman became even fiercer. "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me about my own affairs. You don't get along." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't want to argue with her anymore, but he still kindly reminded her, "Then you need to run quickly. There are a few starships coming from that direction, I'm afraid they're looking for you. As soon as this was said, the woman's face changed and she turned her head to look in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. Sure enough, she saw a few huge starships quickly approaching. It seemed that they had discovered her, so she couldn't help but grit her teeth and spat, "Humph." Saying so, she turned around and flew off in the opposite direction. But not long after flying out, she suddenly turned back and, under Yang Kai's stunned gaze, grabbed his collar and fled with him, cursing as she ran, "Are you stupid? Are you going to wait for death there?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, how could he not know that this woman had a grudge with those starships? She had been hiding on the dead star before, probably trying to get rid of her pursuers, but now that the dead star had been refined by him, she had no place to hide and was exposed. However, the fact that she could turn around and take him with her showed that although she was fierce, she wasn't a bad person. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have cared about the life or death of others at this time and would have just run for their lives. Towards this woman, Kai Yang didn't really like or dislike her, but her actions gave Kai Yang a good impression of her. He couldn't help but ask, "I have no grievances with them, they shouldn't do anything to me, right?" The woman glanced at him and sneered, "Which cultivation star did you come from? How could you have survived until now with such simple thoughts? Haven't you heard that wherever Sand Scorpion passes, not even a blade of grass grows?" Sand Scorpion? Yang Kai raised his brow. The woman shouted, "Enough nonsense, if you want to live, shut up, or I'll throw you away right now." The dignified high-rank Demon King, the guardian of Hangluo Star Field, was being scolded by a mere first-order origin king. Yang Kai was really speechless. However, although he did not know what Sand Scorpion was, he guessed that the few warships behind him must be space pirates. Space pirates existed in the territory of every star field. They were more or less, strong or weak, and they did business without any capital. They wandered around the star field, bullied the weak, and robbed people. Generally, when a warship business group encountered them in the star field, they would either pay for the passage or fight a bloody battle. Hangluo Star Field used to have two of the biggest pirate groups, Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. However, ever since Yang Kai became the Star Territory Protector, these two pirate groups were completely uprooted. However, the pirates were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. After one group was wiped out, another group would emerge. When the woman appeared, the several warships there had already discovered her tracks, and at this moment, they were naturally in hot pursuit. Although the woman's cultivation was good, she was still injured. At this moment, she was dragging Yang Kai, a burden, so her speed was greatly reduced. How could she be faster than these powerful warships? The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. After being scolded, Yang Kai became quiet for a while, but seeing that the woman could not get rid of her pursuers and was about to reach a dead end, he could not help but ask, "Don't you have a star shuttle?" The woman's face was cold as she stared straight ahead, "It's broken." Yang Kai nodded and said, "The situation is not good. They're about to catch up. Can you shut up?" The woman turned her head and glared at him fiercely. She felt that this man was too noisy. She was running for her life, but he was still chattering away. Yang Kai smiled and obediently shut up. After a while, the woman sighed, "I've implicated you. We can't escape. Later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. If you can survive, remember to go to Blue Cloud Star's boundless sect and tell them to evacuate. Otherwise, Sand Scorpion's revenge will be disastrous." Kai Yang was stunned. "You're going to risk your life to make me escape? How noble was this?" Yang Kai could not help feeling a little moved. In comparison, secretly hiding his strength and following her to watch the show seemed a little despicable. Having said that, he did not mean to do this, it was just a coincidence. The woman grit her teeth and said, "Do you think I want to? I can't escape, so I can only give it a try. Why don't you stop them while I escape?" With your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll die without a burial. After saying so, her expression eased a lot. Besides, you probably won't be able to escape, but there's always a chance. In short, I've implicated you. If we die together, don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai sniffed. What did you do to provoke them? Why are they chasing you so relentlessly? The woman sneered. Sand Scorpion is brutal. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just killed their third master. At this moment, an old voice came from the warship behind them. The voice was so sharp that it sounded like metal rubbing against metal. It went straight to the heart, as if a cat was scratching it, making it very uncomfortable. Meijio, you killed my third brother. If I don't avenge him, Sand Scorpion will never rise again. Don't worry, when I catch you later, I'll make you beg for death. Boundless Sect and Blue Cloud Star will also be destroyed, and they will be buried with my third brother. So ruthless. Yang Kai was shocked. The woman named Meijio, sneered. Sand Scorpion style has always been like this. Whoever provokes them will be destroyed. Not only will the people who provoke them be unlucky, but even their sect and cultivation star will be unlucky. She turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered, Are you afraid? Yang Kai said angrily, Such a deranged person, the heavens will not tolerate it. Meijio, laughed, The heavens? If there is such a thing as the heavens in this world, then what is the point of cultivation? The delicate woman laughed wantonly and arrogantly, with quite a heroic spirit, which made people look askance at her. After laughing, she sighed, I only hate that my cultivation is not enough. If I am strong enough, I will definitely purge this territory of filth, and return it to its former glory. Yang Kai stared at her, Miss, you have great ambition. Meijio, snorted coldly, If the master of this territory does not act, then we can only rely on ourselves. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, Master of this territory, what do you mean? Meijio, frowned and looked at him, Where did you come from? You don't even know that this territory has a master. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. Meijio, said, What an ignorant boy, this territory originally had no master. A long time ago, there was only one star field great emperors. Later, forget it, let's not talk about that guy, he is so annoying. If I have the strength, I would rather run for my life. Yang Kai was very guilty, do you know that guy? Naturally, I don't know him. Meijio, gritted her teeth, if I know him, I will definitely ask him whether he still cares about this territory. If he doesn't, I will. Star territory has been full of war in the past few years, and now is the time to recuperate, but a lot of filth appeared out of thin air, and he doesn't care about it. What kind of master of this territory is he? Yang Kai lowered his head, only to feel that Meijio's words had turned into a giant hammer that smashed his head, making him somewhat unable to raise his head. Star territory has indeed been full of war in the past few years. The invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory swept the entire territory of Star Territory, and although they were expelled in the end, the Hangluo Star Field also suffered a lot. Meijio seemed to have a lot of resentment towards the master of this territory of Star. She didn't know if it was because there were pursuers behind her and she had nowhere to go, but she cursed endlessly. Her words weren't that bad, but they were full of resentment. While she was cursing, suddenly, her hand tightened, and Meijio's pretty face changed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword was placed on Yang Kai's neck. Her pale face was a little red, Why are you grabbing my hand? Yang Kai quickly explained, Don't be impulsive, I just want to give you something. Before Meijio could ask more, she felt something in her hand. Looking down, she saw that the man beside her had actually given her a stone. It was an extremely irregular stone the size of a baby's palm. Meijio frowned, What is it? She scanned it with her divine sense, but couldn't see anything strange about this stone. There was no aura at all, as if it was just a stone picked up by the roadside. She didn't understand why Yang Kai gave her such a thing at this time. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This is a divine object, and there are endless mysteries inside. With the help of this thing, maybe we can. Are you out of your mind? Mei Jiu glared at Yang Kai. In this life and death crisis, he was still joking. What kind of divine object was this? Endless mysteries. With her origin king realm cultivation, she couldn't see anything special about this stone at all. Her long sword was still on Yang Kai's neck, and she was still running away with Yang Kai. With a cold expression, she said, "Speak, are you deliberately taking advantage of me?" Yang Kai wore a helpless look and ignored her, simply turning his head and looking behind him. Mei Jiu didn't know if it was her instinct, but when she threw the stone, she threw it in the direction of the pursuers. At this moment, the stone was approaching the battleships at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Mei Jiu still questioned, "Do you think I won't do anything to you when you're about to die? Let me tell you, even if I die, I will let you die first and make you suffer." Just as she was speaking, she saw Kai Yang grin from ear to ear and say, "Hit." A dazzling light suddenly bloomed, drowning Mei Jiu's vision. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes and turning her head to look in the direction of the light source. In the next instant, Mei Jiu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped as she stared blankly behind her. Thousands of kilometers behind, several sand scorpion battleships that were chasing them all exploded at this time, and the dazzling light was the light of destruction when the battleships exploded. Inexplicably, the battleships exploded. Even though they were thousands of kilometers away, Mei Jiu could still see it clearly. Not a single person on the battleships managed to escape. All of them were buried with the battleships. Chapter 3672. The Sand Scorpion battleship exploded, and the Star Pirates died without a complete corpse. Mei Jiu's face was filled with confusion, excitement, surprise, and fear. She had inexplicably escaped from a crisis and was naturally pleasantly surprised, but it was impossible for the battleship to explode for no reason. It could even be said that in the entire star territory, there was no force that could do this in an instant. The strength of this force was beyond Mei Jiu's understanding. However, she was also an intelligent woman, and in the blink of an eye, she thought of the key point and could not help but exclaim, leaving Yang Kai behind and rushing back the way she came. After an incense stick's worth of time, she returned, clutching the stone tightly in her hand, her expression fluctuating. When she came closer, she looked up and down at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just casually thrown the stone away, yet the Sand Scorpion battleship had been completely annihilated. She did not use the slightest bit of strength in that throw. In other words, the result was all due to the power of the stone. But strangely, she did not feel the slightest fluctuation of power from the stone at all. Such an object could be called a divine stone, and how could someone who could take out such a divine stone be an ordinary person? She already suspected that Yang Kai was some old monster who had hidden his strength to tease her. Yang Kai shook his head and did not answer. If she had not scolded him before, he might have revealed his identity, but he was first scolded by her, and now he had to tell her that she was scolding him. Wasn't he crazy? Smiling slightly, he pretended to be enigmatic. "It is fate that brought us together, so I'll give this to you. Since Miss is ambitious, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly faded. Mei Jiu raised her hand, "Wait." But when she looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared, causing her to feel a little annoyed. How could she not know that she had really encountered a powerful master? However, she did not give up and continued to search for Yang Kai in the nearby starry sky, only giving up after a full month of being unable to find him. He then found a secluded place to heal himself. After his injuries were healed, he went straight to the nest of the sand scorpions. Along the way, she found a dead star to test the power of the divine stone. She found that this thing didn't need to be driven by energy at all. The divine stone didn't need to be pushed at all. As long as it was thrown, it could cause great damage. For a moment, she was amazed as if she had found a precious treasure. Half a year later, news came from the Star Territory that the Sand Scorpion pirates in the territory of Calamity Star had been annihilated. Their base had been destroyed, and none of the members of the Sand Scorpion had escaped. They had all been eliminated by a mysterious expert. When Mei Jiao annihilated the Sand Scorpion pirate gang, Yang Kai was hiding on a dead planet not far away from where he and Mei Jiao had parted ways. However, he had to hide his whereabouts, and Mei Jiao would not have been able to discover him even if she was right next to him. The law of space surged as Yang Kai focused all his attention on the sealed world bead. After years of painstaking cultivation and research, it was finally time for Yang Kai to see the results. How could Yang Kai dare to be the slightest bit careless? For this reason, he even released his embodiment to protect himself. If the hidden danger of the small sealed world in the second territory was not eliminated, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the mainland of the demon territory. Therefore, he had to separate the second territory from the small sealed world. When the sealed world bead devoured the second territory, he did not expect that one day he would have to separate it from the small sealed world. It seemed that the devouring that day was unnecessary, but if it weren't for this, how could Yang Kai have calmed down and studied and cultivated for so many years? How could he have achieved what he had today? Everything in the heavens was as simple as drinking and pecking as this. Immersing his mind, Yang Kai slowly spread out his consciousness and covered the second territory, separating it from the small sealed world little by little. Inside the small sealed world, the second territory buzzed constantly as strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if doomsday was coming. The billions of creatures living inside were all panicking. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the sky. When he appeared, he was the heavens and the earth. He smiled and said, "Don't panic, don't be afraid." His voice spread to every corner of the second territory, as if it had a magical power that comforted people. With the urging of the law of space, the sealed world bead gradually changed. A small bump appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead that he had been holding in the palm of his hand, as if it had grown a small tumor. As time passed, the small tumor grew bigger and bigger, gradually becoming 1/10 the size of the sealed world bead. At this moment, the sealed world bead looked like a gourd, with a large bead connected to a small one. It looked very strange. The space principles around Yang Kai also surged more and more fiercely, turning the place into a black hole that swallowed everything. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. The small tumor on the sealed world bead gradually grew to half its size, making the sealed world bead really look like a gourd. One day, 5 years later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and the crazily surging space principles calmed down in an instant. Holding the gourd-sealed world bead in one hand, Yang Kai used his other hand as a knife and slowly chopped down. The speed was so slow that if one didn't observe carefully, they would barely notice the movement. And this chopping motion took 3 years. After 3 years, Yang Kai had only chopped down half of the gourd, but after 3 years, the palm in the sky suddenly chopped down. In an instant, Yang Kai's eyes widened and his pupils became bloodshot. Demonic chi rushed out of his body like a flood, and even his divine sense was sucked dry, causing his knowledge sea to become empty. Suddenly, there seemed to be a light cracking sound as the gourd-sealed world bead split into two. The large bead remained intact while the small bead spun in the palm of Yang Kai's hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small bead, forcing himself to squeeze out more of his strength. The space principles surged and wrapped around the small bead, suppressing the universe and stabilizing its surroundings. The bead's rotation gradually slowed down, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. However, young Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, and instead became even more nervous. After 8 years of hard work, success or failure would be decided at this moment. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious at this moment. After a while, when the small bead had completely stabilized, young Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the bead into his palm, flicking his finger and sending the bead into the star field. When young Kai made his move, the bead was only the size of a soybean, but in the next moment, the bead suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. It flew forward, expanded again, and continued to expand. In just a few dozen breaths, the bead had turned into a huge planet, stretching across the star field. Even though it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, young Kai could see that it was the size of a millstone. It couldn't expand any further, as it had reached its limit. The area of the second territory was fixed, so after it was extracted by young Kai, it naturally had its own limits. Young Kai stretched out his hand and pointed it at this new stars, stopping them somewhere in the star field. Releasing his divine sense, young Kai checked the situation inside the stars and found that everything was stable. Although there was some damage, it wasn't serious, and there weren't any casualties. Only then did young Kai breathe a sigh of relief and sit down on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the small sealed world again, there was nothing unusual. Although the second territory had been extracted, it didn't affect anything else. Only then did young Kai truly relax. Success. After returning to the territory of the star field for more than a decade, the hidden dangers of the small sealed world had finally been resolved. Young Kai was overjoyed, and although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he couldn't help chuckling. His happiness wasn't just because of the small sealed world, but also because of his own gains. After more than a decade of hard work, refining the star field and creating stars, young Kai's cultivation had soared, and although his cultivation hadn't improved much, his attainments in space principles were no longer comparable to what they were 10 years ago. Just as he was feeling happy though, the embodiment suddenly spoke from the side, "That woman has been looking for you for several months." Young Kai was taken aback for a moment before asking casually, "Which woman?" There was no need for the embodiment to answer though, as young Kai had already seen this woman. Previously, with the embodiment protecting him, young Kai hadn't been able to find any trace of him, but now that he had completed the star refining, such a big movement couldn't be concealed, so naturally, the person who had been searching nearby saw him and immediately flew over. Young Kai chuckled and took out a few spirit pills, stuffing them into his mouth to recover while looking at the person flying over, his embodiment flashing directly into the sealed world bead. After a stick of incense worth of time, a beautiful figure landed in front of young Kai and looked at him with a complicated gaze before cupping her fists and saying, "Jade Cloud Stars Boundless Sex Magio, greets Master." "What's the matter?" Young Kai smiled. Although his face was pale, his spirit was still quite good, mainly because he had solved a troublesome matter and was in a good mood. "Are you the master of star territory?" Magio asked respectfully. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart and just wanted to confirm it. After all, the divine stone young Kai had given her was simply too bizarre. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the strongest in this star field, but over the past few years, she had relied on this divine stone to act heroically in the star field, uprooting the strong and helping the weak. None of her subordinates had been able to withstand a single blow, and even Origin King Realm Masters had been crushed to death with a single stone. She had single-handedly wiped out most of the pirate gangs in the star field. Basically, all she had to do was find the lair of those pirates and throw the divine stone out. Thinking about the huge figure she had seen on the dead star, and then the dead star disappeared and a strange man appeared in front of her, over the past few years, the more she thought about it, the more certain she was that young Kai was the master of star territory. If it was just a guess before, then seeing stars being born in the star field with her own eyes just now was enough to confirm it. In this star territory, besides the mysterious master of star field, who else could do such an incredible thing? Being exposed, Yang Kai didn't deny it and smiled. Yes, I am that, the irresponsible master of star territory. Meijio was embarrassed and bowed her head. Disciple spoke without thinking before. If she has offended you, please forgive her, master. Chapter 3673. Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, I can't blame you for not knowing. Besides, what you said is right. Since he became the master of the star territory, he went to the star boundary. How could he manage the matters of the star territory? It was indeed irresponsible. Seeing that Meijio still wanted to say something, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just finished a big thing and my body is a little weak. If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing else, please protect me. I need to adjust my breathing for a while. Meijio's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and her face bloomed with glory. It is this disciple's honor to be able to protect the master. She also knew that with Yang Kai's ability, why would he need her to protect him? As the master of the star territory, he could even create stars out of thin air. What in the star territory could hurt him? He said this just to give her some face, and she became more and more convinced that Yang Kai didn't care about the previous matter. When she didn't know that Yang Kai was the master of the star territory, Meijio had a lot of complaints about the master of the star territory. She felt that this guy had such a big name, but he didn't care about the matters of the star territory at all. But now that she thought about it, she felt that she was a bit unreasonable. The master of the star territory had such a great divine technique, so there must be more important things waiting for him to do, such as creating stars. How could he care about trivial things? Master, naturally, was busy with big things. While Yang Kai was meditating, Meijio secretly looked at him a few times and found that this master of the star territory was also dignified. His black hair revealed some yin-si, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Meijio couldn't help but want to laugh when she remembered that she grabbed his collar and took him to escape. Looking at the entire star territory, she was afraid that she was the only one who had experienced this kind of thing. For more than 10 days, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and recovered. It was not until 10 days later that he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Meijio hurriedly greeted him with a respectful attitude. There was no longer a fierce look on her face, and there was admiration in her beautiful eyes. Master, you have worked hard. Yang Kai wanted to stretch, but when he saw Meijio's admiring eyes, he was embarrassed to say no, so he had to show her the demeanor of a master. Meijio accepted this and said with a radiant face, Sir is too polite, disciple is not tired. In any case, she was an origin king. Not to mention guarding for a dozen days, she could even guard for a dozen years without any problems. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, now that this matter is over, it's time for me to go. Many thanks. Kai Yang looked at her, is there something else? Meijio blinked and her long eyelashes trembled. She hurriedly said, if master is free, I would like to invite you to take a look over there. The star field over there seems to be a bit strange. Strange? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, how is it strange? Meijio shook her head, I can't tell. When I passed by there a few months ago, I felt a different aura. At that time, I was looking for master's traces, so I didn't dare to go closer to investigate. Now that I think about it, there does seem to be something wrong there. Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Meijio suddenly became anxious, and there was a hint of grievance in her tone. What disciple said is absolutely true. Master, please understand. Yang Kai nodded and said, okay, let me take a look. Saying so, he immersed his mind and checked the situation on the star above his knowledge sea. He had the star territory source, which reflected everything in the star territory. If something really happened in the star territory, he only needed to communicate with the source to investigate. He didn't have to go there in person. In the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard!" If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but now that he looked, something really did happen, and it wasn't a small matter. Mei Jiao thought that Yang Kai was reprimanding her and was so scared that her face paled and her eyes turned red. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you." As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the star field. His gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of kilometers. He frowned and asked, "When did you pass by there?" Mei Jiao calmed her mind and whispered, "Almost 7 months ago." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. "It's not too late." Saying so, he waved his hand and wrapped Mei Jiao in his demonic qi before taking a step forward. Even with Yang Kai's protection, Mei Jiao still felt dizzy. By the time she recovered, she had already appeared in another star field. She didn't know how far away she was from where she had just been, but when she looked around, she saw a different scenery. She immediately determined that this was the star field she had passed by 7 months ago. She couldn't help being speechless. At that time, it had taken her several months to rush from here to where Yang Kai was in seclusion, but the Star Territory Lord had taken her back to this place with just a single step. It was clear just how powerful the Star Territory Lord was. However, at this moment, the scenery in front of this star field was somewhat different from what she had seen before. At that time, she only felt that there seemed to be some dangerous aura here, so she didn't dare to get too close. But now, at a glance, the huge star field had a blue color that was rapidly advancing in her direction. Wherever the blue color passed, the star field would be invaded. Mei Jiao was absent-minded. "This is," Yang Kai sneered, "someone took advantage of this king's absence to invade this king's territory." This kind of thing had happened once before in the Hangluo star field, and at that time, the entire star territory was implicated, and countless cultivation stars were plunged into misery and suffering. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, Mei Jiao reacted, "The great desolate star territory is causing trouble again." Last time, it was Wu Heng, the star territory lord of the great desolate star territory, who committed crimes. He didn't expect to go out for wool and come home shorn. He didn't swallow the Hangluo star field but lost a large part of the star field. After that, the two star territories were connected to each other, so when he noticed that there were signs of his own star territory being swallowed, Yang Kai subconsciously thought that Wu Heng was making a comeback. That bastard was scolding Wu Heng. Now, a lot of the star territory had been swallowed, but because the swallowed part originally belonged to the great desolate star territory, which was also swallowed by Yang Kai before, he didn't notice it at first until Mei Jiao reported it. Mei Jiao said coldly, "It seems that they have forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. Master, please give the order. This disciple will go and gather all the major forces in the star territory. This time, we will definitely teach them a lesson." Yang Kai didn't respond, but just frowned and stared at the encroaching blue. Taking a closer look, the situation this time seemed to be a little different from the last time, but as for what was different, Yang Kai couldn't tell. While he was in doubt, the embodiment suddenly sent a message from the small sealed world bead. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched, showing a headache. But soon, he made a decision and said to Mei Jiao beside him, "Quickly retreat, I will go and take a look." As he said this, he rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the blue light that was trying to devour him. A fragrant wind blew beside him, but Mei Jiao didn't listen to him. Instead, she chased after him and said while flying, "Disciple is willing to do her best." Yang Kai was speechless, but since she was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse her, so he had to wrap her up with his demonic qi. Not long after, the two of them plunged head first into the azure color. Suddenly, both Yang Kai and Mei Jiao felt as if they had fallen into water. Taking a closer look at their surroundings, they realized that they were indeed underwater. However, with the protection of their demonic chi, the surrounding water was unable to penetrate their bodies. Meiji looked shocked. She couldn't understand. They were flying in the star field, so how did they end up in water? Moreover, this water seemed to be different from ordinary water. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. Pulling her along, he turned and rushed straight up. With a splash, the water splashed in all directions as the two of them rushed out of the water. Meiji had rich combat experience. As soon as she came out of the water, she urged her Saint Chi, her beautiful eyes looking around to check the situation of the enemy. At the same time, she grasped the divine stone in her hand, ready to throw it out at any time. But after a glance, she couldn't help but be stunned. The place they appeared in wasn't the territory of the great desolate star, but in a garden. The area of the garden wasn't too big, and one could see the end of it at a glance, but the scenery was good. There were rockery, small bridges, and flowing water. There was a pavilion in the garden, and a small pond in the corner. She and Yang Kai had rushed out of the pond. The water of the pond was blue, exactly the same as the blue color of the star field in the star field. Meiji was stunned. The pond under her was only a few dozen meters in diameter, but when she was in it before, she clearly felt like she was in a vast ocean. But soon, she showed a look of shock, because the world energy in this garden was unimaginably rich. Her aptitude was good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the Origin King realm. But if she could cultivate in such a place, the efficiency would definitely be 100 times faster. Is there such a paradise in this world? Not only was the world energy rich, there seemed to be something else, but her martial Tao level was too low, so she couldn't comprehend it at all. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was you who did it." Hearing this, Meiji followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She saw a person sitting in the pavilion over there. It was a hale and hearty old man with white hair and a beard. The old man had a kind face, and he had quite an immortal aura. What shocked Meiji wasn't the old man's appearance, but that she clearly looked around carefully before, but didn't find any trace of this old man. It was only when Yang Kai spoke that she noticed him. At this moment, a chessboard was placed in front of the old man named Wuxia. The black and white characters on the chessboard were entangled with each other, and a strong murderous aura came out of the chessboard, straight to her mind. Just glancing at the chessboard, Meiji's face turned pale. At the same time, she felt very strange in her heart. This old man is so bored, he's actually playing chess with himself. And it's hard to tell who will win. The old man in the pavilion raised his head, looked at Yang Kai for a while, and laughed. "Why are you here?" Chapter 3674. Why can't I be here? Yang Kai flew into a rage. He stepped into the pavilion and looked down at the old man with hostility. "Wuxia, what are you doing?" Previously, when the embodiment transmitted a message saying that it had sensed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Yang Kai had a bad feeling. Now that he entered the pavilion and saw that it was indeed Wuxia who was causing trouble, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The last time he saw Wuxia, he was still in the ancestral territory. He didn't expect that when they met again, he would come to invade his own star territory. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Hongchen was in the same body as him, Yang Kai wouldn't talk nonsense with him. He would just beat him up. Although Wuxia was one of the great emperors, he shouldn't have fully recovered yet. Yang Kai was more than a little stronger than when he was on the Dragon Island. He even had 4 half-saint of demon race subordinates following his orders. If they really fought, he wasn't afraid of him. Yang Kai entered the pavilion, and Meiji also followed him in. She stood behind Yang Kai with a vigilant look on her face and tightened her grip on the god stone. It could be seen that the master of the star territory and this old man knew each other, but their relationship wasn't very good. The master of the star territory was prejudiced against the old man, so she naturally didn't put on a good face. Wukong blinked and then smiled, that star territory is yours. He was also a smart person. At first, he was surprised to see Yang Kai here, but soon he understood the cause and effect. What do you think? Yang Kai leaned over and slapped the chessboard in front of him. The black and white chess pieces were shaken, and they were in a mess in an instant. Wukong frowned and looked at the chessboard. He sighed leisurely, I'm about to win. Look at you, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight, sigh? Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai directly flipped the chessboard. This time, the black and white chess pieces weren't in a mess, and they all flew up. Wukong laughed, do you know that a lot of people will die if you do that? There was no need for him to say anything. After Yang Kai flipped over the chessboard, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, countless palm shadows appeared in the pavilion. The palm shadows closed and merged back into his body. Yang Kai hugged a large pile of chess pieces, his face filled with shock and fear. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai. Mana? Have you become the demon race? When Yang Kai didn't make a move, he couldn't see it. But when Yang Kai made a move, his demon yuan surged with astonishing momentum. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see some clues. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale. He looked down at the chess piece in his arms, his eyelids twitching. What are you doing? Wukong didn't answer the question. Interesting. You've actually become the demon race, but why haven't you lost your mind? If it's convenient, can you let this old master take a look? Yang Kai coldly said, you can take a look if you want, but you can't do it for free. Wukong smiled and nodded. If you have any questions, just ask. Yang Kai snorted and sat down on the chair opposite Wukong. He carefully placed the chess pieces in his arms on the chessboard one by one. He didn't return to his original position, just placed them properly. Then, he carefully examined the chess pieces and made sure that there was nothing wrong with them before letting out a long sigh of relief. Mei Jiu didn't understand why Yang Kai attached so much importance to the chess pieces. She curiously glanced at the chessboard and suddenly became sluggish. She stood in place with absent-minded eyes, as if her soul had been sucked away and she had suddenly become a walking corpse. Suddenly, a gentle force wrapped around her body. Mei Jiu suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face was pale as she said in horror, Master, this chessboard and chess pieces, I know. Yang Kai nodded. Mei Jiu's face turned even paler when she heard this. If she had suspected that she had seen wrongly, then after hearing Yang Kai's answer, how could she not know that what she saw was true? That chessboard wasn't a chessboard at all. It was clearly a vast star field. Those chess pieces weren't chess pieces at all. They were impressively stars. The seemingly amiable and sage-like old man in front of her was actually using the star field as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces to play chess with himself. Suddenly seeing such a scene, Mei Jiu's origin king realm cultivation was naturally taken aback. If Yang Kai hadn't acted in time, she was afraid that she would have really become a walking corpse. Only now did she understand the meaning of the old man's words. Those chess pieces were real stars. Each of the stars contained billions of lives. Yang Kai had flipped the chessboard, which was equivalent to flipping the star field. The chess pieces flew out, and the planet shook. How could people not die? Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and collected the chess pieces that had flown out. Otherwise, he would have really caused a lot of deaths. Mei Jiu was completely stunned. She didn't understand whether this was reality or an illusion. If it was an illusion, it was too realistic. If it was reality, could anyone in reality do such a thing? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand. Wukong didn't hesitate and put 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He then separated a part of his consciousness to check the situation inside his body. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Senior Hong Chen is here. If you can kill me, then do it." Mei Jiu thought that Wukong was playing chess by himself, but Yang Kai knew that he was playing chess with Duan Hongchen. Since the great emperors of Hongchen could play chess with Wukong, they could naturally stop him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Wukong would harm him. Wukong smiled lightly and showed a disdainful look. "That old ghost has already been refined by this king. There is no such person as Duan Hongchen in this world." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This old master is alive and well." Yang Kai grinned, "Greetings, senior. This junior is very happy to see that senior is well." Wukong nodded and looked at Mei Jiu, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and said, "Little girl, you look pretty good. Did you just take her in?" Yang Kai felt embarrassed. "She is from the Star Territory. She happened to be here, so I brought her over." Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said to Mei Jiu, "Little girl, since you are here, why don't you stay and serve this king? This king can teach you the supreme Tao." The great emperors of Hongchen were the most free and easy people, but since the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, they were tied together with Wukong. There was no wine to drink, no meat to eat, and no beauties to surround them. They were so bored that they were about to rot. It was rare for someone to come here, so they naturally wanted to stay. It wasn't that they wanted to do anything, but it was better to face a beautiful little girl than to face Wukong all day. A great opportunity, a supreme fortune, was placed in front of her, but Mei Jiu's face turned pale and she shook her head like a rattle. She didn't know the situation, but she felt that the old man in front of her didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, he seemed a little crazy, so how could she dare to stay? As for the supreme Tao, who knew if what he said was true or false, so she didn't want it. Upon seeing this, Wukong didn't force her and just sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, he nodded to Yang Kai and said, "You tell him." Yang Kai nodded and pointed at the chessboard, asking, "What is this?" Wukong tilted his head and carefully checked the condition of Yang Kai's body, and without thinking, he replied, "The Blood Sun Star's territory." Although he had guessed it in his heart, when Wukong admitted it, Yang Kai still sucked in a breath of cold air. "You refined a star's territory into this?" Yang Kai didn't know where the Blood Sun Star's territory was, and he had never heard of it, but he thought that it was one of the lower stars' territory, an existence similar to the Hangluo star field. But now, it had turned into a chessboard in front of him. Wukong chuckled, "What's so strange about this? There are many in the sky." Yang Kai looked up and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the sky, there were large and small nebulas circling around, some as big as dustpans and some as small as washbasins. They were separated from each other by a little distance, seemingly incompatible with each other. If it weren't for Wukong's words, Yang Kai would only feel that these nebulas were a bit strange, but after listening to him and taking a closer look, how could he not see that these nebulas were really a star's territory? Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in these nebulas, the cultivation stars were as small as dust, and on these dust, there were billions of creatures living. But these creatures were the same as the chess pieces on a chessboard, completely unaware of their own situation and still doing what they should do. The situation in your body is really strange. It is obviously full of demonic chi, but why is your body not affected? How can you ensure that your divine sense is clear? Wukong asked. You know about demonic chi? Yang Kai asked. Wukong smiled mysteriously, I know a lot of things you don't know. Aren't you in the ancestral territory? Why are you here? What is this place? Yang Kai didn't feel like arguing with him about demonic chi. The most important thing now was to figure out what he was doing. This is the ancestral territory. Wukong replied. Nonsense. Yang Kai cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the ancestral territory before, so how could it be like this? But thinking about it, this old man could refine a star territory into a chessboard and nebula, so it wasn't strange for him to refine the ancestral territory into a garden. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and asked, a small world? Wukong smiled and shook his head, a large world. Yang Kai paled and looked at Wukong in horror, but he knew that Wukong wasn't exaggerating. Mei Jiao had only noticed that the world energy here was extremely rich, but she hadn't noticed that the world principles here were also extremely vigorous. Just as the star boundary and the demon territory were both large worlds, although this place was slightly inferior, it wasn't too far off. Wukong didn't seem to notice Yang Kai's expression and said, there must be some kind of treasure in your knowledge sea that can keep your soul clear. This old master wants to take a look, open your divine sense. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai refused without hesitation, frowning as he turned his head and looked around. You entered the ancestral territory from the Dragon Temple in order to refine the ancestral territory? Yes, the ancestral territory is the source of all the lower star territory, so refining the ancestral territory will allow this king to achieve twice the result with half the effort. What do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Wukong smiled and shook his head, I can't tell you that. After a pause, he said, but since you are here, I have something I need your help with. Do you think I will help you? Yang Kai sneered. Wukong ignored him and continued, I want your star domain. I didn't know that you were the master of that star domain. I just happened to devour it at the right time. But it doesn't matter. Whether that star domain has a master or not, no matter who the master is, I will devour it. Not only your star domain, but all the star domains in the lower planes, I want them all. Yang Kai's voice trembled, if you want to die, I can help you. Chapter 3675. Wukong laughed in spite of himself, I haven't seen you for many years, but your tone has changed a lot. It seems that you haven't lived in vain all these years. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, I've always been like this. The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor, who was known as the #1 great demon since ancient times, had a good temper. Even if Yang Kai repeatedly offended him, he didn't get angry and said with a smile, let's talk nicely. Your words are full of sarcasm, so we can't talk anymore, don't you think? Yang Kai restrained his expression. Although his expression was still indignant, he suppressed his anger and said lightly, what are you scheming? Wukong raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. The chessboard and chess pieces immediately turned into specks of starlight, twisting into a nebula that flew into the sky and hung there. Then, a tea set appeared on the table in front of him. He looked at Mei Jiao, who was standing behind Yang Kai with a smile and said, girl, can you make tea? Mei Jiao didn't know whether to answer or not. She looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't have any objection, so she nodded and said, I know a little. Although she knew that the old man in front of her wasn't a good person, she also knew that he was definitely a powerful person. No matter his nature was good or bad, she should have respect for the strong. Thank you. Wukong gestured with his hand. Mei Jiao glanced at Kai Yang again. Seeing Kai Yang nod his head, she walked over to the table and respectfully knelt down, then began to cook in an orderly manner. Wukong looked at her for a while and confirmed that Mei Jiao really knew how to make tea. She didn't know a little as she said, but seemed to be very proficient in it, so he smiled and nodded. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, this king does have a plan. This king wants to plan something that is related to the lives of the people and the survival of the star boundary. Look at you, you asked me, so I told you, but now you are looking at me with such a distrustful look. What do you want this king to do? Go on. Yang Kai gestured to him with his chin. I'm done. Wukong smiled. That's all. Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong shook his head slowly and said, "Of course you won't believe me." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, even if you don't believe in this king, you should believe in Hong Chen. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, this king and Hong Chen's souls merged into one body. It's not as simple as you think. It can be said that if we are willing, we can open each other's secrets and see through each other's thoughts. It's not convenient for me to tell you what I'm going to do. Your strength is too low, so it won't do you any good to know. However, Red Dust knows, and he agrees." Yang Kai frowned. As Wukong said, he didn't believe this old man, but if Duan Hongchen also cooperated, then he couldn't help but think about it. In order to solve the hidden danger of Wukong, the great emperors of Hongchen repeatedly entered the Shattered Star Sea with the identity of a Dao Source Realm cultivator to search for Wukong. He was called Hongchen, and while he played in the world of mortals, he was also attached to the world of mortals and sheltered them. If Wukong's plan was really harmful to the star boundary, Duan Hongchen would never agree. Looking straight into Wukong's eyes, as if he wanted to see through the truth and into the depths of his knowledge, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Senior, is what he said true?" Naturally, he wasn't asking about Wukong, but Duan Hongchen. This time, Duan Hongchen didn't answer with his physical body, but directly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai's mind, and said in a helpless tone, "Although I don't want to admit it, what this old ghost said is true. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have allowed him to act so recklessly. This old ghost's strength was higher than ours in the past, and he knew a lot of things that we didn't know. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea. I can only say that people who are different cannot work together." Yang Kai was surprised, not because Duan Hongchen had confirmed Wukong's words, but because of the pain in the great emperors of Hongchen's tone. It was because of the result of the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea was an unprecedented battle started by the great emperors of the star boundary in order to get rid of the evil Wukong. In this battle, 4 great emperors fell one after another, and Wukong's physical body was shattered, and his soul escaped. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with this battle. Even though 4 great sovereigns had fallen and the star boundary had paid a huge price, the great sovereigns had died a worthy death in order to remove the malignant tumor known as heaven-devouring great sovereign. But now, listening to Duan Hongchen's tone, Yang Kai actually had a feeling that, the battle in the Shattered Star Sea was wrong. If this was really the case, how could the 4 fallen great emperors rest in peace? Duan Hongchen continued, "But you can rest assured that with me watching over him, even if he messes around, there will be a limit. Just take these stars as an example. Although he refined them, he didn't harm a single life in these territory, nor did he destroy a single star. He just used the ancestral territory as the foundation to fuse those stars with the ancestral territory." Yang Kai gently took a breath, calmed down the tumbling emotions in his heart and frowned. What exactly is it that is related to the safety of the star boundary? Duan Hongchen replied, "This matter is indeed a bit troublesome. It's useless to tell you now, so don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good. When the time comes, you will naturally know." If it was Wukong who said this, Yang Kai would definitely spit in his face, but it was Duan Hongchen who said this. Even if Yang Kai was itching to know, it was not good for him to ask more. He gently nodded and said, "Every star territory in the lower plane has to be refined, and integrated into the ancestral territory." Duan Hongchen said, "Your strength is not bad now, so you should be able to feel the changes in the ancestral territory. Old Ghost said that this place is a big universe, and it is not wrong. According to his and my estimation, if all the star territory in the lower plane is integrated, the ancestral territory can indeed become a big universe. At that time, the ancestral territory will not be inferior to the star boundary in the slightest. You should know that every star territory in the lower plane is separated from the ancestral territory. Now that it is integrated back, it is just returning to the origin. It would be best if all of them can be integrated. If there is 1 or 2 star territory missing, no one can say what the result will be. Yang Kai pondered for a long time, and then said, what will be the consequences of the integration of the star territory? The most direct consequence is that your identity as the master of the star territory will be lost. As for the other consequences, it is nothing. The original life in the star territory will be the same after the integration. It will not affect them. It can even be said that they will gain some benefits because of this. If the big universe of the ancestral territory is formed, the integrated star territory will naturally benefit. Yang Kai frowned and said, before I came down, someone told me that the star boundary and the lower plane star territory are like a big tree. The star boundary is the high crown of the tree, and the star territory of the lower plane star territory is like the roots of the tree. Now that Wukong has taken away these roots and integrated them, it will not affect the star boundary. Roots and tree crown. There was a hint of surprise in Duan Hongchen's voice. This statement is quite interesting and not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely correct. The relationship between the star fields and the star boundary is indeed like the roots and the crown of a tree. After the integration of the star fields, the star boundary will naturally have some impact on the star boundary. The biggest impact is that if the cultivators in the star field have enough cultivation to break free from the shackles of world principles, they will no longer enter the star boundary but the ancestral territory. As for the star boundary, it has long been set in stone and the living beings in it will reproduce endlessly. Yang Kai frowned and said, seeing Senior again today, Senior seems to agree with Wukong's actions. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, in order to destroy Wukong's soul, Duan Hongchen did not hesitate to die together with him. He even regarded him as a scourge. Although he was later stopped by Yang Kai, he also tried his best to solve his own problems. But seeing him today, he actually stood on the same side as Wukong and spoke for him everywhere. This made Yang Kai think more about it. He did not know whether Duan Hongchen was like this, or whether he was deceived by Wukong, or whether Wukong had done something to Duan Hongchen. This old man is not deaf. Anyway, this old man is much older than you. Can you respect this old man and not call me Wukong? Why does it sound so unpleasant? Wukong looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, then how do you think I should address you? Respect you as senior? Wukong smiled and said, I know you have a prejudice against this old man. In this world, who doesn't know this old man's name and doesn't have a prejudice against this old man? But when this old man became famous, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. When did this old man's actions hurt your interests in the slightest? Now, you fear this old man like a tiger and avoid this old man like a snake or a scorpion. It's just an old rumor that people echo. Nowadays, how many people in the star boundary understand this old man's temperament? Yang Kai sneered and said, according to what you said, you had difficulties in your actions back then. Wukong chuckled and said, I didn't have any difficulties. I killed those people, destroyed those stars, and destroyed the territory of the star boundary. It's natural for me to have a bad reputation, but, there is always a reason, and it's not as simple as you think. There is a mystery behind this matter. So far, only Hongchen knows about it. The others, even the great emperors, don't know about it. After a pause, he said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's drink. While they were talking, Mei Jiu had already brewed the fragrant tea. She poured a cup for Wukong and another for Yang Kai, and then sat down obediently. Yang Kai glanced at her and pushed his cup in front of Mei Jiu. Mei Jiu was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, Master, this disciple appreciates your kindness. In front of the master of the star territory and the master of the star territory, even the master of the star boundary territory had to address him as senior. How could she have the right to drink tea? It was already a great honor to be able to serve by his side. She still knew her place. Just drink it, it's definitely good stuff. Yang Kai said and stuffed the cup into Meijio's hand. Although he hadn't tasted the tea yet, just by smelling the fragrance, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not ordinary tea. With his current high-rank Demon King cultivation, drinking this tea might not be of any use, but with Meijio's first-order Origin King cultivation, this was an opportunity, so how could he miss it? Chapter 3676. When Meijio heard this, she couldn't say anything more, mainly because she also felt that this spiritual tea was extraordinary. Since Yang Kai had said so, she could only obey. She picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Suddenly, her body shook and her eyes widened. She froze in place, as if someone had cast a spell on her. However, it only took a moment for her to recover. Her eyes shone brightly as she gulped down the tea in the cup in just a few mouthfuls. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and casually poured another cup for her. Meijio's face was suddenly filled with fear, as if she was flattered. Duan Hongchen's voice sounded in his mind, if it is harmful to the boundless secular world, this old master will fight to the death to stop it. Otherwise, this old master will help with all his strength. These words were in response to Yang Kai's previous question. Although there was no direct response, it showed that the great emperors of the secular world felt that Wukong's actions were not harmful to the Star Boundaries territory, but rather beneficial. Yang Kai gently nodded. He held the teacup and took a sip, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. After pondering for a while, he said, "The two of you should know about the flowing time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors, right?" Wukong smiled, "It's a pity that we didn't meet before death." Since ancient times, the Star Boundary had given birth to countless great emperors. Each new generation replaced the old, and each new generation produced talented people. However, only two great emperors were famous. One was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and the other was the flowing time Great Emperor. The world wondered, if these two great emperors lived in the same era, which one would be stronger and which one would be weaker. Not only did the world think so, but Wukong also thought so. He was able to fight against the combined forces of many great emperors by himself. Although his physical body was destroyed, he was able to kill 4 of them. There was no doubt about his strength. It's just that before the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, before the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, and before Wukong became famous, the flowing time Great Emperor had already fallen. He regretted that he could not live in the same era as the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, otherwise, he would have competed with him for supremacy. The master of the flowing time Great Emperor was beaten to death. Yang Kai looked into his eyes. Wukong's smile stiffened. In Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, Duan Hongchen exclaimed. A moment later, Wukong's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you know?" "You're not surprised?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Wukong coldly snorted, "This king has also been beaten to death, what's there to be surprised about? As long as one's strength is strong enough, who in this world can avoid being beaten to death? Tell me, what do you know about the flowing time Great Emperor?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I don't know much, and I only learned about it recently. The flowing time Great Emperor Master left a flowing time temple in the Four Seasons realm. More than 10 years ago, a guy named Wind Monarch took a skeleton to the Four Seasons realm, arranged a large array, and stimulated the power of the skeleton, almost summoning the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm. As for that skeleton, it contains the power of time." Wukong frowned, "What does this mean?" "That skeleton is the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor." Yang Kai nodded, "That's right. If it wasn't the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor Master, how could it connect to the flowing time temple and draw it out of the Great Emperor's palaces? And this is just one of the skeletons. In the Eastern Sea, there are many more skeletons that were obtained by the ancestors of the monster race in the sea. It is said that they were picked up by accident, and no one knows how many years have passed since then. Wukong's expression became even more dignified as he listened to Yang Kai's explanation. How could he not know that the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor was found outside, and that he died without a complete corpse? He had been beaten to death because he had provoked the wrath of the crowd. The other great emperors had joined forces to fight to the death, but they were not strong enough. But in the era when the flowing time great emperor lived, he was almost respected, and the flowing time great emperor himself did not do any evil, so how could he be beaten to death? Who had the ability to do so? Yang Kai continued, the flowing time great emperor master once subdued the ancient divine spirit Qiongqi as his mount. Although the flowing time great emperor died, Qiongqi is still alive, and has been guarding the flowing time temple ever since. By chance, Qiongqi has a good relationship with me. According to him, when the flowing time great emperor master was in seclusion in the temple, he suddenly comprehended a mysterious principle outside the universe, and broke out of seclusion to travel the universe. But decades later, when the life treasure of the flowing time great emperor master returned to the temple, there was no news of him since then. Combined with the skeletons, it is not difficult to guess what happened to the flowing time great emperor master that year. He must have encountered some danger outside the universe, and finally died. Wukong nodded. Combined with Yang Kai's words, there was no problem with this inference. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and continued, the flowing time great emperor master's death shows that there is a great danger outside the universe, and even a powerhouse like him is powerless to resist. Just now, you said that the conspiracy is related to the common people and the safety of the star boundary. Wukong, have you also traveled the universe like the flowing time great emperor master? If so, what did you see? What kind of scenery is it outside the universe? No one knew who was stronger between Wukong and the flowing time great emperor, but these two were definitely stronger than the average great emperors. If the flowing time great emperor could travel the universe, Wukong might be able to do the same. Yang Kai's eyes were burning, staring at Wukong without blinking, not letting go of the slightest change of expression on his face. Unfortunately, Wukong didn't react at all. His ruddy face was like an ancient well without any ripples. After a long silence, he said, I don't know anything about the flowing time great emperor, and I can't be sure whether the danger he encountered is related to my conspiracy. What I can tell you is that there is indeed a great danger outside the universe. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, you really have been outside the universe. Wukong shook his head, I haven't been there. It's just that there is a trace of spiritual awareness in the unseen world. It's because of this feeling that I didn't dare to go. Didn't dare to go. It wouldn't be strange if these words came from anyone else, but from Wukong's mouth, it was a little creepy. While speaking, Wukong raised his hand and wanted to pour himself another cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He directly picked up the teapot and stuffed it into Mei Jiao's arms, take it back and drink slowly. Don't drink too much at once. 1 or 2 cups are enough. Mei Jiao was stunned. She looked at Yang Kai and then at Wukong. She wanted to put down the teapot, but her face was full of reluctance. But if she just held it like this, it would be too unsightly. She just drank 2 cups of tea. How could she not know the endless magical effects of this tea? After going back, she would find a place to meditate in seclusion. Her strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Now that Yang Kai stuffed the remaining half of the teapot into her hands, Mei Jiao was really grateful and frightened. Wukong laughed and put down the empty cup. He waved his hand and said, forget it. It's fate that we met. Girl, take it. Mei Jiao's voice trembled. She bowed and saluted, thank you, senior. She held the teapot in her arms like a treasure and wouldn't let go no matter what. Wukong put his hands in his sleeves, glanced at Yang Kai, and said, don't think too much. I am not sure what dangers there are outside the universe. What I am doing now is just preparing for a rainy day. Although your strength is not weak now, it is still too low in my eyes. It is useless to think too much. As for the lower plane star territory, I won't fuse with you first. In any case, there are still some lower plane star territory. I will wait until I finish fusing with the others and see the situation. How about it? If Wukong was only doing it for his own selfish desires, Yang Kai wouldn't have agreed. He would have fought with him here. But now that he knew some inside information, and Duan Hongchen had said it first, it would be too unreasonable for him to hold on to his identity as the master of the lower plane star territory. So, he nodded and said, "All right. But let me say the ugly words first. It doesn't matter if you fuse with me, but if you dare to harm even a blade of grass or a tree in the lower plane star territory, I will not let you go." Wukong chuckled, "Old Duan is watching. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. Okay, my business is done. Old Duan has something to ask you. Let him talk to you." Yang Kai straightened his face and asked, "Senior, what are your orders?" The old man's face twisted and squirmed, and soon, it turned into Duan Hongchen's appearance. It was probably because Wukong's soul had retreated, and Duan Hongchen was in charge of the physical body. Duan Hongchen moved his body a little and frowned. Did something big happen in the upper plane recently? Yang Kai said calmly, "Senior, you mean," Duan Hongchen said, "about 15 years ago, this old man suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. I didn't know why, but after thinking about it, something must have happened in the upper plane. Moreover, it was related to the other great emperors. Yang Kai, have you heard anything about it?" After he finished asking, he saw Yang Kai's mournful expression and couldn't help but tighten his face. Did something really happen? He and Wukong had been staying in the ancestral territory for all these years, and they hadn't returned to the territory of the upper plane. They didn't know what the situation was like in the territory of the upper plane. However, the great emperors were all recognized by the heavens of the upper plane. When one of them died, the natural sign of the upper plane would sense it. It was just that Duan Hongchen wasn't in the upper plane, so this feeling was a little vague. 15 years ago, calculating the time, was when the Battle of Eternal Heaven took place. Yang Kai said in a low and deep voice, "Master Mingyu has died." Duan Hongchen looked startled and asked subconsciously, "Mingyu is dead? How did she die?" Even though he had guessed that something major must have happened in the upper plane that was related to the great emperors, he couldn't have imagined that one of the great emperors had died. Since the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the great emperors hadn't died for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the great emperors were immortal, it was just that things had happened too suddenly. How many years had it been since he and Wukong came to the ancestral territory? How could Mingyu have died for no reason? Master Mingyu died at the hands of this junior. Yang Kai replied. As soon as these words came out, Duan Hongchen was startled again, but he soon understood. On the other hand, Mei Jiu looked at Yang Kai in shock. She didn't know what the great emperors were, and she didn't know who Mingyu was, but she could guess some things from the conversation she heard. Mingyu was a top powerhouse, and a good person at that, but this powerhouse, this good person actually died at the hands of the master of the upper plane of the upper plane's territory. Mei Jiu couldn't understand it, only feeling a mess in her head. No wonder, no wonder. Duan Hongchen gently nodded, "No wonder when I saw you this time, I felt Mingyu and the aura of the upper plane. So that's why." Yang Kai was surprised. Senior isn't angry. He thought that after he said those words, Duan Hongchen would definitely ask him why he killed Mingyu, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Chapter 3677. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. Although Mingyu was promoted to great emperors after the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, as great emperors, he was the strongest fighting force in Star Boundary. If he was unwilling, how could you kill him? He was actively seeking death, wasn't he? After a pause, he continued, was he facing a certain death situation, and then asked you to kill him? No, 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 with your temperament, I'm afraid that even if Mingyu asked, you wouldn't really kill him. In that case, he should have taken advantage of your unpreparedness and died at your hands. Because Mingyu died at your hands, you obtained his world recognition, which is why you have the aura of him and star boundary. Am I right? For eyes met, Yang Kai was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Hongchen had been dragged to this territory by Wukong for many years, so he had not heard anything about star boundary, but he had almost inferred the truth of the matter just from a predetermined result, which showed how meticulous his mind was. But that's not right. Duan Hongchen suddenly frowned. Even if Mingyu died at your hands, how did you obtain his world recognition? When a great emperor dies, the recognition of the will of heaven and earth will naturally dissipate between heaven and earth. It will wait for the birth of the next great emperor before it can be added to their body. Could it be, that when Mingyu died, the recognition of heaven and earth couldn't dissipate and could only merge with your body? If that's the case, Mingyu didn't die in the star boundary. Yang Kai took a light breath. The place where Mingyu Master died is indeed not in star boundary. Duan Hongchen showed a look of understanding and nodded. Tell me, what happened these years? Demon plague. Yang Kai spat out 2 words. Duan Hongchen's expression turned cold. The demon race? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Senior should still remember the demon nest in the southern swamp and the awakening of Azure Sun Temple's demon sense, right? Back then, Yang Kai was entrusted by Azure Sun Temple's chief disciple, Xia Sheng, to accompany a woman named Hua Yu Lu to explore the cave mansion in the southern swamp. They thought that they would be able to find some benefits, but they did not expect to inadvertently unseal a demon nest and release many sealed demonic senses, causing a commotion in the southern territory. At that time, one of the Heavenly River Valley Gong family's patriarch, Gong Yu, who had been possessed by the demon sense. Yang Kai and the others chased him all the way until they finally reached Azure Sun Temple, T. Yang An and the others, and Yang Kai and An and the others chased after him, they Chuan Hong Chen's demons, and finally, Yu, Yu and possessed, Whose, and Yu, and the Hong Yu and Hong Heaven. At that time, Duan Hongchen happened to be in Azure Sun Temple and was in the Divine Ascension Mirror, trying to solve the problem of his body being occupied by Wukong, so he knew about this matter. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Duan Hongchen nodded. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was only the beginning. First, the demon nest was unsealed and the awakening of demon sense took over. The southern territory was in turmoil for more than 10 years before it gradually calmed down. Everyone thought that the trouble had been dealt with, but who knew that there would be an even bigger conspiracy behind it? Junior heard that among the current 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the most mysterious one is the Western Territory's Shadow Great Emperors, Night Shadow from the Shadow Kill Hall. Our seniors don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Now, it seems that it is not that he is mysterious, but that he is deliberately hiding it. Great Emperor's Night Shadow, Ken Yi, carries the bloodline of the demon race's shadow demon. He is a chess piece that the demon race has planted in the star boundary. Even with Duan Hongchen's calm temperament, his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Among the 10 great emperors, no matter whether they were familiar with each other or how close they were, they had always interacted with each other after so many years. When he was roaming the mortal world, he had also been a guest at the Shadow Kill Hall and had even come into close contact with Ken Yi, but even so, he did not find anything wrong with Ken Yi. He never would have thought that one of the 10 great emperors would carry the bloodline of the demon race. In ancient times, the demon race had invaded the star boundary. Yang Kai knew about this, so it was impossible for Duan Hongchen not to know. If there were some fish that had escaped the net, or if there were some women in the star boundary who had been abducted, humiliated, and given birth to a child, it would make sense. Ken Ye's demon race bloodline could probably be traced back to the last war between the two realms. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, as if he was mocking and sorrowful. With one of the great emperors as a spy, and the demon race having been plotting for a long time, they naturally found the right opportunity and easily broke through the barrier between the two realms, opening a passage between the two realms. Unfortunately, we were unaware of this at that time. The great emperors who heard the news went in one after another to investigate the situation, but in the end, they were ambushed by the demon race's demon saint. Bright Moon Master fell into the demon race's territory in order to cover for the others to escape. Later, this brat was entrusted by the Master of Heaven's revelations and used a ruse to become the demon race's territory. On the surface, this brat became the demon race, but in reality, he went to find out the whereabouts of Bright Moon Master and see if there was a chance to bring him back. Yang Kai paused for a moment, then continued, "Speaking of this matter, I still have to thank Wukong. If it wasn't for the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics being unacceptable to the world, I wouldn't have been able to find a suitable reason to play this ruse." Entering the territory of Become the Demon Race was very smooth. This junior found the trapped Bright Moon Master in a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. At that time, the Master was seriously injured, and the demon race's demon saint laid down the 12 great demon formation. In addition, the blood demon saint Xueli laid down a boundless sea of blood to trap him. Bright Moon Master bitterly held on in the sea of blood within the great formation. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene of seeing Bright Moon for the first time in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Duan Hongchen interrupted, "This old man knows that the demon race's territory is also a large universe. The demon saint you speak of should be in existence not inferior to the great emperors, right? How many demon saint do they have?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior is correct. In the demon race's territory, the demon saint's status and strength are indeed comparable to the great emperors of the Star Realm. As for the number, there are no less than 12, When Duan Hongchen heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, revealing a troubled expression. The Star Realm originally had 10 great emperors, but he was held back by Wukong in the ancestral territory. At that time, Bright Moon had fallen into the demon race's territory, and Kenyi had defected. This meant that there were only 7 great emperors left in the Star Realm to preside over matters. On the other hand, in the demon race's territory, there were 12 demon saints eyeing them covetously. In addition to Kenyi, who had defected, it was 7 against 13. The difference in numbers was somewhat large, almost twice the difference. With a difference of 2 times the battle strength of the peak, there was no need to think about this war between the two realms. The Star Realm side would be incomparably difficult. Wrinkling his brows, Duan Hongchen asked suspiciously, "According to what you said, Bright Moon had fallen deep into the demon race's territory at that time, and was even heavily injured. It was the best opportunity to kill him, so why did the demon saint only trap him and not kill him?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "This junior also had this question, but after Bright Moon's master explained it, I realized that it wasn't that the demon saint didn't want to kill him, but that they had a bigger scheme. They were scheming for the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth." When Duan Hongchen heard this, he only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization, so that's how it is. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain too much. He already understood what the demon race's territory was planning to do at that time. Under the circumstances at that time, they indeed had the strength to kill Bright Moon, but what about after killing him? At most, the Star Realm side would have 1 less peak battle strength. If Bright Moon died, and there was no suitable vessel, the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his body could dissipate and return to the Star Realm. But if they trapped him and didn't kill him, they could find a way to refine Bright Moon and let the demon race's territory devour the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on Bright Moon, then they could expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon race's territory. It had to be said that the demon race had a good plan. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything after that. With Duan Hongchen's thoughts, how could he not have guessed it? When the final battle broke out, Bright Moon felt that there was no hope for him to escape and died at the hands of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was someone from the Star Realm, so the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his identity would naturally merge with Yang Kai's body. There was no other choice. You've done well. Duan Hongqian didn't ask any more questions and didn't let Yang Kai continue to explain. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. At that time, if it were any other great emperors, they would have made the same choice, but fortunately, you have appeared in front of this old master again. It seems that although there were dangers, you were able to turn the situation around. Bright Moon Star Realm's recognition was transferred to Yang Kai, so Duan Hongqian could almost imagine what kind of reaction the demon race had at that time. They must have been red-eyed and hunted down Yang Kai. No matter what the process was, at least Yang Kai was still alive now. The Star Realm should thank you, and us old fellows should also thank you. If the portion of the Star Realm's recognition was seized by the demon race's territory, then the Star Realm would no longer be complete. At that time, no one could say what the consequences would be. Yang Kai was terrified. Senior is too serious. I only hope that I won't disappoint Master Bright Moon's trust. Duan Hongqian sighed and suddenly took out a pot of wine and 2 cups, filling one for himself and one for Yang Kai. He then raised the cup to the sky, offering a toast to his old friend, and drank it in one gulp. Yang Kai also offered a toast. Perhaps because he suddenly learned that one of his old friends had fallen, Duan Hongqian's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. After drinking a cup of wine, he was silent for a long time. He just sat there, not speaking, not moving, and his aura was still. After an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his complexion had returned to normal. All good things must come to an end. In the eyes of the great emperors, life, old age, illness, and death had long been a thing of the past. How is the situation in the Star Realm now? Seeing that you still have the mind to come to this lower plains territory, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Duan Hongqian asked. He and Wukong had other important matters to attend to. It would be best if the situation in the Star Realm was stable, but if the war was tense, he really had to consider whether he should return to the Star Realm to support the other great emperors. The first few years were quite difficult. After all, the demon race was well prepared, and the Star Realm was caught off guard, but now it has stabilized. When this junior returned from the demon race's territory, I cast a spell to seal the passage between the 2 worlds. As the passage between the 2 worlds is not open, there is no reinforcements from the demon race's territory that can be mobilized. Relying only on the demon race's army left in the Star Realm, they can't make any waves. Chapter 3678. Yang Kai smiled and continued. Previously, this junior received news that the remaining demon race army in the Star Boundary has been annihilated, and those who are still alive have been subdued. Now, the Star Boundary's 54 legions have gathered in the Western Territory and are resting in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. Once the time is right, they will launch a large-scale counterattack. Good. Duan Hongqian's expression brightened and revealed a look of joy. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the crisis of the Star Boundary for a long time, he finally had some decent good news. However, after shouting, his expression turned gloomy. The flames of war and the separation of life and death have caused the boundless secular world to suffer. Yang Kai also sighed. The war between the 2 races has swept across the 2 worlds. No one can stay out of it. Duan Hongqian nodded and said, later, I will ask Old Wu to leave a secret door in your territory. If the situation in the Star Boundary is dangerous, remember to come and inform this old master. This old master doesn't want to miss such a big event. Good, if there is anything I need Senior's help with, this junior will definitely come and inform you. Duan Hongqian continued, as for your territory, I will help you keep an eye on it. If possible, I will try my best not to move, but if by any chance. I may need your cooperation. But you can rest assured that with me watching, Old Wu will not add to the killing. I trust Senior. Yang Kai nodded and was silent for a moment before saying, if senior has nothing else, then this junior will take his leave. Go, I hope you can bring some good news when we meet again. Yang Kai got up and bowed. Mei Jiu also quickly stood up, holding the teapot in her arms as she respectfully bid farewell. Duan Hongchen gently waved his hand and a gentle force suddenly wrapped around the two. In the blink of an eye, the two had returned to the star field. As far as the eye could see, the blue color that covered the star field was quickly fading away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel suddenly appeared in front of them, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai knew that this void corridor should be the secret door left by Duan Hongchen. Through this corridor, he could enter the ancestral territory and meet with Duan Hongchen. The passageway flashed and disappeared. However, Yang Kai could sense that it was still there. It was just that he could not see it. Moreover, even if others passed by, it would not matter if they directly passed through. Only by locking onto the other end of the passageway could they travel through the void. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled at Mei Jiu and said, I should also go. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Mei Jiu was startled and immediately reacted, Master wants to go back. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. What are your plans? Mei Jiu lowered her head and looked at the teapot in her arms. Biting her red lips, she said, find a place to cultivate in seclusion and go to help Master as soon as possible. Yang Kai chuckled. Then thank you in advance. I remember you said before that you are from the Jade Cloud Star. Let me give you a ride. This was almost the edge of the star field. It was extremely desolate. With Mei Jiu's current cultivation, flying in the star field would take several years before she could return to the Jade Cloud Star. While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at her forehead. With a thought, Mei Jiu suddenly disappeared. The moment before she disappeared, Mei Jiu anxiously said, Master, take care. After sending Mei Jiu away, Yang Kai gently took a breath and walked in the star field. There seemed to be invisible stairs under his feet. After 5 or 6 steps, his whole body suddenly merged into the void and disappeared. 3 days later, in the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai was wearing a jade robe, a jade crown on his head, and a python belt on his waist. He had the bearing of a great master as he sat in the middle of the hall. On the left side below, Hyoji reported loudly, Master has not been here for more than 10 years. The GZ army has taken shape. Now, the army has a total of 378,462 people, of which 280 to 90 are above the emperor level. Imitating the other armies, this humble one has divided the army into 10 towns. Among them, the Central Army has 20,000 elites guarding the commander's flag. The Central Army is headed by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. At this point, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood up and cupped their hands together, this humble one greets Master. Yang Shui still had a serious expression on her face, but Yang Xiao was smiling mischievously. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his hand. A large order flew out and he said in a deep voice, Yang Xiao and Yang Xiao, listen to my orders. Take the Central Army order and follow me into battle to kill the enemy. We will eliminate the evil and protect the righteous path. Yang Xiao received the order and became much more serious. He shouted in a deep voice, yes. Hyoji's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and looked at Yang Kai, Master, the Central Army's responsibility is to guard Master's side and protect Master's safety. Someone else will go into battle to kill the enemy. Is that so? Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed softly. He changed his words and said, then the two of you will follow me and listen to my orders at any time. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui responded again in a deep voice and left. Hyoji continued, outside the Central Army, there will be 9 towns of Eagle, Ox, Scorpion, Dragon, Snake, Flower, Dragon, and Phoenix. Tianfeng town has a total of 30,000 people and is responsible for supervising the army. The head of Tianfeng town is Lu Yan and the assistant is Su Yan. Two figures came out of the ranks, one big and one small. The big one was dignified and generous, while the small one had a glassy body and clear eyes. They cupped their hands together, "Greetings, master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and passed another order, saying, "Since the two of you are responsible for supervising the army, you must act impartially and not be biased. On the battlefield, no matter who it is, bewitching people's hearts, behead them. Disobeying orders, behead them. Shaking morale, behead them. Fearing battle and running away, behead them. Stealing battle achievements, behead them." "Yes." Lu Yan received the order and answered together with Su Yan. After they left, Hyoji opened his mouth again and introduced the duties of the other 8 towns one by one. As the army commander, Yang Kai naturally knew these things like the back of his hand. Only then would he be able to command the troops on the battlefield in the future. Among them, Soaring Eagle Town had the least number of people, only a few thousand, but their overall strength could not be underestimated. The head of the town was led by one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle Town was a scout town, mainly responsible for scouting out the enemy's movements on the battlefield. Even if it was an army of ordinary people, those who could take on the role of scout were the elites of the army. Only the most elite group of people would be able to scout out accurate information about the enemy and pass the information back. This was not an exception for the various armies of the Star Realms. There was also Heavenly Dragon Town, which could be said to be the strongest town in the GZ army. The head of Heavenly Dragon Town was Zhu Qing, and the deputy head was Zhu Lai. Most of the experts in Heavenly Dragon Town were brought over from Dragon Island. Just the Emperor Realm alone had more than a dozen experts, accounting for about 1/5 of the GZ army in the Emperor Realm. With Hyoji's report, the structure of the GZ army gradually became clear. The army consisted of 300,000 people, with 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The middle army that guarded the commander flag was one line, with 2 people in the head and no deputy heads. They were led by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui respectively. The Heavenly Phoenix town that was in charge of supervising the army was led by Lu Yan and Su Yan. The Soaring Eagle town that was in charge of scouting was led by Ying Fei. The Poison Scorpion town's head was Xia Wuwei, the Fire Bull town's head was Shi Lei, the Angry Dragon town's head was Li Jiao, the Heavenly Fox town's head was Hu Fei, the Falling Flowers town's head was Du Mi, the Spirit Snake town's head was Qi Lian, and the Divine Dragon town's head was Zhu Qing. Every one of them was a familiar face, and every one of them was a friend, a relative, and a family member who had fought side by side. Among these many heads, aside from Yang Xiao and Yang Shui who were slightly weaker, every single one of them was a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Venerable, and every single one of them was a high-rank monster king. It could be said that among the 55 armies in the Star Realms, there had never been an army with such a luxurious lineup. Compared to the high-end combat strength of the other armies, the GZ army's lineup could be said to be extravagant. To be able to achieve such a level, aside from Yang Kai's personal connections, it was also inseparable from the 7 Mist Sea's strong support. More importantly, it was Hyoji's hard work over the past 10 years. Although Yang Kai had been in the Star Realms territory for the past 10 years, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Star Realms. He was able to get in touch with the High Heaven Palace. From Hua Qingxi's report, Yang Kai knew that Hyoji had been running around for the past 10 years, running around tirelessly for the GZ army. Not to mention the others, although the various monster kings, Xia Wuwei, Shi Lei, Ying Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, and Qi Lian were originally serving in the High Heaven Palace. After the War of the Two Realms, they had left the High Heaven Palace and returned to their respective Saint Masters to listen to their orders. Without Hyoji's constant running around, trying his best to rope them in and persuade them, how could the Wan Feng and the others be willing to let these 6 monster kings out? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay and contribute to the army under their command? Li Jiao's side was easy to persuade. He was originally in the Bingchen army, and the army commander of the Bingchen army was Bing Yun. More than 10 years ago, when he found out that Yang Kai was going to be the army commander of the GZ army, Bing Yun let Li Jiao go to help him. There was no need to talk about the experts on Dragon Island. When Yang Kai wanted to establish the GZ army, they naturally wanted to join him. No army commander could stop them, and even the Seven Mist Sea couldn't do anything to them. This was only the level of a main town. Under the main town, there were camp commanders and Wu guards. The position of Wu guard was still acceptable, as it could be reluctantly taken up by someone from the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, the camp commander had to be overseen by someone from the Emperor realm in order to convince the masses. Where did the people from the Emperor realm come from? Weren't they all roped in by Hyoji? Over the past 10 years, Hyoji had visited the 54th Route Army. Almost every Route Army commander had been roped in by him. It wasn't that those army commanders were easy to talk to, but Hyoji was simply too shameless. He relied on his identity as the son of the great emperors to act shamelessly. No one could deal with him. The Seven Mist Sea had received countless complaints from army commanders. Li Wui also didn't know how many times Hyoji had talked to Hyoji. On the surface, Hyoji agreed, but once he left the Seven Mist Sea, he would do whatever he wanted. He was a real pain in the ass. In the past 10 years, Hyoji had offended almost all of the 54th Route Army commanders. Now, those army commanders were most unwilling to see him. It could be said that they feared him like a ferocious tiger and avoided him like a snake. When they heard that Hyoji had come to visit, they had to avoid him no matter how strong they were. Otherwise, he would ask for people the moment he sat down. Chapter 3679. After more than 10 years of hard work, he had gathered a huge amount of resources for the GZ army. Not to mention anything else, just this hard work alone was enough for everyone to see. They no longer had any objections to his status as commander of the GZ army, and they were even more impressed with Yang Kai's discerning eye for talent, allowing him to get Hyoji to join the GZ army. Otherwise, how could the army be so large today? Today, in the High Heaven Palace's main hall, the GZ army's elites, venerable sovereigns, and Monster King were all gathered. How grand was this? Commander Yao's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Hyoji continued, an army doesn't stand without a flag. Where the flag is, the army's morale will be. Where the flag is, the army will be invincible. Master, please light the flag. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every army had their own flag. Where the flag was, it was where the army's commander was. A flag was where the army's morale rested. When the GZ army was first formed, they should have a flag as well. However, Yang Kai hadn't been in the astral realm all these years, so this matter had been delayed. This was a good opportunity to confirm it. The High Heaven Palace and Hyoji were already prepared. After he finished speaking, 10 High Heaven Palace disciples walked in from outside the main hall, each holding a flag. They stood in 2 rows in the middle of the main hall, shook the flags in their hands, and raised them up high. Hyoji said, "These are the 10 flags that this subordinate and the main towns have carefully selected. We will use whichever master thinks is the best as the commander's flag." Yang Kai nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the 10 flags with his hands behind his back, carefully examining them. It had to be said that Hyoji and the main towns had indeed put in a lot of effort for this commander's flag. After all, this thing could be considered the symbol of the GZ army in the future. It couldn't be too flashy, but it had to be majestic enough. It also had to have some symbolic meaning, so people would know that it was the GZ army's commander's flag. The flags were all different. As Yang Kai looked at them, Hyoji explained what each of the flags represented. Yang Kai nodded from time to time. However, after looking at all the flags, he didn't express much. Instead, he frowned. Seeing this, Hyoji said, "Master, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, this subordinate will ask them to modify it again." Yang Kai said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. To be honest, these 10 flags were all very good, any one of them could be taken out, but Yang Kai always felt that something was missing." "Then which one does Master prefer?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Our GZ army is different from the other armies. We were the last to be established, but our overall strength is the strongest. In the future, we will definitely be one of the main forces on the battlefield. We have a lot of responsibilities, so the commander's flag needs to be different from the other armies. It has to be eye-catching." After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Hyoji immediately signaled outside with his eyes. Immediately, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace went to prepare. The 10 disciples holding the commander's flag left one by one. Not long after, a few more disciples rushed in. 2 of them landed on the ground and separated to the left and right. Each of them held a piece of white paper that was the size of a normal flag and hung it in the air. The other disciple prepared a brush and ink and stood beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the white paper. However, he didn't immediately start writing. Instead, he looked at the white paper with a solemn expression. Xia Wuwei was sitting next to Hua Qingxi. Seeing this, he leaned over and whispered, "Master, are you proficient in the Tao of painting?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and quietly replied, "I've never heard of it." A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face as she secretly prayed that Yang Kai wouldn't cause any trouble. The commander's flag was the face of the GZ army. If Yang Kai carelessly drew it and carried it out, the face of the GZ army would be lost. She also knew that her palace master's temperament was relatively free and easy, but this kind of thing couldn't be done carelessly. Just as she was feeling anxious, she suddenly felt the temperature in the hall drop sharply. A kind of bone-chilling feeling spread throughout her body, and she instinctively circulated her emperor chi. When she looked up, she was shocked to find that Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused. An invisible murderous intent almost condensed and swept out in all directions. Everyone in the hall felt as if countless needles were stabbing into their bodies. Yang Kai raised his hand, picked up the ink-stained brush, and placed the tip of the brush on the white paper. After only 2 breaths of time, he finished drawing. After handing the brush to the disciple beside him, Yang Kai lightly retreated a few steps and looked at his masterpiece from afar. He chuckled and said, "This is it." The group of people couldn't wait to see what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper that made him so satisfied. They all craned their necks to look at it. Hyoji was standing close and could see clearly. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He originally wanted to say something, but soon, his furrowed brows relaxed and he waved his hand at the 2 disciples who were holding the white paper high. The 2 of them stood opposite each other and held the white paper high above their heads, facing the crowd. Many of the masters in the hall finally saw what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper. It was actually only one word, a large, kill, character. It couldn't be said to be beautiful, but the strokes were vigorous and vigorous. When they looked at it, the kill character seemed to have turned into sword lights, slashing towards them. Everyone's hearts trembled. Hyoji promptly said, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Everyone in the hall stood up and cupped their hands, shouting, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Good. Since no one has any objections, this matter is decided. Our GZ Army's commander's flag will be the kill character. Our GZ Army's duty is to kill all demons who dare to invade the star boundary and let the demon race know that the star boundary is not a place where they can come and go as they please. We will follow the master's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure jumped out from the crowd and cupped her hands, reporting to the master, "This lowly one is willing to lead the flag for the master. As long as the flag stands, I will live, as long as the flag falls, I will die." Yang Kai glanced over and discovered that the one who jumped out was Fu Ling. This girl came from Dragon Island and was a 7th-rank purple dragon. The army was naturally organized in the Divine Dragon Town. As for the flag bearer, it was the Middle Army's responsibility. It had nothing to do with her. It was obvious that she had some selfish motives for jumping out at this time. Yang Kai chuckled. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Hyoji said, "Master, it's not impossible. The Divine Dragon flag bearer will increase the might of our GZ army." Yang Kai glanced at him and thought about it. What he said made sense. He nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. Then, I will appoint you as the flag bearer of the GZ army. You will be in charge of the flag. As long as the GZ army is not destroyed, the flag will not fall. Master, don't worry. This lowly one will protect the flag with my life." Fu Ling was overjoyed. She took the white paper from the 2 disciples and ran out happily. Yang Kai only decided on the appearance of the flag. The real commander's flag still needed to be refined. Naturally, he had to find Hou. The organization, duties, and commander's flag had been decided. There was nothing else left. Yang Kai looked around and said in a clear voice, "The remaining threat of the demon race has been eliminated. 54 armies in the Western Territory are preparing for war. How can our GZ army miss out on such a big event? Everyone, go back today and check your deployment. 3 days later, at dawn, troops will leave the Western Territory and follow me into the Demon Territory, to eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons." The hall was filled with voices. The Monster King's shouts were the loudest, almost turning the hall upside down. During these 3 days of free time, Yang Kai accompanied his wives and parents, enjoying the happiness of a family reunion. In this expedition to the Western Territory, apart from Xia Ning Chang, who was responsible for refining pills, the other 3 wives were all going to battle. Su Yan was in Tianfeng Town, Shuiyu was in the middle of the army, and Dragon Lady Shan Qing Luo was in Spirit Snake Town, under Qi Lian's command. It had to be said that after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, his wives had made great progress. Shuiyu, Shan Qing Luo, and Xia Ning Chang had all broken through to the Emperor realm. Although Su Yan's cultivation did not increase, her strength had greatly increased. Of course, this was due to the Star Boundaries World Energy Tide, but it was also due to his wives' extraordinary aptitudes. After all, in the territory of the lower plane, his wives were already outstanding. Their aptitudes were many times better than the average person's. His parents' strength had also improved, but Yang Kai did not feel at ease letting them go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, people were dying every moment. Even if they were the Emperor realm's 3rd order, fake emperor, and half-saint, so what? No one could guarantee that they would not be the next to die. In such a dangerous environment, how could Yang Kai let his parents participate? If he really let them go to the battlefield, Yang Kai would not be in the mood to command the army. He would probably have to stay by his side and protect them at all times. The Yang family 4th master and Dong Su Zhu also knew that after this parting, the dust of the War of the Two Realms would likely settle, so even though they were extremely reluctant and worried, they didn't show it on their faces and instead just smiled and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly. On an ice plain dozens of miles away from Towering Palace, a cold wind blew, and snow danced in the air. 300,000 people were gathered on the ice plain. There might be a lot of people, but it was completely silent. The location of the gathering had been set long ago. After all, with so many people, the High Heaven Palace could not fit them all, so they simply gathered on the ice field. The 300,000 people were divided into 10 groups at this moment. Each group had more people and less people, some had a few thousand people, while some had tens of thousands of people. All of them were looking in the direction of the high heaven palace. A moment later, a stream of light rushed over. When it entered the eyes, it was still a few dozen kilometers away, but in the next breath, it was already in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left a long streak of light in the sky. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Army Commander, Master." The shouts were like landslides and tsunamis. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The falling snowflakes froze in the air at this moment and suddenly collapsed. With a crash, a blood-red flag that was hundreds of kilometers long suddenly spread out in the sky. When the cold wind whistled, the flag fluttered. Under the moonlight, it looked as if there was blood flowing on it. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was bleeding. There was only a big word, "kill," on the flag. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this word seemed to be alive. Its murderous aura made the bright moon dim. The flag hung behind Yang Kai and covered the sky. In front of the flag, Yang Kai's figure was as small as an ant, but as tall as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3680. As the "kill" banner fluttered, 300,000 pairs of eyes focused on it. The giant "kill" word seemed to want to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all demons and monsters in this world. Their blood boiled. In this world of ice and snow, when the commander's flag was unfurled, every member of the GZ army felt their blood boiling. Hyoji smiled. A few days ago, when he saw Yang Kai write the word "kill" on a piece of white paper, he had wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, this was the first decision Yang Kai made after returning. It would not be good for him to refute it, so he endured it. But now, it seemed that it was fortunate that he did not refute it at that time. The commander's flag was simple and clear, and when it fluttered, the word "kill" was enough to ignite the army's bloodlust. "Kill!" Hyoji raised his hand high and clenched it into a fist as he roared. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The heavens shook and the earth shook as the 300,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices converged, filling the air with a chilling aura. Even in the high heaven palace, several dozen li away, the disciples who stayed behind could clearly hear these cries of "kill." Looking at each other from afar, they knew that their own army was about to set out to kill the enemy. By the time the dust settled, how many of the 300,000 people would be able to return in one piece? How many would be wrapped in horsehide and die on the battlefield? Deep veneration. On Medicine Pill Peak, Xia Ning Chang, like the other disciples who stayed behind, gazed in the direction of the army, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Ji Ying stood beside her and sighed softly. "You know his abilities. He possesses the space principles and is best at escaping and preserving his life. There is no need to worry too much. I want to go with him." Xia Ning Chang bit her lip. Ji Ying said, "Didn't we agree on this? He also told you that you are an alchemist emperor. Staying here to refine pills is more important than going with him to the battlefield. Every pill you refine here may save a life on the battlefield." "I know," Xia Ning Chang nodded, "but I still want to go with him." Ji Ying still wanted to persuade her, but Xia Ning Chang did not give him a chance to speak. Under the night wind, her voice was as soft as jade. "Brother, do you know? Ever since we left Tong Xian realm, we have been apart from him more often than not. As a man, it is a good thing that he can work hard. We are very happy that he can protect us from danger. But we still want to be with her. Even if we encounter danger, we want to face it together. When he was not here, we worked hard to cultivate so that we could one day be by his side and share his burdens. Now that the opportunity has come, Big Sister, Aluo, Shuiyu, and Big Sister Qing have all gone with him. I want to stay here and refine pills because the quality of the pills I refine is extraordinary and the refining efficiency is extremely high. I also have other responsibilities. Turning her head, she looked at Ji Ying, her beautiful eyes full of pleading, but brother, I really want to go to the battlefield with him and fight side by side with him. I don't want to shelter him from the wind and rain, I just want to help him kill a few enemies and lighten his burden. Ji Ying opened his mouth but eventually smiled and said, Go, he hasn't left yet. It's not too late for you to go now. Brother. Xia Ning Chang looked at him in amazement. Ji Ying smiled and said, Whether it is going to the battlefield or staying here to refine pills, we are both contributing to the star boundary. There is not much difference. Don't worry, brother will refine your spirit pill for you. Besides, it is rare to be willful in this world, so it is better to follow your heart than force yourself. Xia Ning Chang was overjoyed, Many thanks, brother. Then. I'll go now. Seeing Ji Ying nod, he quickly bowed and turned his head to look at the banner with the word, kill, written on it several dozen kilometers away. His eyes bloomed with sincere joy as his figure flickered and he rushed in that direction. You will definitely return safely. Ji Ying shouted from behind. I know, brother, you take care too. Xia Ning Chang's cheerful voice echoed along the way. Several dozen kilometers away, the sounds of battle shook the sky. Yang Kai looked down with a solemn expression when suddenly he raised his brow and looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped and the clamor that soared into the sky turned silent in an instant. Everyone looked back. They saw a ray of light quickly approaching and landing on the ground, revealing Xia Ning Chang's figure. The little senior sister did not look at Yang Kai but directly went in front of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, cupping her hands and saying, High Heaven Palace's Xia Ning Chang has come to receive orders. Yang Xiao was startled and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai was his adoptive father, and Xia Ning Chang was the youngest among the sisters, so how could he accept such a bow? On the contrary, Yang Shui smiled and looked at Yang Kai, then at Xia Ning Chang, gently nodded and said, Enter the ranks. Yes. Xia Ning Chang ran happily to the middle of the army and stood there. Even though she was wearing a veil, the joy that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. On the eve of the army's departure, there was an extra person in the middle of the army, and even Yang Kai, the army commander, did not agree to it. This was simply overstepping his authority. After letting Xia Ning Chang enter the ranks, Su Yan looked up at Yang Kai on the heavenly Phoenix Town side and raised her chin, giving him a look that said, If you dare to say anything, just try it. Yang Kai pretended not to see and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He coughed lightly and said, Everyone is here. Let's set off. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead flew out, rolling in midair. Its huge body covered the sky as it bit down ferociously. The army of 300,000 disappeared in an instant, all of them swallowed into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking back, he saw Fu Ling, who was carrying the flag, looking at him with blinking eyes. Fu Ling was the flag bearer of the GZ army. When Yang Kai arrived, she naturally did her best to carry the flag and stood behind Yang Kai, escaping the fate of being swallowed by the rolling bead. Looking at each other, Fu Ling smiled and asked, Brother-in-law, is it just the two of us left? Saying so, she threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, looking eager to have a go. Put away the flag. Yang Kai glanced at the blood-red flag behind him. Oh. Hearing this, Fu Ling nodded and urged the dragon yuan in her body. The 100-kilometer flag wriggled and soon turned into a palm-sized flag. Fu Ling put it away and looked at Yang Kai, brother-in-law, let's set off. The journey is long, you have to take care of others. Get the hell in there. Yang Kai simply ignored her flirtatious glances and simply pulled her into his sealed world bead, immediately feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the next moment, space principles surged and Yang Kai disappeared. In the Seven Mist Seas main hall, a huge sand table stood in the middle of the hall. The scenery on the sand table was clearly a miniature version of the two-world passageway. At this moment, more than 20 people gathered around the sand table, all of them at the third stage emperor realm and above. There was no lack of fake emperors among them. They were all army commanders of the various armies in the star boundary. Facing the sand table, Li Wui pointed at the sand table and said, Ding Chou army will be in charge of this spirit array, with Bing Wei army as support. You must ensure that the spirit array operates effectively without any mistakes. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes, General Master. Another middle-aged man looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Old man, can you do it? You're already so old, so don't try to be brave. If you can't, my Bing Wei army will be in charge of this spirit array, and your Ding Chou army will be the support. The elderly man chuckled meaningfully. If this old master can't do it, do you think you can? General Master's eyes are like torches, so he naturally knows that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Don't be noisy, just obediently assist this old master in killing the enemy. When we get back, it's not impossible to get 10 or 20% of the credit. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's nose became crooked from anger. Just as he was about to say something, Li Wui said indifferently, Don't argue. The deployment of the array is the result of the great emperor's discussion. This king is only responsible for conveying the message. If you have any objections, you can speak to the great emperors. As long as the great emperors agree to let you swap, this king will not stop them. Hearing that this was the decision of the great emperors, the two army commanders stopped quarreling, but the middle-aged man still felt a little indignant and glared hatefully at the elderly man, clearly feeling that his Bing Wei army was stronger than the elderly man's Ding Chou army and should be the one to make the decision. Li Wui pointed to another place. This spirit array is. Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to sense something and took 2 steps back. The next moment, as the space principles fluctuated, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing this, Li Wui smiled slightly. You're finally here. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt dozens of gazes on him. Even though these gazes did not deliberately release any kind of pressure, he could not help but feel his heart tighten, knowing that the owners of these gazes were definitely not lazy. Looking up again, his eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the people gathered here were either third-order emperor realm masters or false emperors? Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be holding an important meeting. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, master, greetings, seniors. Li Wui reached out and patted him on the shoulder. It's good that you're here. And, let me introduce you. Turning his head, he looked at the others in the hall and smiled. This is the Palace Master of the Northern Territories High Heaven Palace, Army Commander Yang Kai of the GZ Army. Many of you are familiar with him, and some of you are meeting him for the first time. However, in the future, we will all be comrades on the battlefield, so we will need to cooperate with each other. There were indeed a few people in the crowd that Yang Kai knew. Not to mention Li Wui, Yang Yan was also present, and there were also Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, Bing Yun, the 3 Saint Masters of the ancient wild lands, and a few of the top-ranked Monster King. However, other than these people, he was not familiar with most of them. Although Yang Kai had long known that the star boundary was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and that there were many false emperor realm masters who lived in seclusion, he was still surprised to see so many false emperors here. However, on second thought, even the demon path had 4 great demon overlords, which meant that there were at least 4 false emperors, so it was not surprising that the star boundary had so many false emperors. Among the many gazes, there was one that was extremely cold. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Yimou. He could not help but grit his teeth. He had no friendship with Zhang Yimou. Chapter 3681. The first time he met Zhang Yimou was in the Star Territory. Zhang Yimou was also a member of the Star Courtyard, and the Great Desolate Star Territories Wu Heng was his subordinate. Back then, when Wu Heng urged the Great Desolate Star Territory to devour the Heng Luo Star Field, Yang Kai naturally did not agree and fought with him. Wu Heng was no match for Zhang Yimou, and in a life-and-death crisis, he summoned Zhang Yimou to help. At that time, it was Yang Inflammation who appeared and resolved the crisis for Yang Kai. It was also at that time that Zhang Yimou saw that Yang Kai seemed to have traces of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques were so famous that Zhang Yimou was naturally jealous. So after returning to the Star Boundary, he tried to find traces of him and finally blocked him outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces to fight fiercely and suffered a big loss. In the end, Qiongqi appeared and beat Zhang Yimou into a pig's head. After two grudges, when they met again at this time, it was almost a situation of enmity between two enemies. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good expression. If it was before, he might have been afraid of Zhang Yimou, but now, not to mention the 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world on standby, his own strength had also greatly improved, so he was not necessarily afraid of him. It was fine if Zhang Yimou did not come looking for trouble, but if he dared to, Yang Kai would definitely let him know that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The other corps commanders were not clear about the grievances between the two, but they felt that there was something wrong with their expressions when they met, so they vaguely guessed that there should be some kind of gap between the two. Li Wuyi and Yang Inflammation were clear about it, but now that the demon disaster had not been eliminated and the enemy was in front of them, it was naturally not good to say anything, so he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai, "The overall situation is more important." Yang Kai nodded without a trace. Almost half of the Star Boundary's Legion commanders were gathered here, and Li Wuyi introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. Even though Yang Kai had a good memory, after a round of introductions, he could only remember the names of the Star Boundary's legions. The main reason was that the division of the astral legions was based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be difficult to differentiate them. However, this wasn't a big deal. In the future, when they fought together, they would naturally become familiar with each other. Compared to the other armies, the GZ army was nothing more than a baby in its infancy. Regardless of seniority or cultivation, Yang Kai was still considered a newcomer. Thus, many of the other commanders treated him warmly. Most of them would praise him with words like, "Every generation produces talented people," or "Heroes emerge from the young," to form a good relationship with him. However, when he introduced an old man, the old man glared at Yang Kai with displeasure, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended the old man. Looking at the old man's face, he had never seen him before. How could he have offended him? He thought to himself, is this guy in cahoots with Zhang Yimou? If that's the case, I'll have to be more careful in the future. I don't want to be tricked by these two on the battlefield. However, Li Wuyi smiled and said, "Don't blame Master Fu for looking at you like that. Master Fu is the Legion commander of the Wu Yin army. Hyoji used to be part of the Wu Yin army." Hearing Li Wuyi's words, Yang Kai finally understood. He laughed and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master Fu." Yang Kai thanks Master Fu for letting him go. Hyoji used to be this old man's subordinate. In the end, he lost to Yang Kai for a while and was poached by Yang Kai. Then, in just a few years, he was able to gather such a large amount of resources for the GZ army. Naturally, the old man was depressed. When Hyoji was in the Wu Yin army, he didn't display such ability. Now that he was gone, he was able to display such strength. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Hyoji go no matter what. With Hyoji around, the size of the GZ army might be the glory of the Wu Yin army. Old man Fu snorted and said, what are you thanking me for? What's there to thank me for? You can only blame this old man for not being able to see clearly and letting the Wu Yin army's pearl be covered in dust. For the Wu Yin army to be under Lord Yang's tutelage, it might be his own good fortune. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, Lord Yang, the Wu Yin army's GZ army originated from my Wu Yin army. Without the Wu Yin army, your GZ army wouldn't be as large as it is today. This old man doesn't want any benefits from you. In the future, if my Wu Yin army needs anything on the battlefield, the GZ army is on call at any time. Yang Kai immediately replied. Old man Fu's tense expression immediately relaxed. He smiled and said to Yang Kai, Lord Yang is not bad. In the future, our two families should get closer. No problem. Master, you are all seniors who have fought on the battlefield for many years. This Yang is new here and has many things to ask of you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Master Fu. Ha ha ha. The old man surnamed Fu laughed heartily and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. On the battlefield, if there is anything your army needs, don't hesitate to call this old master. As long as this old master still has a single breath left, he will definitely lead the army to support you so you won't suffer any losses at the hands of those demon beasts. Then I'll thank Master Fu in advance. At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in many years. It took a bit of time to introduce them one by one. After a while, Li Wui said, there are other army commanders who aren't here for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the sand table. He knew that this group of people had gathered here to discuss important matters. He immediately said, then I'll go outside and wait. I'll come back later to ask Master about the battlefield. Don't be in a hurry. Li Wui raised a hand to stop him, stay and listen. When the time comes, we'll need your GZ army's help. Yang Kai wanted to go outside just to avoid arousing suspicion. Since Li Wui had said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After the commotion, everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Li Wui's confident voice could be heard. Yang Inflammation quietly crept to Yang Kai's side and nudged him with his shoulder. His eyes were fixed on the sand table as he transmitted his voice. What are you doing in the territory of the lower plains? How come you've been gone for more than 10 years? I thought you wouldn't come back. I'm studying secret arts and cultivating the divine technique. Yang Kai replied truthfully. Yang Inflammation curled his lips. If you want to cultivate, you can just go to the star boundary. Why go to the territory of the lower plains? Tell me honestly, are you hiding some woman there? What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The war between the two worlds is not over yet. How can I be in the mood to do such things? Besides, do I lack women? Yang Inflammation snorted, you can't say for sure. As the old saying goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine is inferior to a mistress, and a mistress is inferior to a mistress. Who knows what you're thinking? Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he changed the subject. I saw an old friend in the territory of the lower plains. Can you guess who it was? Your old flame. Yang Inflammation didn't even think about it. Wukong. Ah. Yang Yen exclaimed before quickly covering her red lips with her hand. It was only because she had cried out in surprise that several dozen pairs of eyes in the hall turned towards her in an instant. Yang Kai quickly adjusted his expression and also pretended to be puzzled as he stared towards her. She reacted quickly and quickly pointed to the sand table. This array is very important. Don't you need a large army to guard it? Li Wui shook his head. There's no need for that. This is a death spot. It doesn't matter if the demon race doesn't enter it, but if they do, they won't be able to return. In other words, this spot was deliberately left empty to lure the demon race in. Yang Inflammation gently nodded, a look of understanding on her face. Li Wui continued, but Yang Inflammation quietly stuck out her tongue and waited for a while before sending another message. You saw Wukong. How did you escape from him? Yang Kai smiled. He didn't do anything to me, so why would I escape? Besides, Wukong and Senior Red Dust share the same soul. Wherever he is, Senior Red Dust will also be there. That's true, Yang Inflammation nodded. Is Senior Red Dust alright? Not for the time being, but I heard some news from them. The specific situation has been recorded in a jade slip. You can pass it on to the great emperors for me. Why don't you go yourself? I've just arrived and I'm busy with many things. Where would I find the time? It's settled then. More than a decade ago, Yang Kai used the space spirit bead to teleport to the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, only to be tricked by him. There was no way he would meet him again. It's not impossible for me to pass it on for you, but what do you have to give me? I don't have anything valuable on me. How about I give myself to you? Come to my room tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Yang Inflammation's eyes flashed with a cold light. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement for half a day before everyone gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Bing Yun nodded slightly to Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Kai also nodded. After everyone left, Li Wui sat down on a chair and a maid immediately came in to serve him tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Li Wui asked, has the matter been resolved? Kai Yang sat on the chair next to him, separated from him by a table. Hearing this, he nodded and said, it's already been resolved. That's good. Li Wui was relieved and drank a few more mouthfuls of tea before putting down the cup. You should have heard what I said just now, right? Yang Kai recalled the instructions he gave to the various corps commanders before and said, do we need to wait for the great array to be completed before we can open the passage between the two worlds? He originally thought that after returning, he could open the passage between the two worlds and then kill his way into the demon territory. Who knew that things were not like that at all? The astral boundary had other arrangements, so they still needed to wait. Li Wui patted the armrest of his chair and said, the demon race is brave and the demon race is good at fighting. The astral boundary doesn't have much of an advantage, especially in terms of numbers. We are at a great disadvantage. If we really open the passage between the two worlds and kill our way into the demon territory, even if we have 55 corps commanders, I'm afraid we won't have a good end. It can even be said that if we really do this, we will be the ones to lose in the end. Yang Kai nodded. Among the people in the astral boundary, he was the only one who had been to the demon race's territory. He knew what the demon race's situation was like and how powerful they were, so he naturally understood that Li Wui's words were not exaggerated at all. Chapter 3682. Over the past decade or so, Astral Boundary has been embroiled in continuous battles to purge its enemies. The results have been pretty good. The remaining demon race forces in Astral Boundary have either been annihilated or subdued by Longevity Sky and the others. Even Demon Sky Path has been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise its head. Sect Master Qin Yi was even injured by the Iron Blood Master several years ago and has been in hiding ever since. However, these 10 or so years have also been a buffer period for the demon race to prepare. The passage between the two worlds has been sealed for so long, who knows what the situation is on the other side. Li Wui shook his head with a smile. Perhaps after the passage between the two worlds is opened, the demon race forces on the other side are preparing their troops and waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Senior is right. That's why we can't attack them, at least not so recklessly. Li Wui stood up and walked to the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai. You know the situation of the passage between the two worlds. The entrance is only so big, and there is a limit to the number of people that can pass through at one time. If Astral Boundary's army rashly enters, they will definitely be at a disadvantage, and vice versa. That's why we need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. Once the various armies are ready, we can open the passage between the two worlds and wait for the demon race forces to arrive. Yang Kai nodded. Demon territory won't last long, and the demon race is more anxious than us. If they discover that the passage between the two worlds has been opened, they will definitely send people to investigate. If they send too few people, it will be useless, but if too many come, they will be eaten in one bite. Li Wui chuckled. Exactly. They should be the anxious ones, so we only need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. As long as the defense line is not broken, the initiative will always be in our hands. It won't be too late to attack when astral boundary gains the upper hand. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then I'm afraid it will take a long time. Maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years. As long as astral boundary stability can be maintained, any price is worth it. I understand. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The GZ army has arrived at the battlefield. If Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to let me know. Li Wui said, there's no need for your GZ army to set up the defensive formations. The other armies will take care of it. However, your GZ army has something to do. Once the passage between the two worlds opens and the demon race swarm over, your GZ army will have to face the enemy head-on. In the meantime, I'll arrange a place for you to set up camp and have the army train. A battle between two armies is different from an ordinary battle. In the vast sea of people, sometimes cultivation isn't the key to victory or defeat. Fortunately, although your GZ army is new, there are still many veterans in it. Pass down the order and let Hyoji handle this matter. He naturally knows how to handle it. Understood. Yang Kai agreed. Li Wui then led him to the giant sand table and drew a territory with his hand. With this as the center, the GZ army will set up camp in a radius of 1,000 li. You can handle military matters on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the other commanders, or you can ask me. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. After identifying the direction, he flew into the sky. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the desert of the Western Territory. He stood in the void and looked around. He could vaguely see the original location of the passage between the two worlds. That place was originally the border between the demon territory and the star boundary. It was also the place where the demon race gathered. However, after Yang Kai returned more than 10 years ago and sealed the passage between the two worlds, that place gradually became desolate. Until today, there was no one there. Although there was no sign of life there, everyone in the star boundary knew that if the demon race came, they would still come from that direction. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had mobilized the various legions to set up a large formation with the passage between the two worlds as the center. 55 legions had surrounded that barren land so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They were only waiting for the demon race to break through and walk right into the trap. Looking around, there were large barracks several thousand li to the left and right. They were crowded with people. It was obvious that these were the garrisons of the various legions in the star boundary. Every few thousand miles, there would be a large group of such huge barracks, encircling the passageway between the two worlds in a huge circle. While he was observing, a profound light shot into the sky from a large barracks several thousand li away from his right. The light was dazzling and resplendent as it streaked across the horizon. In just a dozen or so breaths, the profound light arrived in front of him and revealed the figure of an old man. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Master Fu. This old man was the army commander of the Wu Yin army, Fu Renjie, whom he had met in the Seven Mist Sea's main hall. When they had first met, the old man had spoken bluntly to Yang Kai. In fact, he was quite an interesting person. Fu Renjie laughed loudly. I was wondering why this place had been empty all this time. There was no army stationed here either. It turns out that Army Commander Li had long planned to leave this place for Lord Yang. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he had come from and raised his eyebrows. Is that where the Wu Yin army is stationed? That's right. Fu Renjie's face was full of joy. It seems that we will be neighbors from now on. As he spoke, Fu Renjie cupped his fists and said, I will have to ask Lord Yang to take care of me in the future. I dare not, I dare not. Yang Kai hurriedly returned the gesture. This is my first time here. I will have to ask for Master Fu's guidance. I don't know anything about military affairs. Fu Renjie laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as Hyoji knows, it's fine. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to poach him from this old man? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and turned his head to look in the other direction. He said, Master Fu, do you know which army is stationed over there? Fu Renjie said in a low voice, Sangamo. Yang Kai was startled. Before he could react, Fu Renjie laughed loudly. I'm lying, I'm lying. This old man loves to joke with people. Lord Yang, please don't mind. Army Commander Li knows that you and Sangamo don't get along, so why would he arrange for you to be neighbors? Sangmo's Jia Xian army is on the other side, far away from you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Master Fu can tell. Fu Renjie said, although I don't know what grudges you have with Sangmo, this old man is not blind. How can I not see? This guy Sangmo, this old man also doesn't like the look of him. He's not a good person. If you really have grudges with him, you must be careful of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled and didn't comment. Fu Renjie quickly changed the topic. Facing the passage between the two worlds, on your left is this old man's Wu Yin army. On your right is the Bingchen army. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the army commander of the Bingchen army, right? Senior Bing Yun. When Yang Kai heard this, he was delighted. He turned his head and looked to his right. It seemed that Li Wu-yi was still taking care of him. These two neighbors, one had a good relationship with the other, and the other was easy to get along with. When the war comes in the future, it will be convenient for them to work together. Fu Renjie smiled. That's Bing Yun. TSK, speaking of which, although there are many women in the Bingchen army, the number of people who killed the demon race is no less than any of the men. Bing Yun is also a commander. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said, since Lord Yang is here, where is the GZ army? I've long heard that the GZ army is full of experts and has a grand lineup. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to see it. Can this old man broaden his horizons? Yang Kai smiled and said, just in time. Master Fu, please inspect it. As he spoke, he took out the sealed world bead and formed a hand seal. When the sealed world bead was thrown forward, his divine consciousness surged. The void trembled, and a visible layer of ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever the ripples passed, the army hidden in the sealed world bead was revealed. The army still maintained the rolling formation that engulfed them. 10 towns, 10 formations. In a breath, 300,000 people descended like divine soldiers. In an instant, heads were moving, and killing intent was rolling. But it wasn't over yet. Among the crowd, Fu Ling rushed out and stood behind Yang Kai. He waved the flag in his hand. With a whoosh, the 100 miles kill flag covered the sky. It was dark red, as if blood was flowing from the sky. 300,000 people raised their hands in unison, and their voices were as loud as thunder. Greetings, Army Commander Master. The sound waves gathered and rushed to the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color. The corners of Fu Renjie's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the Wu Yin army, which was thousands of miles away. Then, he looked at the GZ army in front of him. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. The Wu Yin army wasn't weak. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fu Renjie thought so too, but comparisons were always bad. Now that he saw the might of the army in front of him and compared it to his own army, he suddenly felt like he was the king of a mountain. He couldn't be compared. Then, he looked at Hyoji below. Fu Renjie felt his heart ache. Yang Kai carefully observed the old man's expression and knew that he had been somewhat irritated, so he didn't dare to make any more noise, quickly saying, with this place as the center, within a 1,000-kilometer radius will be our army's encampment. Each town will divide their own territory and set up camp. Yes. Another roar of acknowledgement sounded, and the army immediately got busy. Good, good, good. Fu Renjie took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. The GZ army is like a tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon descending into the sea. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things on the battlefield. Master Fu, you flatter me. Fu Renjie turned to look at the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, I've long heard that Lord Yang has a space artifact that can hide living people. I've never had the chance to see it. I guess this is it, right? Yes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously grasped the sealed world bead tightly. He thought to himself, this old man can't be thinking about my treasure, right? Although they hadn't known each other for long, this old man was very easygoing and open-minded. However, the more open-minded he was, the more likely he was to lose face. How could Yang Kai not be wary of him? This is called the sealed world bead. It was given to me by Master Yang Inflammation years ago. However, although this thing is mysterious, it can only be used by those who possess the power of space. It's useless even if someone else has it. As soon as he said this, Fu Renjie's shining eyes dimmed. This old man really wants to steal my treasure. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Renjie didn't give up. He smacked his lips and said, Lord Yang possesses the power of space and is proficient in the laws of space. Can't he refine this thing and allow those who don't possess the power of space to use it? Take the space spirit bead for example. This thing is also related to the laws of space, but it's also being used in the army now. Chapter 3683. How far was the Third Order Dao Source Realm from the Emperor Realm? If one understood, the distance would be as small as a piece of paper. If not, the distance would be as wide as heaven and earth. Many things in the world were like this. For example, the sealed world bead could hide a living person. Fu Renjie said, Lord Yang, this is what I think. Such a treasure is hard to come by. If we can promote it in the army, it will definitely be of great use. Think about it, if I am fighting a strong enemy alone and the situation is in a stalemate, and I suddenly summon a few strong helpers, how will the enemy react? What will the outcome be? Also, I don't know if Lord Yang has thought about it, but this treasure is most suitable for marching an army. Just like this time, Lord Yang came from the Northern Territory alone. How can the time he spent leading the GZ army here be comparable? On the battlefield, mobilizing an army is a very troublesome matter, but sometimes, speed is the most important thing. It is really a headache. However, if we have a treasure like the sealed world bead to help us, he. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, I understand what Master Fu is saying. Perhaps I can try to refine something similar to the sealed world bead. If Fu Renjie had told him this before he created heaven and earth and refined heaven and earth, he might not have thought of anything. However, after more than 10 years of meditation and cultivation, Yang Kai immediately thought of many things after hearing Fu Renjie's words. The sealed world bead was refined by a powerful senior. Since someone had done it before, it might not be impossible for him. Moreover, he had more than 10 years of experience to learn from. He didn't dare to say that he would succeed, but Yang Kai was at least 60% to 70% confident. Fu Renjia's eyes lit up. Lord Yang can really do it. I'll try my best. Fu Renjia rubbed his hands and chuckled. Then this old man will have to thicken his skin and negotiate with Lord Yang in advance. If he can really refine something like this, the Wu Yin army will want a share. Well said. If we really succeed in refining it, we will definitely reward Master Fu. Fu Renjia laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. If your GZ army needs any help in the future, don't hesitate to call this old man. Thank you, Master Fu. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Fu Renjia waved his hand and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's get closer to each other in the future. Lord Yang has just arrived and is busy with military affairs. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit you another day. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Fu, take care. As soon as they sent Fu Renjia off, Hyoji flew over to ask where the commander's tent should be set up. He had chosen 3 decent places for Yang Kai to decide. Yang Kai didn't mind too much and told him to do as he pleased. He turned around and busied himself with the rest of the army. Just as Li Wui had said, although the GZ army had just been formed, there were many veterans in the army. Even if there were some new recruits who didn't know anything about military affairs, they quickly familiarized themselves with the new recruits. The army busied themselves. When night fell, the 800 li of camp stretched out. Tents crisscrossed with each other, and the army was at its peak. The commander's tent was placed in the center of the camp. It was extremely eye-catching and separated into an inner and outer tent. The inner tent was where Yang Kai rested and had all the necessary amenities. The outer tent was where the higher-ups of the army discussed matters. It was spacious and there was even a large leather drum outside the tent. It had been refined so that when it was struck, the sound would travel 1,000 li. It was enough to ensure that the entire GZ army could hear it. The South Gate army had also set out with the army this time. They led a group of formation masters to set up a large formation outside the commander's tent. Inside the camp, Hyoji had arranged for people to patrol. The demon race had yet to appear, but the camp was already filled with an austere atmosphere. Yang Kai was sitting in the outer tent when a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was Su Yan, who was wrapped in a fragrant wind, entering the tent. Yang Kai smiled, but Su Yan's expression was serious. She walked over and cupped her fists, Master. Cough, what's the matter? Yang Kai wasn't used to his wife suddenly acting so formally. However, there were outsiders in the tent, so he couldn't appear too casual. Su Yan said, I heard that the Bingchen army is stationed on the right. This humble one hasn't seen Master for many years and would like to pay him a visit. I hope that Master will allow me. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, let's go together. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Bing Yun. Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea Palace, before Bing Yun left, she had sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him to settle down and pay her a visit. He didn't know what she had to say, but Yang Kai had originally planned to pay her a visit. Now that Su Yan had this idea, he naturally would go with her. Su Yan nodded and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After leaving the commander's tent, the two of them identified the direction and soared into the sky. A moment later, the two of them were already 1,000 li away from the GZ army. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yan to come closer before reaching out and holding her soft hand. Su Yan fidgeted for a moment and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally relaxed. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai, but let him do as he pleased. However, she never thought that Yang Kai would go overboard and pull her into his embrace. Su Yan's face turned red. She placed her hand on Yang Kai's chest and tried to maintain a distance from him. She said in a small voice, "Don't be like this." No one saw. Yang Kai was thick-skinned and used even more strength in his hand. Even if no one saw, you can't be like this. As she spoke, Su Yan ruthlessly pinched Yang Kai's arm. While he was in pain, she took the opportunity to break free from his grip. She pursed her red lips and said, "We sisters have discussed it. In the army, there is no such thing as love. No matter in front of others or in private, we can't be too close to you." Yang Kai was shocked. "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? When did you discuss it?" Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, "The night before we set off." "Who suggested this? What nonsense!" Yang Kai's face was fierce, and his eyes shone with an ominous light. "You don't need to know who suggested it. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. You have to set an example in everything you do. There are hundreds of thousands of eyes in the army watching you. If you don't act like a Legion commander and indulge in your selfish desires, the GZ army won't be an army." "So, junior brother, what junior brother?" Yang Kai glared at her. Su Yan changed her words and blushed with embarrassment. "Husband, just bear with it. In the future, there will be a time when you'll be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor." "Bear with it until when?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He had a bad premonition. Su Yan said in a small voice, "When the dust of the war of the two realms settles." Yang Kai chuckled, "You are really my good wives. You're always thinking about your husband. I'm so touched." Su Yan pinched his arm, "Don't say such things out of anger. You know that we are doing this for your own good." Yang Kai's interest waned. He smacked his lips and said, all right. In the future, I will restrain myself and discipline others. That should be fine, right?" He sneered in his heart. Such an important matter was decided without even discussing it with him. "Who cares about you?" Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. "I will make it up to you in the future." Yang Kai beamed with joy and pulled Su Yan back into his embrace. "How will you make it up to me?" Su Yan blushed again and didn't say anything. Yang Kai continued to chuckle and changed the topic. "Tell me honestly, who suggested this?" "I won't tell you." Su Yan shook her head. Her hair brushed past Yang Kai's cheek, tickling him. "Was it that girl Zhu Qing? I knew it had to be her. Only she would suggest such a thing. Just watch how I deal with her later." Yang Kai said fiercely. "It wasn't her. Don't ask." Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She made a mental note to stay with Zhu Qing when they returned to avoid being taken advantage of by Yang Kai. A few thousand kilometers wasn't too far. Yang Kai and Su Yan both slowed down and arrived at their destination in the time it would take for a stick of incense to burn. Flying over, they arrived outside the camp. Immediately, someone blocked their way and shouted, "Who are you? The Third Day Army's camp is not to be trespassed." As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out and raised her hand. "Don't be rude." The person who had just arrived took 2 steps forward and bowed. "Greetings, Brother Yang. Junior Sister Lu." Yang Kai looked at her and chuckled. "It has been many years since we last met. Junior Sister has already broken through to the Emperor realm. As expected, your talent is extraordinary. Congratulations." The person who had just arrived was also an acquaintance. She was Lu Xianyun, who was born in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and had fallen into the Blue Feather sect together with Yang Kai. When she entered Bing Yun's tutelage, Lu Xianyun was already a Dao Source realm cultivator. After so many years, she had also become a master in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was gratified. There was nothing happier than seeing an old friend safe and sound. Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. "I can't compare to little junior sister. Little junior sister entered the sect the latest, but her talent is the best. Honored master is full of praise for her." The little junior sister she was referring to was naturally Su Yan. "Junior sister Lu, you are here for?" Yang Kai looked at her. Lu Xianyun said, "On the orders of my honored master, I am here to wait for master. Unconsciously, she had changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. It was not that she wanted to alienate him, but there were rules in the army. It was inappropriate to keep calling him brother and junior sister. She turned sideways and gestured, "Master, please." Yang Kai nodded, "Thank you for your trouble." They walked all the way to the commander's tent. Lu Xianyun stopped and turned back, "Master, please wait a moment. I will report to honored master." Yang Kai had nothing to say since he was already here, so he waited outside the tent with Su Yan. After a while, Lu Xianyun came out with a strange expression, "Honored master is not here." "Master, please follow me." Yang Kai said, "Does Senior Bing Yun have something to deal with? If so, I can wait here for a while." Lu Xianyun shook her head, "I don't know. Honored master left a message saying that master is here and will take you to another place to see her." Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Lu Xianyun. He looked around at the Bing Chen army. Along the way, they met many Bing Chen army soldiers. They quickly stopped and bowed. After walking for a while, the three of them came to another tent. There was a formation outside the tent, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, since Lu Xianyun was here, it meant that Bing Yun should be here. After stopping, Lu Xianyun cupped her hands and said, "Honored master, the GZ army's Lord Yang has come to visit." Bing Yun's voice immediately came from inside, "Come in." Lu Xianyun reached out and opened the curtain. She smiled at Yang Kai and Su Yan, "Please." Yang Kai stepped inside and raised his head, only to see Bing Yun looking at him with a smile. Just as she was about to salute him, she suddenly noticed another pair of eyes staring at her. He turned his head and saw a pair of clear eyes. Chapter 3684. Bing Yun wasn't the only one in the tent. Ji Yao was there too. Yang Kai looked at the decorations in the tent and realized that this should be Ji Yao's tent. Ji Yao was the commander of the Bingchen army and had a high position. Naturally, she had the right to have her own personal space. However, he didn't know why Bing Yun would meet him here. "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and bowed. Behind him, Su Yan also bowed. "Disciple greets master." Bing Yun smiled and raised his hand. "Rise. We aren't outsiders. There's no need to be so courteous." Yang Kai straightened his body and looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun. He smiled. "We haven't seen each other for many years. Junior sister Yao is still as elegant as ever." Ji Yao lowered her head and bowed. "Greetings, brother." Her voice was soft and slightly trembling. It was hard to detect. "Sit down and talk." Bing Yun pointed to a chair at the side. Yang Kai was terrified. Junior can just stand in front of senior. Bing Yun glared at him. "Don't call me senior. Now that we are all army commanders, we should be on equal footing. In the future, on the battlefield, my Bingchen army might have to trouble you. Do you have to be so courteous with me?" Since he had already said this much, Kai Yang thought about it for a moment, then no longer insisted and sat down. Bing Yun smiled. "That's right. Not to mention that our two sects have always supported each other. My precious disciple's heart is also with you. We are a family. You don't have to be so courteous in the future." Yang Kai had a guilty conscience. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he nodded. Bing Yun changed the topic. "I heard from Army Commander Li that you have been in the lower dimension territory for the past 10 years. Is everything okay in the lower dimension territory?" Yang Kai replied, "Everything is fine in the lower dimension territory. There aren't any major issues." "That's good." Bing Yun nodded. Yang Kai originally thought that she had called him over because she had something important to discuss with him, but who would have thought that after they sat down, Bing Yun didn't have anything to say, so she just casually chatted with him. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all her questions. On the other hand, Bing Yun had been the Legion commander for many years. Yang Kai was new here and had some questions to ask her. Bing Yun did not hide anything and shared her experience of leading the army to fight against the demon race. Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot, so he memorized it carefully. As the two of them chatted, Su Yan and Ji Yao were also whispering to each other behind their backs, smiling from time to time. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, nor did he know why they were so happy. Half an hour later, while Bing Yun was drinking tea, Su Yan said, "Master, when Disciple was cultivating recently, Disciple's Emperor's core felt blocked when it traveled to Dantian. Is there a problem?" Bing Yun turned to look at her. Su Yan blushed and lowered her head. Bing Yun smiled. "Come with me, I'll check for you." "Yes." Su Yan responded respectfully and followed Bing Yun out of the tent. After the two of them left, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Ji Yao. "Junior sister Yao, is there a problem with Su Yan's cultivation?" If there was a problem with cultivation, it was not a small matter. If it was light, one's Emperor's core would reverse and impact the meridians. If it was serious, one's cultivation would go astray and become the demon race. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. Why haven't I heard her mention it? Ji Yao faintly rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, then turned and walked into the tent. Kai Yang was bewildered by her actions, so he asked a few more questions. Who would have thought that Ji Yao still wouldn't pay attention to him? After entering the tent, she directly closed the bead curtain. Yang Kai was anxious and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but this was related to the secret of Ice Heart Valley's secret art. He wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, so he couldn't act rashly. After walking around the tent for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His eyes darted around and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Logically speaking, if there was a problem with Su Yan's cultivation, she should have told him. Moreover, Bing Yun didn't have to avoid him and directly took Su Yan away. Today's matter was a bit strange. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to the entrance of the tent and poked his head out to take a look, only to see that the outside of the tent was empty. The cultivator who had been standing guard outside was nowhere to be seen, and there were no patrols around. Retracting his head, Yang Kai sniffed and looked around with a guilty conscience before walking over to the bead curtain, clenching his fists and coughing lightly. "Junior sister Yao." There was no reply from the tent, but Yang Kai clearly heard Ji Yao's breathing become a little faster. "Can I come in?" Yang Kai asked again. There was still no reply from the tent. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yao's low voice called out, "Who's stopping you?" Her voice was soft and slightly resentful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, lifted the bead curtain, and stepped into the tent. This should be Ji Yao's resting place, but it didn't have the usual lavish decorations. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were relatively indifferent in temperament and didn't have much desire for luxurious living facilities, so Ji Yao's tent was clearly decorated at a glance. Only the pink curtain hanging above her bed added some color to this small space. At this moment, Ji Yao was sitting on the edge of the bed, her side facing Yang Kai. Her head was lowered, like a statue, not moving at all. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her white cheeks. Rubbing his hands together, Kai Yang walked briskly, like old man Wang sneaking into Widow Li's house in the middle of the night. He was acting like a thief. Coming to Ji Yao's side, Yang Kai sat down and reached out to grab her soft shoulders. Ji Yao twisted her body to get rid of him, turning her back to him. Yang Kai chuckled and stretched out his hand to squeeze her shoulder. "What's wrong? Are you angry? Tell me, who provoked you?" Ji Yao sighed and whispered, "I don't have the face to see anyone." "What?" Yang Kai was puzzled by her words. "What do you mean you don't have the face to see anyone?" Ji Yao sighed again, turned around, looked into Yang Kai's eyes, and said helplessly, why do you think Honored Master called you here to see you in my tent? Do you think little junior sister really has some kind of problem with her cultivation that she needs Honored Master's help? Yang Kai had already thought of this, but at this moment, he pretended not to know and asked in a stunned voice, "You mean?" Ji Yao blushed and said, "Honored Master deliberately came here to see you, and little junior sister casually found an excuse to leave with Honored Master in order to give you some space alone with me." Yang Kai's eyes widened, "They all know." Ji Yao covered her face with her hand, "I really don't have the face to see little junior sister in the future. What should I do?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her hand away from her face, comforting her, "Even if that's the case, it's nothing. Since Senior Bing Yun and Su Yen know, then we don't have to be so sneaky in the future." "No." Ji Yao shook her head, her hair fluttering in the wind. If little junior sister wasn't little junior sister, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But she is little junior sister. If this were to spread out, as a senior sister, how could I steal junior sister's man? Then what should we do? They already know. Ji Yao bit her red lips, hesitation and struggle in her eyes. After a moment, she looked at Yang Kai and said miserably, "Let's not meet in private in the future. This is the last time." Yang Kai blinked. Before he could say anything, Ji Yao had already leaned over and lightly pressed her cold lips against his. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Yang Kai didn't have time to taste that touch of cold softness. Ji Yao had already stood up and said in a trembling voice, "Go." How could Yang Kai leave? He reached out and pulled Ji Yao into his arms. While she was gasping in surprise, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. For a moment, he was in a daze, his mind was in a mess. On the fragrant bed, two hot bodies were entangled. At first, Ji Yao resisted a little, but after 3 to 5 breaths, she was already panting heavily. Her arms were wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, her clothes were messy. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Ji Yao didn't resist this time. In the past, when he took off her clothes, she would firmly defend it. But this time, she didn't resist at all. Encouraged by this, Yang Kai became even more ferocious. While he was busy, Yang Kai's movements suddenly paused. His eyes widened as he reached out and grabbed the quilt beside him, covering Ji Yao's messy clothes. Then, he turned his head and looked over. Ji Yao was panting, her face flushed red. Gasping for breath, she said, "What?" As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be another person in the room. Thinking back carefully, there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation of energy just now. Ji Yao was shocked. Looking over, she saw a graceful figure standing beside the bed. The owner of the figure lifted the pink curtain and stared in front of her with a shocked expression. The person who came didn't seem to expect to see this scene. For a moment, she was in a daze. "You Ru Meng." Ji Yao frowned. She immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. At the same time, she also knew how she appeared here. She must have activated the space spirit bead connected to Yang Kai. That was why she appeared here. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently. He laughed and said, "Ru Meng, why are you here?" There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Yang Kai was half lying on Ji Yao's body. At this moment, he didn't know whether to get up or not. Even if it was a woman close to him, she would be ashamed to be seen like this. I just came to see you." Yu Ru Meng said casually, "because I felt that you were nearby." With the Heart Seal secret technique, when Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield in the Western Territory, she had already sensed it. However, it was inconvenient for her to move during the day. Moreover, Yang Kai was new here, so he must be busy with many things. So, she thought that she would find him at night. Who knew that after activating the space spirit bead, she would appear in a woman's boudoir? After saying this, Yu Ru Meng realized that it was others who should be panicking. Why should she be panicking? She immediately sneered, "This is really surprising, haha." If the person on the bed with Yang Kai was Su Yan, Xia Ning Chang, or any other woman that Yu Rumeng knew, she wouldn't be surprised. However, the one lying under Yang Kai was Ji Yao. Yu Rumeng knew Ji Yao and was no stranger to her. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.